And so the referee is Jonathan Moss. We're underway. It's BBC Radio 5 Live and the usual goal service. And interesting as well, Alan Hutton, that they've turned them around so that Watford are not shooting into their preferred end, the rookery stand, in the second half. There was a few boos when that decision was made after the toss.
Yeah, Harry Maguire won the toss and he decided to switch round, and actually there's a slope, so what Watford tend to do is they hit down the slope in the second half, so he's decided to switch round.
Feature race of the day is the Betfair Chase. It's at Haydock. John Hunt.
They've jumped the first of 19 fences here, Ian, and all eyes on the flamboyant grey Bristol Demai, who leads them past the judge. 2 circuits to go. Is he just a matter of minutes away from history, trying to win this race for the 4th time?
Going to be a busy day, not just with the racing, the rugby union, obviously England, South Africa, Wales, Australia a little later on. So many stories in the Premier League as well, with new managers: Steven Gerrard, Eddie Howe, Dean Smith, Chris Wilder at Middlesbrough in the Championship. But the camera's already zoned in on one manager who will still, I guess, dominate the headlines, and he's been there for a few years now. Ole Gunnar Solskjaer. If Manchester United, this is a huge game for them, Alan, coming back off the international break. He needs a result, he also needs a performance.
Yeah, he's desperate for a result. I mean, especially after Derby Day. I mean, it was a total one-sided affair, so he'll be looking for a response from his team today. There's enough talent out there to get a good performance.
We'll be back with John for the rest of that Betfair Chase at Haydock. As and when, 0-0 on BBC Radio 5 Live. Manchester United are playing from left to right then as Lindelof springs forward to head the ball, headed back by Feminier on that far side, and Shaw now to Matic. He's looking for that run of Sancho, a former Watford youth player. Rashford is of the front three. Rashford's the one on the left, Ronaldo in the centre, and Jadon Sancho still looking for his first goal since that big money move to Manchester United on the right hand side. We've seen him on the left on numerous occasions. Now he's on the right. Greenwood's not involved at all today for Manchester United as Messina stoops to head the ball all the way back to Ben Foster.
I think this is a big afternoon for Jadon Sancho coming in. Obviously we all know what a talented football player he is, but it's time for him to go and show. It's time for him to take the next step and show he's a Manchester United player.
He joined Watford at the age of 7. Left at 14 to join Manchester City's youth setup. So he's not afraid of he and his family of making big decisions in his career. I'm thinking of that one from Hertfordshire to Manchester City as a teenager, but also of course then to go out to Germany as Watford at the back with Craig Cathcart, central defender, hits a diagonal ball. King up against Wan-Bissaka, who heads it away for Manchester United. King is on the left-hand side. Dennis is through the middle. Sarr is on the right. Watford pick it up. This is Imran Louza, who's only making his 2nd Premier League start. His first was against Brighton back in August. He was actually hooked at half-time in that game. There's been an early goal. Norwich Southampton. Will Perry.
The worst possible start for Dean Smith. Norwich 0, Southampton 1. Awful Norwich defending. Che Adams into the box, onto his right foot, slotted it into the bottom right corner past Tim Krul. Norwich 0, Southampton 1.
Southampton unbeaten in 4. Back to Haydock. John Hunt.
They're at halfway. Royal Pagaille upsides Bristol Demai for the lead, and the hot favourite A Plus Tard, the Gold Cup runner-up, looking comfortable in 4th place. Circuit to go, all to play for.
Back with John for the Betfair Chase on BBC Radio 5 Live. Matic coming forward and allowed to continue to run over the halfway line. Again, he's looking for Sancho coming in off the right touch line, but it goes all the way through to Ben Foster. It remains 0-0. So Norwich are behind. How have Newcastle started? John Bennett.
Almost a perfect start to the Eddie Howe era. It's Newcastle 0, Brentford 0, but Joel Linton crossed it to Callum Wilson, who should have scored. His header just wide. Newcastle looking really confident. Newcastle 0, Brentford 0.
Cheltenham 0, Shrewsbury 1. Preston are leading Cardiff City by a goal to 0 in the Championship. Unbeaten in 7 at home at Deepdale. Messina turns just short of the halfway line, and then back with the very experienced Nicholas Nkulu, the former Cameroon international defender. Out it goes for a throw on this near side. Watford in their yellow shirts are playing from right to left. The ball spread out by Nkulu towards Sarr, but made the run underneath the ball, and it was drifting and it sails over his head and out of play over on that far side for a throw. So it's the Betfair Chase, it's BBC Radio 5 Live, and your commentator as always, John Hunt.
Well, they're turning for home here, Ian. This is an absorbing watch. Imperial Aura sadly has just fallen at the 13th. He was in third place at the time, waiting patiently. His first run for Christian Williams' stable in Wales, running disappointingly. He's a long way back. The story as they turn for home is that Bristol de Mai has been headed here by Royal Pagaille as they move to these final four fences, and A Plus Tard in behind them in third place travels with real menace under Rachel Blackmore. So if Bristol de Mai is to win a fourth Betfair Chase, he'll have to pull something pretty extraordinary out of the hat here. The others look to be going better than him at the fourth last, and A Plus Tard has come waltzing to the front. Bristol de Mai headed by him and Royal Pagaille, and then we've got Chatham Street Lad, the outsider, also trained in Ireland by Mick Winters, getting involved, and Bristol de Mai looks to be floundering here. Over the next fence they go. That was the third from the finish. Bristol de Mai, I'm afraid the fairy tale is over. He can't possibly win, and up front it's A Plus Tard who takes the lead from Royal Pagaille. Chatham Street Lad in third place. Rachel Blackmore soars over the second last on A Plus Tard. Has got a growing lead now. This is the Gold Cup runner-up from last year, don't forget, and A Plus Tard is handing them a thorough beating if they get over the last, which they do, and A Plus Tard now onto the run-in from Royal Pagaille. Then we've got Chatham Street Lad with Clondor Castle, but as they head towards the line, impressive is not the half of it. A Plus Tard, a tremendous winner of the Betfair Chase under Rachel Blackmore.
And here at Vicarage Road, Manchester United have conceded a penalty, and Emmanuel Dennis places the ball down on the spot. It could be the worst possible start for Ole Gunnar Solskjaer. Emmanuel Dennis from the penalty spot. De Gea makes the save on the rebound. It's put in. And Watford lead, and it's Femenia who reacted the quickest. And Watford have taken the lead. De Gea made the save, low towards his left. But Femenia on the rebound rifled it into the roof of the net, and it's Watford 1, Manchester United 0, and there's been another goal at Carrow Road, Will Perry.
And Norwich are level. Norwich 1, Southampton 1. It's Teemu Pukki who's got Dean Smith's side back in this game. Max Aarons crossed from the right hand side. Pukki, close range header. Alex McCarthy should have done better. He didn't. It's 1-1.
Well, so much to talk about in the build-up to the penalty. VAR is actually having a check. I just wonder if there might have been a little bit of encroachment from Femenia. Yes. So he is in the box before Dennis strikes it. So VAR will be having a look for possible encroachment here. But Alan Hutton, in the build-up to the penalty, it was skied up in the air by Bruno Fernandes. It was a clumsy challenge by McTominay on Josh King. Now, for you, was that the denying of a goal-scoring opportunity? Was McTominay lucky to stay on the pitch?
Yeah, and I think he is lucky to stay on the pitch. I mean, at the end of the day, it's a rugby tackle. It's a shocking clearance from Bruno Fernandes. The only thing is, King hasn't got the ball under control yet. It's come from very high. It's bouncing in front of him. Could you say it's a goal-scoring opportunity? Possibly. I think McTominay, at the end of the day, is very lucky to get away with that because he does rugby tackle him to the floor.
And as for this, surely encroachment.
It looks like he's given it again.
Yeah,
he definitely encroaches into the box. He comes in early. Femenia, just as the strike's about to happen, he's in the box a yard already. So obviously the ref has said it's a retake.
So the penalty will be retaken. Well, what a dramatic start and what a busy start to Saturday afternoon on BBC Radio 5 Live. So that goal has been disallowed. The penalty will have to be retaken. Femenia was inside the penalty area. He had encroached. Now, what does Emmanuel Dennis do here? He went to De Gea's left, and De Gea made the save. What does he do now? And in fact, they have actually... It is Sarr who's going to take it. So it was Sarr now. He's got an opportunity again here. De Gea makes his way back to the goal line. Ismaila Sarr runs forward now, goes the same way, De Gea goes the same way, and De Gea makes another save, and it's turned behind, and it is still Watford 0, Manchester United 0, and not for the first time this season. David De Gea comes to Manchester United's rescue. There's been a goal at St James's Park, John Bennett.
Eddie Howe will be celebrating in his hotel room. Newcastle 1, Brentford 0. It's the captain, Jamal Lascelles. Corner swung in from the right-hand side. Lascelles with a brilliant header from close range. Newcastle 1, Brentford 0.
Corner kick on that far side, still goalless. Watford thought they'd taken the lead. Not to be. In comes the corner, flicked on by Sissoko, turned behind for another corner kick. There's been a goal meanwhile at Burnley. Gary Flintoff.
Burnley 0, Crystal Palace 1. Christian Benteke squeezing a low shot in off the post from 16 yards. They deserve it. Burnley 0, Palace 1.
So in comes that corner kick again on that far side. Still 0-0. Watford looking to put pressure on Manchester United. It's another in-swinger. King had a little swing at that. Sancho nicks it away. Femenia now, they could be caught on the counter-attack. Ronaldo lifts it forward, and Femenia waits for the ball to settle, and then he hooks it downfield. And another goal at Newcastle. John Bennett.
An equaliser straight away for Brentford. It's a howler by the Newcastle goalkeeper, Carl Darlow. Newcastle 1, Brentford 1. Ivan Toney against his old club, right-hand side of the penalty area. Struck it straight at Darlow, who let it slip between his fingers. Newcastle 1, Brentford 1.
Still no clean sheet this season then for Newcastle United. Elsewhere, Stoke 1, Peterborough United 0. Huddersfield are leading West Brom by a 1-0. Bristol Rovers 1, Tranmere 0. Hartlepool 0, Forest Green 1. And Crewe are leading Gillingham by a 0-0. News of that goal at Huddersfield, Katie Smith.
Yes, Danel Sinani, it was as close on offside call. Sorba Thomas down the right-hand side, crossed it into Sinani, close range, puts it in on the stretch. Unbeaten here, Huddersfield since mid-September. They're on their way to make that 4 in a row. Clean sheets here, they lead by a 0-0.
Ronaldo is just away in the penalty area. He got the shot clear, deflected behind. Been a lively start, Alan Hutton.
Oh, it's an absolute great game, very lively. Watford have done really well, but Manchester United tried to hit there on the counter-attack. Good move by Rashford. He slips Ronaldo in on the left-hand side. Cathcart just gets across just to put a block tackle in, out for the corner.
Corner kick on that far side, 0-0, 12 and a half minutes played. Corner on that far side, the left, it'll be an outswing of this to come in from Shaw. Shaw, in it comes now, and Femenia, oh, that was a poor clearance. Didn't do any favours. It's Dennis who goes to retrieve it. He ran into Shaw on that far side, kept in play, played back to Matic, challenged then by Cleverley, and all of a sudden there's a break on for Watford, and it's Sarr, and he's got Dennis to the right, King going through the left, holds onto it too long, and then the move ultimately breaks down for Watford. Still 0-0. Just apologise for any swearing in the mayhem that you may have picked up with our effects mic. Do apologise for that this Saturday afternoon, and we will go to Stoke for news of that goal from Nikesh Ragani.
Yep, Stoke 1, Peterborough 0. Stoke taking the lead with just a couple of minutes on the clock. Ball broke to Mario Vrancic on the edge of the area. Nobody closed him down, and he caressed the ball into the bottom corner with his left foot. It's a deserved lead here for Stoke. It's Stoke 1, Peterborough 0.
Fleetwood 0, Morecambe 1 is the latest score in League 1. Accrington 0, Sheffield Wednesday 1, also in League 1. McTominay barged from behind, cleverly tries to play it early, stepping out of defence is Maguire. Rashford's peeling away out towards that far side, the left. It'll drop for Rashford, he looks for the support, it's coming in the centre in the shape of Cristiano Ronaldo. He goes on the outside, he fires it in low, outstretched leg by Cathcart, swinger from that by Bruno Fernandes, completely mishits it and allows Cleverly to play a forward ball, but Maguire stops it at the back, and Manchester United have possession once again, and McTominay plays it short to Bruno Fernandes, kills it out to Sancho, has to stretch to keep the ball in play. Game just starting to settle down as we go to Villa Park. Mas Farouki.
Still goalless here, but Villa should be ahead. Matty Cash with a header at the near post after some lovely build-up play. He forced a good save, low to his left from Jason Steele in the Brighton goal. Bright start for Villa, but it's still Villa 0, Brighton 0.
We were talking off air, weren't we, Alan, and we thought that there could be goals in this game, and the way that the pace of it in these opening 15 minutes, there's nothing to deter you from that view, is there?
I think the word for it's frantic. It's very end to end. This is what we like to see. This is what we've come to watch. Two teams going at it. They know 3 points they need them, so they're definitely going for it today.
Foster to take the free kick for Watford. All in purple, left-footed, downfield. McTominay unchallenged to head it away. Loser gets the ball back. Middlesbrough are leading Millwall by a 1-0. Chris Wilder looking to try and make a winning start at the Riverside without a win in 3. It's his first game in charge. That's Premchik.
Yes, Middlesbrough 1, Millwall 0. Duncan Watmore with the cross, Matt Crooks with a close range header. Dream start for Wilder. Middlesbrough 1, Millwall 0.
Let's get qualifying news with Jack Nichols.
It's pole position for the Qatar Grand Prix for Lewis Hamilton. He went 4/10 quicker than his main title rival Verstappen. Verstappen leads the championship by 14 points. Hamilton's teammate Bottas will be third on the grid.
Here is Sancho for Manchester United. Midway through his own half, along the ground he passes the ball out to the left. Mansfield 0, Scunthorpe 1 is a latest score in League 2. Mansfield, who've won their last 4, Nigel Clough, after that wretched run of a long time without a win, but they've fallen behind at home in League 2. Matic into the centre circle with Lindelof. Here is McTominay. Wan-Bissaka looking for Bruno Fernandes, goes on ahead of him through to Foster. McTominay wasn't even booked either, was he?
I don't think he was. I mean,
no, he wasn't.
The only thing I can say is because the ball was so high and he didn't actually have it under control, that maybe that's why he didn't see it as a goal scoring opportunity, but very lucky boy.
Foster, that's Alan Hutton, former Scottish international, with us here on BBC Radio 5 Live. Cleverly on the half volley, hits it early. Maguire going to come under pressure from Dennis. He was being hassled and harried by Dennis. One little glance over his right shoulder and he would have seen the presence of the Nigerian international bearing down on him. And from that throw on that right hand side, Watford playing from right to left, trying to maintain this tempo, this pace. Now with Cathcart, every outfield player in the Manchester United half away towards our left. King, another United old boy, brings it off the chest. Ball played inside by Messina to King inside the penalty box, onto his right foot, blocked. Comes out to Sissoko. Messina hits it in low, cleared again by Maguire. Picked up by Loser, sends in a cross that Shaw will do well actually to guide his header into the path of Rashford just outside the Manchester United penalty area. McTominay directs his header out to the left for Rashford to lay it back to Luke Shaw. So in the Premier League, early goals: Burnley 0, Crystal Palace 1, Newcastle 1, Brentford 1, Norwich 1, Southampton 1. Goalless at Molineux between Wolves and West Ham, Aston Villa and Brighton, and here. But if Alan Hutton describes it as a frantic start to the action at Vicarage Road, it certainly had a frantic feel to BBC Radio 5 Live this Saturday afternoon. And it continues, another goal, this time Turf Moor, Gary Flintoff.
An equaliser for the home side. Burnley 1, Crystal Palace 1 against the run of play. Ben Mee with a towering header in off the post. Burnley 1, Palace 1.
Scott McTominay has just made another challenge, and he's going to get a yellow card this time. It was rash from the Scottish international.
Yeah, first thoughts, it was rash. It looked dangerous, and it is dangerous. I'm just obviously seeing it again there. My initial thought was it was high, and it is high. I think he's lucky again just to get away with a yellow card. I mean, obviously he's down still, he's struggling, but poor challenge here from McTominay.
The foul was on Dennis. John Moss was on hand whilst he's down. We'll quickly get an update from John Bennett at Newcastle.
Yes, Brentford thought they'd taken the lead. Newcastle 1, Brentford 1, and Mbumo with the run forward. His shot turned in by Tony at the back post, but the flag was up. It is offside. Newcastle 1, Brentford 1.
Hull City are leading Birmingham City by a 0-0 in the Championship. Dennis is able to continue for Watford. It's still goalless here at Vicarage Road. Penalty initially disallowed, and then the retake saved again by David De Gea, as the ball played in quite flat and curling ball from Loser, and it goes all the way out for a Manchester United throw on the far side. So we've had another update from St James's Park. We'll nip back to Carrow Road. Will Perry
Norwich 1, Southampton 1. Adams and Pukki with the goals separated by less than 3 minutes. Elianussi's had a shot blocked. It fell to Ward-Prowse, who drilled one straight at Krul. Easy for the Dutchman. Hanley had a brilliant block with his head to deny Walker-Peters, and Cantwell's push on Diallo came to nothing in the box. Norwich 1, Southampton 1.
Leyton Orient 0, Sutton 1 is the latest score in League Two, as Watford with Cathcart all the way back to Ben Foster. Claudio Ranieri lost both of his games at home since taking over on that 2-year deal appointed at the start of October. A rather chastening experience to lose 5-0 at home to Liverpool, and then very poor as they were beaten by Southampton by a goal to nil. But didn't lose more than 2 consecutive matches at home, whether that be at Chelsea, Leicester, or indeed at Fulham. The Sheffield Wednesday have got a second goal now. Accrington 0, Sheffield Wednesday 2 is the latest score in League One. Checking up Molineux, shall we, Sahel Sahi?
Yeah, we've played 21 minutes here, Ian. Not really frantic. It's more of both sides feeling each other out. One half chance, foul to West Ham. Cresswell with the cross from the left. Bowen with a header just wide. Wolves 0, West Ham 0.
Penny for the thoughts of Ole Gunnar Solskjaer after the start. He must have thought, oh no, when that penalty was awarded by referee John Moss.
He must have been thinking, here we go again, unfortunately.
Shaw charging forward, flicks it out to the left-hand side. Rashford with a cross. Sancho waits. Sancho does ever so well to keep the ball in play and to hook it back into the centre of the penalty area. Cathcart was on hand to get the ball away. Dennis battling for it with Lindelof. Sissoko picks it up now. Break on for Watford. King's over the halfway line. If he can switch it, he's got Sarr. Sarr in the area. Tried to play in Dennis rather than going for goal, and it was blocked, and it runs behind for a corner kick, 0-0.
It's actually a lovely move from Watford. They've been threatening this. It's a counter-attack, but King, he picks the right pass at the right moment. He gives the through ball to Sarr. He's onto it in a flash. Maguire does really well to get back and get the block on, but I was just wondering, can Sarr just drive at him? Can he get a shot on target? Instead he tries to fizz it across the 6-yard box, and it gets blocked.
So Watford have a corner that Imran Louza is going to take. The young Frenchman, hands on hips, waits to deliver it, attacking the rookery stand. In it comes now in towards the near post, not dealt with. King, good block again. Maguire gets the block in for Manchester United. Watford pick it up. Sarr, right hand side. Sissoko lays it out towards that right side. Losers still over there, battling for the ball. There's a real edge about Watford, quite tenacious as they try and press and put Manchester United under pressure. As a result, there's another turnover there. Manchester United now finally get the ball away, but there is Sissoko. Rashford tries to run it away, but it ultimately runs the ball out of play. But there's a nice intensity about Watford.
Yeah, Watford are doing really well to make it uncomfortable for Manchester United.
Oldham 0, Port Vale 1, Bristol Rovers 2, Tranmere Rovers 0. Latest scores in League 2, both of those games in League 2. Aston Villa Brighton, Masfaruki.
Still goalless, but after Villa came flying out of the blocks, things have swung a little more in Brighton's favour now, and Tyrone Mings is urging his team to concentrate from that Villa defence, as is their manager on the touchline, Stephen Gerrard, who's looking a little pensive. Villa 0, Brighton 0.
Shrewsbury Town are down to 10 men. Elliot Bennett has been sent off for Shrewsbury, who were leading Cheltenham by a goal to nil. They're yet to win away from home in League One this season, and although they have the advantage, that won't help their cause. Motherwell 1, Hearts 0 is a latest score from Fir Park in the Scottish Premiership. 0-0 here at Vicarage Road. Lindelof inside his own penalty area, switches it out towards Luke Shaw. Of course, he went off with concussion in the Manchester derby, and as a result of the various protocols, he was unable to partake in England's recent internationals against Albania and San Marino as a result. But Maguire, he certainly did. Goal in both of those games, and now it's with Ronaldo to Rashford. Playing the ball back, Matic, and now with Shaw. Manchester United controlling the game at this stage, Alan Hutton.
Yeah, I mean, I was just watching Michael Carrick and Solskjaer there. They were going mental at Fernandes to come over. Sancho's left isolated on this right-hand side on his own, and they want somebody to come over and help. They're all on the left-hand side of the pitch, so they need to try and work that out.
Cheltenham have taken full advantage of the extra man and have equalised at home to Shrewsbury. Cheltenham 1, Shrewsbury 1 as the latest score, as a free kick goes against Watford. And we'll find out the latest of England, South Africa and the Rugby Union. Chris Jones.
Outstanding England try, the forwards punching holes, the backs finishing it off with Manu Tuolangi scooting over in the corner, sublimely converted by Marcus Smith. England lead by 7 after 10 minutes, although Tuolangi has since gone off injured. England 7, South Africa 0 after a fantastic opening 10.
No goals here at Vicarage Road. Still 0-0 Aston Villa, Brighton, Burnley 1, Crystal Palace 1, Newcastle 1, Brentford 1, Norwich 1, Southampton 1, Wolves 0, West Ham United 0. Ball played forward by Messina. Sissoko breaks through the midfield ranks and continues to charge in the direction of David De Gea, but he's not phased, all in green, the Manchester United goalkeeper, and calmly clears the ball downfield. Picked up by Loser. Hits a diagonal ball. King on the stretch will keep the ball in play on this left-hand side, and now plays it back. And Messina joining the attack. Dennis holds onto the ball, level with the penalty area. Inside then with Messina. Loser all the way back now to Nkulu. They switch it now and play it back and across, and on the right-hand side it's Femenia. And Cathcart all the way back to Ben Foster, and the game has certainly settled down now as Foster then goes long. Wan-Bissaka will head it away, but it heads it infield. Matic, it was a loose ball, seized upon by Sarr, didn't strike it cleanly. Maguire was also there, pulls the ball back, cleared away by Lindelof. There's been a number of errors by Manchester United.
Matic, what is he doing? Such a dangerous position. He doesn't even look over his shoulder, he doesn't know who's there, and he just plays a blind pass, and they're on it in a flash. Watford, very unlucky. Maguire gets across to get the block in again.
Bristol Rovers 2, Tranmere 1, Portsmouth 0, Wimbledon 1. Latest scores, and another goal at Turf Moor, Gary Flintoff.
And it's Burnley who lead by 2 goals to 1. Palace couldn't defend the free kick. Tarkowski back across goal onto the header, Chris Wood. It was like slow motion as it went in past Whiter, and the Palace fans who were celebrating are silent behind that goal. Burnley 2, Crystal Palace 1.
Loser out then to Femenia. Femenia sees a little bit of room to run into, and on the run crosses the ball, headed away by Wan-Bissaka, comes down towards Dennis, fires it in low, and Watford lead. And it's the former Manchester United striker Josh King who just side-foot the ball in, and Watford do score now. It's Watford 1, Manchester United 0, and it's been coming.
Yeah, it has been coming, you're totally right. It's great play from Dennis. He gets into the box and he faces up Wan-Bissaka 1v1. He takes him on the outside. He drills the ball back round about the penalty spot, and where you expect your striker to be, King, just coming in on the ball. He was never going to miss. Side foot, past the hair, and this is what Watford deserve. They've played really well so far.
Wan-Bissaka's header never really dealt with the threat, did Manchester United's defence, and it was just side-footed in from about 7 yards out. 5 goals in 11 Premier League games now for the Norwegian, against the side, of course, where he began his career. Made his debut back in 2009, only a couple of appearances, but he has scored and Watford lead. And at Craven Cottage there's also been a goal, Aaron Paul.
Fulham 1, Barnsley 0. Who else but the man in 4, Alexander Mitrovic, with his 21st of the season. Kenny Tete with the ball in from the right. There was Mitrovic to head it down past Brad Collins. Fulham 1, Barnsley 0.
Millwall have equalised as well. Middlesbrough 1, Millwall 1 in the Championship. It's a vibrant Vicarage Road. Watford are leading 1-0, and Manchester United have been out of sorts. And Shaw again has lost the ball, and it's Sarr running forward. Sarr with a cross, Dennis waits, Lindelof heads it into the path of Maguire, swept away, headed back by Loser. King hooks it into the penalty area, blocked by Wan-Bissaka. Manchester United need to get a grip. Let's get news of that Millwall equaliser. Naz Premji.
It's from Benica Fobe, Middlesbrough 1, Millwall 1. He was at close range in the box, bungled the ball past the keeper, Luke Daniels. Middlesbrough 1, Millwall 1.
Mansfield are level in League 2. Mansfield 1, Scunthorpe United 1. The Watford supporters are singing Ollie's at the wheel in that ironic chant that has been copied now by, well, Liverpool fans started it, but it's been copied by Manchester City, Leeds United, and now even the Watford fans are having a little...
Oh, I know it. You know what fans are like. They love having a laugh, a bit of to and fro, and that's what makes it so special. That's what makes the atmosphere so good, but not so good for Ole Gunnar Solskjaer.
Certainly not when you think they've got Villarreal coming up on Tuesday night. You'll hear that on BBC Radio 5 Live. It's an early start, by the way, for the Champions League. That's back next week. Tuesday night we start at 5:30 with that game at 5:45, followed by Chelsea against Juventus. But then they've got Chelsea away and Arsenal at home, which again you'll listen to, or you can listen to, on BBC Radio 5 Live. But this is not good for the Norwegian, and it's been inflicted by a Norwegian international, Josh King, with the goal. But it's all Watford at the moment. Back to St James's Park, John Bennett.
It's Newcastle 1, Brentford 1. It's end-to-end, but Newcastle are living on the edge after Ivan Toney's disallowed goal. He's had an effort saved off the line by Clark, so very close Brentford to taking the lead. Newcastle 1, Brentford 1.
Ball played forward. Rashford, first-time shot. Excellent save by Foster. Almost in slow motion as it diagonally dropped over to Rashford. Hit it first time right-footed, down into the ground. Foster made the save, in it comes again. Another good save by Foster. Low down to his right, pushing it away. Kept in play by Femenia, and Watford now will clear the ball long up towards Sarr. Flicks it into the path of Dennis. Sarr's continued his run. Just getting there was Maguire, and then he slides to his knees. No foul, says referee John Moss. Back to St James's, there's been a goal. John Bennett.
St James's Park is stunned. Newcastle 1, Brentford 2. Canos with a brilliant cross from the right-hand side, and then running in from the left-hand side at the far post, Rico Henry with the header. Newcastle 1, Brentford 2.
Brentford going into that game after 4 straight defeats. What about the Foster save from Rashford, Alan?
Yeah, it was a great save. Great switch through ball from Fernandes. It's a lovely first touch, and he hits into the ground, and it makes the save so much better from Foster because he manages to just tip it away. Real good save. Good, gets it wide of the target, which is excellent from him.
Forest Green, the League Two leaders, have got a second goal at Hartlepool. Hartlepool United 0, Forest Green 2. Watford are leading by a goal to 0. Aston Villa 0, Brighton 0, Burnley 2, Crystal Palace 1, Newcastle 1, Brentford 2, Wolves and West Ham is goalless. What about Norwich Southampton, Will Perry?
Norwich 1, Southampton 1, all Southampton, 72% possession. Elianusi scuffed and bobbled a couple of efforts wide, 2 Gibson blocks to deny Armstrong. Livramento, beautiful ball, begging to be put away. Teammates not on the same page. Norwich 1, Southampton 1.
King with a shot charged down on the edge of the area, comes out to lose it, but this Watford attack again from another loose pass by Manchester United. Femenia working around the back of Shaw. In comes the cross. McTominay with a downward header. They've given the ball away a lot of times this afternoon. They're inviting pressure onto themselves.
Honestly, it's all Manchester United's own doing. They continually give the ball away in dangerous areas. There's Matic doing it again. Sarr's onto it in a flash and creates an opportunity. They need to cut these mistakes out if they want to get anything from today.
He said they'd had a good week. He said it had been a positive week, Ole Gunnar Solskjaer. That positivity is draining away because there's been a lot of errors from Manchester United so far this afternoon. Leyton Orient have equalised. Leyton Orient 1, Sutton 1 is the latest score in League 2. And Bruno Fernandes has gone down, suggesting he was caught in the face.
Yeah, there was a little swinging arm, but I don't think there was anything to it. It was just, didn't mean it. It's Sissoko that's just kind of got an arm out, but it was. Didn't mean that at all.
Oldham have equalised at Boundary Park in League 2. Oldham 1, Port Vale 1. So Harry Maguire is going to take this free kick for Manchester United, trailing and looking for an equaliser here on BBC Radio 5 Live. Tomorrow, 5 Live, Premier League Sunday from midday. Manchester City against Everton, followed by Tottenham Hotspur against Leeds United at 4:30. Rashford, he and Sancho have switched. Rashford's now operating on the right-hand side. Sancho on the left. Ronaldo remains through the middle. Wan-Bissaka's ahead of Rashford. Wan-Bissaka with a cutback, stopped by Sissoko. Watford look very, very sharp. Here is McTominay, plays it inside. Matic in the Watford half, just inside the centre circle. Maguire out to Sancho, picks it up in front of that 2-tiered Graham Taylor stand on that far side, and then they play the ball back. Maguire goes square and inside. McTominay forward. Ronaldo drops off, finds a bit of space, goes down to ground far too easily. King looking to try and release Dennis, stopped by Lindelof. Manchester United have it. Accrington have a goal back. Accrington 1, Sheffield Wednesday 3. is the latest score at the Wham Stadium. Wan-Bissaka inside, combining with Rashford. Rashford running forward, looks up, crosses, blocked by Nkulu, and it'll go behind for a corner kick for Manchester United, trailing by a goal to nil.
That's much better play from Manchester United. They work the ball out wide to the left-hand side. Lovely little interchange play from Wan-Bissaka and Rashford, getting it out wide to cross it in, and they get the corner from it.
So Shaw is going to take this corner kick in front of that strong travelling Manchester United support away towards our right-hand side. Shaw, left-footed with the corner, headed out by King. Sarr to Loser, releases Dennis. Sarr's going through the middle if he can find him. Dennis, couple of touches, and then he tried a curling ball into the centre. It was around waist height, and Wan-Bissaka diverted the ball to safety as Rotherham lead Cambridge by a goal to nil in League One.
Then was it me, or do you just feel that every time Watford attacked, they could possibly score a goal?
Yeah.
I mean, Manchester United in possession looked good, but every time they get asked to defend, they look like they're struggling.
There's been another goal at Turf Moor. Gary Flintoff.
What a game this is, Ian. It's Burnley 2, Crystal Palace 2, and Christian Benteke, who missed an open goal just minutes before. He struck low past Nick Pope to make it 2-2. I have to say Palace and Burnley both impressive at different points in this first half, and 2-2 is probably fair. There's plenty more to come.
Well, these two have something in common, that they can't keep clean sheets. And for Manchester United now, they've only kept 2 in their last 25 in all competitions. Ball played through, King inside the penalty area, Maguire with a super challenge. What a challenge that was by Maguire. They're looking for the offside flag, it never materialised, and Maguire had to time that to perfection, and he certainly did.
That was a world-class tackle. It's a great ball in behind, and actually Maguire's playing him on. Lindelof, he kind of doesn't know what to do. He gets caught in between. Should I go to the ball? Should I not? Should I drop back? He doesn't do neither. But then Maguire steps up. He comes right across. Great tackle, well timed, out for a corner.
Bristol City 1, Blackburn 0, Swansea 1, Blackpool 0. 2 latest scores in the Championship. We're going back to Craven Cottage after this corner kick. Cleverly rolls it in. The return ball to Cleverly. Wanted Emmanuel Dennis to come a little bit tighter, and whatever that was,
he knows he's offside.
He knows he's offside, so he can't touch the ball. He does touch the ball, and he gets the flag raised. So Aaron Paul at Craven Cottage.
Fulham 2, Barnsley 0. What a goal from Fabio Carvalho. Picks the ball up and plays this neat 1-2 with Alexander Mitrovic. Takes a deflection, but he just drills the ball past Brad Collins, and Barnsley, well, they look sunk here. Barnsley 2-0 down here to Fulham.
Harrogate 0, Salford 1 is the latest score in League 2. I was just talking about clean sheets. That's the only encouragement you can offer Manchester United supporters listening to 5 Live or the World Service at the moment, is the fact that Watford, well, they've conceded at least 1 in each of their last 21 games in the Premier League. It's their longest ever run in the top flight without a clean sheet. What a time to get one today against Manchester United, and a much needed 3 points in their battle to keep out of the relegation zone. They're only 2 points clear of Burnley, but they are leading by a goal to nil. We'll nip to Villa Park now, and Mas Farouki.
And Villa on the attack now, but it's Brighton who should have scored, really. Villa allowing Brighton far too much space around the 18-yard box. Leander Trossard almost powered in at the left-hand post, but Martinez with a smart save. Still Villa 0, Brighton 0.
Maguire manages to pass the ball forward to Shaw. Shaw then to Lindelof, and another goal on Tyneside, John Bennett.
What a game this is. Newcastle have equalised. Newcastle 2, Brentford 2. It's Joel Linton, the man who was praised yesterday by Eddie Howe. Scramble in the box, left-footed shot inside the area, into the back of the net. Newcastle 2, Brentford 2.
So this is the only game where we do have a side who's actually leading, because they're level at Villa, Burnley, Newcastle, Norwich and Wolves. And the Manchester United fans have just been singing attack, 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 attack.
Yeah, well, that's exactly what they want. We got it at the start. They were forceful in their play going forward, but we've not seen it since.
The second best here at the moment. Dennis to King, the return ball to Dennis. Turns just inside the penalty area, right hand side, down by the byline. Messina provides the support. Oh, free header. King beaten out. Sissoko on the rebound. Volleys the ball wide. Well, De Gea opted to punch the King header, but another attack and another threat comes from Watford.
Wow, I'm actually shaking my head sometimes in disbelief here watching them, because it's defensively, they're all over the place. I mean, it's a simple ball into the box and King's free. There's no one within 2 yards round about him. De Gea bails his team out again, but he has to do better with that punch. He just puts it straight back into the danger area where Sissoko's coming on, and lucky for them, he puts it wide.
Let's get an update. England, South Africa, Chris Jones.
England 17, South Africa 6. Haven't seen England attack like this for a while. Lovely hands from Slade and Stewart, freeing Malins, and eventually Stewart powered over for England's second try. The box responded with a trademark maul and a Pollard penalty. Smith has extended England's lead again. England 17, South Africa 6. We've played 24 minutes.
Thanks, Chris. Matic tried to release short. Feminier just steps forward with the interception for Watford. And then Loser just strokes the ball back, and then he wants it. I think Ranieri's got a bit more of a tune out of Imran Loser. This is only his second Premier League start, but a little bit more hard work, acclimatising to life in the top flight. He's starting to want the ball. That shows confidence, doesn't it, from the young man?
Yeah, I mean, you're right, he showed great confidence. He's wanting to get himself on the ball. He's creating things, he's moving the ball round about quickly, and he's had a good afternoon.
So Gary Flintoff's had a busy afternoon. Another goal.
And you're the big goals today. Burnley 2, Crystal Palace 3, and a goal for Mark Gahey. Burnley just couldn't clear their lines from a corner, and eventually, after Nick Pope made a save, the ball fell to the big centre half and he blasted it home from 6 yards. It's Burnley 2, Crystal Palace 3.
Newcastle 2, Brentford 2, Norwich 1, Southampton 1. Games at Villa Park and Molineux are both goalless, involving Villa and Brighton and Wolves and West Ham. And here it's Watford who lead by a goal to nil. 3 minutes to go to half time. Rashford, his header goes straight to Nkulu, and Cathcart turns back to Ben Foster. Foster waits, Nkulu comes short, Foster hits it downfield. McTominay's header backing almost into his own man, Wan-Bissaka, brushes off the head of the Scottish international and out for a Watford throw. The Watford fans will be extremely happy in a couple of minutes' time, Alan, not only with the scoreline, but also with the level of performance from Claudio Ranieri's side. Yeah,
the performance levels have been really high, the intensity levels, the pressing that they're doing, they're desperate to win the ball back. Ranieri will be very happy with this, and not just that, as you say, they're 1-0 up, looking quite comfortable.
And could have been another goal as well if King had directed that header either side of De Gea, as a cross comes in from Messina. Headed away by Sancho, only as far as Feminier, right corner of the area. Sarr now has it, plays it slightly behind Feminier, but he keeps the ball in play cleverly, and Feminier combine on the right hand side. Cleverly back inside to Feminier. They've done well there, Watford. Feminier with a cut back. Here is Sarr. Oh, what a finish that was. That was a super finish, right-footed, rifle past David De Gea, and 90 seconds before half-time, Watford have a second goal. They have a cushion. It's Watford 2, Manchester United 0, and this has been, or could be, a damaging defeat for Ole Gunnar Solskjaer.
That is a great strike, absolute wonder strike from Sarr. It's a good cutback. Feminier gets to the byline, he cuts it back. There's Sarr just waiting there, and he rifles that right into the side netting. De Gea has absolute no chance, and look, they deserve this lead.
Don't they just? I mean, the way that it was combined by Cleverly and Feminier, they were patient, they were creative. Feminier with a cut back to Sarr, one touch off his left foot, and then he hits it sweet, true, low, off his right. De Gea, no chance.
Yeah, I mean, it just sums up Watford's performance. I think they've been excellent all over the pitch. Cleverly, Feminier work it well out on that right-hand side. The cutback's excellent, and there's Sarr. He comes on and he just absolutely drills it into that side net, and there is absolutely no chance for De Gea in goal, and they thoroughly deserve this 2-0 lead.
Alan, it's one thing losing to Liverpool, although the manner of the defeat would have hurt every Manchester United supporter. It's another thing losing to Manchester City, but this array of players that Manchester United have got, they should be competing You can lose to Watford. I'm not being disrespectful to Watford. It's the level of performance that probably is the most alarming.
That is the worrying thing. That is the worrying thing about it. Of course, you can get beat by anyone on their day. Anybody can play well and beat you. But what I've seen so far has not been good enough from this Manchester United team. This is full of stars, and they're not performing.
No, they're not. And the Watford fans are taunting Manchester United, gloating as they lead by 2-0. Free kick to Manchester United midway through the Watford half. Only sporadically have Manchester United threatened Ben Foster. Fernandes, in it goes, aimed towards Maguire, hooked away by Sissoko. Lindelof, his header goes towards Sarr. But when I was speaking on the international break with Harry Kane, and when things aren't going right, Harry Kane was saying hard work, hard work. Manchester United have been making errors today, basic errors.
Do the basics well. That's what any top manager will tell you. If you're going through a sticky period or a tough time in your football career, do the basics well and then work from there. That's not what they've been doing. They've been giving the ball away in dangerous areas. That does not help you.
In stoppage time here on BBC Radio 5 Live, Wan-Bissaka. You don't need me to tell you what the Watford fans are singing in the background as Rashford's cross takes a deflection, loops in the air, and then it's just hammered away downfield by Sarr. But these Manchester United players are going to have to dig deep, and they're going to have to dig deep not just for themselves, for their manager. Otherwise, the scrutiny will continue to intensify for Ole Gunnar Solskjaer.
They're going to need to dig very deep. Here we go.
Rashford looked offside when the ball was played. Now the flag's up, as it's cleared away. But credit Watford, they've been superb.
That's what I was going to say. Take nothing away from them. I know we're focusing on how maybe poorly Manchester United are playing, but Watford have been excellent. To a man, they've been brilliant. They've worked hard. The intensity levels have been high, and they've been creating opportunities through decent play. So well done them so far.
Alan Hutton with us on BBC Radio 5 Live. Mansfield 2, Scunthorpe 1. They've come from behind. We'll be going around the grounds at half-time for what has been a very busy afternoon, certainly in the Premier League and at our other featured games. Tell you what, Mark Chapman will be well briefed for his appearance on Match of the Day tonight at 10:30. They might be looking to extend it as well with the amount of goals that have been scored in this first half around the grounds, as here is Emmanuel Dennis for Watford, who lead by 2-0, and now he goes down the left-hand side, and off a stumbling Wan-Bissaka, he wins the corner kick, because it's Burnley 2, Palace 3, Newcastle 2, Brentford 2, Norwich 1, Southampton 1, Wolves 0, West Ham 0, Villa and Brighton still goalless, and Watford here lead by 2-0. Is there time to take the corner kick? No, says referee John Moss. They took their time, and he wasn't wasting any time. And now the next 15 minutes for Ole Gunnar Solskjaer to try and rouse his Manchester United players. But a rousing atmosphere at Vicarage Road to greet the Watford players as they leave the field, as they lead by 2-0, and it's thoroughly deserved, Alan Hutton.
Yeah, totally is. Watford have been excellent this 45 minutes. Just thinking about it, this is probably going to be the biggest half-time speech Ole Gunnar Solskjaer's ever going to have to give in his managerial career so far, because he needs something special from these players to get anything out of this game, because Watford have been excellent.
Yes, they have. And after De Gea saved a retaken penalty, King and Sarr have put Watford in a comfortable position. But life is far from comfortable if you're Ole Gunnar Solskjaer. Watford 2, Manchester United 0.
Well, that's the thing, Alan Hutton, that shouldn't be remembered here. Watford missed the same penalty twice. They should be 3 up.
Yeah, they should. It was a definite penalty. Obviously, it had to be retaken, but De Gea, 2 good saves, so it could have been a lot worse for them. But well, they're going to have to pull something out the hat here if they want to get anything, because they've been really poor that first 45 minutes. I'm not sure what Ole Gunnar Solskjaer is going to have to do here, but he needs something special.
I know Ian Exeter got in trouble for making 6 substitutions against Bradford in the Cup during the week. Can United make 10?
Well, it's funny you should say that. There's not one Manchester United player...
Outfield
player, but that's the story of Manchester United's season, isn't it? How many times has David De Gea played well for Manchester United this season? With maybe the exception of Rashford. When he gets the ball, he looks sharp, but the rest of them, there have been so many errors from Manchester United, giving the ball away, making challenges. It has been a very, very poor performance, when that is the very least what you'd expect, given what happened before the international break.
Watford have been brilliant. They lead Manchester United by 2-0 at Vicarage Road. What a first 45 minutes at St James's Park. John Bennett.
Newcastle 2, Brentford 2. Not sure if Eddie Howe will be enjoying this in his hotel room, but it's a thrilling game for the neutral in a raucous atmosphere. Newcastle made the perfect start. Lascelles with a header from a corner to make it 1-0 on 10 minutes. But 1 minute later, Ivan Toney equalised. A bad error from the Newcastle keeper, Carl Darlow, and Brentford started to find their rhythm. Tony had a goal disallowed. He had a shot saved off the line before Rico Henry headed in a Canos cross, but Newcastle kept looking dangerous, and Joe Linton made it 2-2 after a really good St Maximin run and shot. And then Callum Wilson had a shot saved off the line just before half time. I can't wait for the second half. Newcastle 2, Brentford 2.
Elliot Lister's got his 10th of the season from the penalty spot, and Stevenage, who are looking for a new manager, lead Colchester by a goal to nil in League 2. Rotherham have just doubled their lead on the stroke of half-time again from a penalty. They lead Cambridge by 2-0 in League 1. They are on a remarkable run. Rotherham unbeaten in their last 13 in all competitions. Great start to the game at Carrow Road. Will Perry.
Norwich 1, Southampton 1. It shouldn't be. Murmurs of frustration from the Norwich fans. Their side being dominated by the visitors, who've been so sharp. A string of relentless attacks, constantly getting in behind the Norwich fullbacks. 12 shots to 1 at the break. Adams gave them the lead after 4 minutes. Armstrong poking the ball into his path. Adams allowed to scramble past 3 Norwich defenders, passing the ball into the bottom right. The lead, though, lasted just 3 minutes. Pukki heading in an Aaron's cross from the right at the near post. McCarthy should have kept it out, really. Elianusi scuffed a couple of efforts wide. Ward-Prowse and Saliso have tested Krul, who also pulled up a big save to keep out Diallo. Hanley and Gibson have been busy with a number of crucial blocks as well. Diallo denied a penalty for a Cantwell shove. So one-sided, one-way traffic, but it's Norwich 1, Southampton 1.
Let's go next to Turf Moor. I bet you weren't expecting that first half, Gary Flintoff.
Well, Burnley 2, Crystal Palace 3, Mark, and an astonishing first half in the damp and windy conditions. And Palace, well, deservedly took the lead inside 10 minutes when Christian Benteke's low shot squeezed in off the post. I have to say, Nick Pope looked a bit disappointed, and an impressive Conor Gallagher should have made it 2 before Burnley came to life. Captain Ben Mee equalising with a towering header from Ashley Westwood's corner. Then Burnley were in front. Chris Wood's delicate downward header after a very intelligent header back across goal from James Tarkowski was beyond the reach of Vicente Whiter. Now, it should have been 2-2 seconds later, but Benteke headed wide. Having said that, minutes after that, he blasted home from close range after, again, clever play from that man Conor Gallagher. And then Palace back in front for the second time in the game. Burnley struggling to clear their lines from a Palace corner. The ball eventually arrived at the feet of Mark Gehi, and he blasted home from 6 yards. 5 stars for entertainment. Burnley 2, Crystal Palace 3.
So let's go to Villa Park. Maz Faruqi.
Not quite the same excitement here. Goalless at Villa Park. Steven Gerrard, I'm sure, will have been very happy with the opening minutes from his team. They were pressing then Villa, they had energy, and Matty Cash forced a very good save from Jason Steele, the Brighton keeper, on his Premier League debut with a header at the near post. But then Brighton built their way back into the game, and Leandro Trossard with a powerful header, which again needed a good save from Emi Martinez this time to stay out, almost gave them the lead. I have to say, though, that after a great international break with Scotland, John McGinn has been excellent again in the centre of the park for Villa today. Maybe not directed at him, but a stern team talk needed elsewhere from Gerrard for his other players at half-time. Villa 0, Brighton 0 at the break.
Not the only goalless game in the Premier League. The other one comes at Molineux. Sahel Sahi.
Yeah, not very good here either, Mark. Wolves 0, West Ham 0. Very cagey from both sides. Cat and mouse stuff, and that's me being very, very polite. West Ham created the first moment. Cresswell with the cross. Bowen with the header inches wide. Wolves had their one moment. Long ball from Neves. Jimenez was onside and he fluffed his lines, bearing down on goal. Half-time, Wolves 0, West Ham 0.
Earlier, Chelsea won 3-0 at Leicester. The tea-time game is Liverpool against Arsenal. Updates during Sports Report and during 6:06 to the Rugby Union at Twickenham. Chris Jones.
England 17, South Africa 12, nearing half-time. Great game this. England playing with ambition and enterprise. 2 tries, Tuolangi and Stewart. Tuolangi has gone off injured, but Marchant went to centre, Malins to the wing. They've not missed a beat. South Africa put the squeeze on at the Maul. Pollard's kicked his goals, but England the better side so far, although against South Africa more than anyone, you've got to go the 80 minutes. Nearing half-time, England 17, South Africa 12.
Earlier, Scotland beat Japan by 29 points to 20. Wales play Australia at 5:30 in the Women's International. France beat New Zealand 29-7 in the Premiership Rugby Union Cup. Gloucester 45, Exeter 19 and Wasps 7, Leicester 55 in the games that have finished. Half-time in the third game, and Worcester lead Bristol by 35 points to 8. The early game in the Championship, going back to the football, saw his end goalless between Sheffield United and Coventry. Fulham's progress continues serenely, though. Aaron Paul.
Yeah, Fulham 2, Barnsley 0. This half could be split into two, Mark. Fulham struggled to get going in the opening 20 minutes. They looked laggy, with Barnsley disciplined and organised, but then the goals came. First, Mitrovic with his 21st of the season, heading down from a Kenny Tete cross. Mitro then turned supplier to 1-18 edge sensation Fabio Carvalho, who jinked past two and fired past the keeper. Fulham then put their foot down. Michael Hector clipping the inside of the post. Harry Wilson and Tom Kearney have both fired over, whilst Brad Collins had to be quick as Callum Stiles played back to his keeper from 35 yards in what could have been a DVD-worthy own goal. Fulham moving top as things stand. At the break, they lead Barnsley by 2-0.
West Brom's away problems continue. Katie Smith.
They do. It's Huddersfield Town 1, West Bromwich Albion 0. Huddersfield taking the lead 6 minutes in through Norwich loanee Dan El-Sinani from close range. It's been such a frantic half of football. West Brom with all the forward momentum, though, in the latter stages. Kyle Bartley's low shot 37 minutes in, just scraping wide of the left-hand post. One of 10 shots they've had. As it stands, though, West Brom now 8 points off the automatic promotion spots. They trail Huddersfield by a 1-0.
To the Bet365 next, Nikesh Regani.
Yeah, we're at Stoke 1, Peterborough 0 at the break. A very early long-range strike from the left boot of Mario Vrancic. Got the home side off to the best possible start, really. After that, Stoke had most of the ball but created very little, certainly no clear-cut chances. And then in the last 10 minutes of the half, Peterborough finally woke up. Sariki Dembele caused quite a lot of problems down the right-hand side, and George Grant had 2 decent chances from the edge of the area. One was a direct free kick, the other from open play. Both shots just over the top of the crossbar. Peterborough in desperate need of points to pull away from the relegation zone. Will hope to carry that momentum into the second half. But at the break, it's Stoke 1, Peterborough 0.
Saul Square at the Riverside at the break. Naz Premji.
Middlesbrough 1, Millwall 1. Chris Wilder's first game in charge got off to the best start. Matt Crooks had it in Duncan Watmore's cross for the opener. Benik Afobe crashed in the leveller from a few yards out. There was a foul in the build-up, which Borough protested, but the referee was having none of it. Since then, Matt Crooks, Mark Boller and Duncan Watmore have all had chances to restore Borough's lead, but Bartosz Bielkowski in the Millwall goal has been equal to their efforts. Middlesbrough 1, Millwall 1.
Thank you very much. Elsewhere, Bristol City lead Blackburn by a 0-0. Callum O'Dowda with that goal. Hull lead Birmingham by a 0-0. George Honeyman got it, and Birmingham are down to 10 men in that game as well. Gary Gardner sent off. Sean Maguire's early goal for Preston is the difference between the sides at Deepdale at the break. Preston 1, Cardiff 0. Reading 0, Nottingham Forest 1 also at half-time. And Swansea lead Blackpool by a 0-0 thanks to Joel Pirro's 11th of the season. Let's go into League One. We're with the leaders Plymouth at Charlton. Ben Mundy.
Mark, I said these two in-form sides would cancel each other out. Charlton 0, Plymouth 0 at the break. Charlton's half, though, dominated from start to finish. Elliot Lee going closest, header hitting the post midway through that first half. Plymouth failing to score in the first 45 minutes for the first time since September. Ryan Hardy's smothered shot, the best they've had, but they have been poor. Other things to note, we've got a drum down one end, a trumpet in the other. I'm off to get my triangle. Half-time, it's goalless.
Accrington Stanley 1, Sheffield Wednesday 3 as we start the other half times in League One. They've drawn 5 of their last 6 of Sheffield Wednesday, but they're on course for 3 points today. Cheltenham 1, Shrewsbury 1, and Shrewsbury are down to 10 in that game. Crewe are bottom of the table. They've lost 5 of their last 6, but they lead Gillingham by a 0-0 at half time. Goalless between Doncaster and Lincoln. Fleetwood 0, Morecambe 1. Goalless as well between MK Dons and Burton. Portsmouth 0, AFC Wimbledon 1. That goal coming from Ollie Palmer from the penalty spot for Mark Robinson's team. Rotherham 2, Cambridge United 0. Rotherham unbeaten in their last 13. Look like they're going to make it 14. Goalless between Sunderland and Ipswich, and Wickham and Bolton. Wigan, Oxford postponed because of a COVID outbreak in the Oxford squad. Into League 2, goalless between Barrow and Crawley, and Bradford and Northampton. Bristol Rovers lead Tranmere by 2-1. 1. It's Exeter 0, Carlisle 0, but Carlisle are down to 10 men in that game. They're just outside the relegation zone of Keith Millen's side. Harrogate 0, Salford 1 at half-time. Matty Lund with that goal. Gary Bowyer's side haven't won in their last 4, but they lead at the break. Hartlepool 0, the leaders Forest Green Rovers 1. Jamil Matt with one of Forest Green Rovers' goal, 9 for the season for him, 12 for Matt Stevens, who got their third. Leyton Orient 1, Sutton 1, Mansfield 2, Scunthorpe 1. Goalless between Newport and Swindon. Oldham did go behind at Boundary Park to Port Vale, but they equalised through Davis Kelly-Dunn, 6th of the season. They're next to bottom, but it's 1-1 at half-time. Stevenage, without a manager, lead Colchester by a 1-0, and it's goalless between Walsall and Rochdale. In the National League, Barnet 1, Torquay 0, Boreham Wood 2, Maidenhead 0, Bromley 1, Kings Lynn 1. Dagenham and Redbridge are down to 10 men and trail Yeovil by a 0-0. Dover 0, FC Halifax 1, Eastleigh are 1-0 up on Notts County. Solihull Moors are down to 10 men and they trail Chesterfield by 2-0. Weymouth are down to 10 men and they trail Altrincham 1-0. Woking 0, Stockport 2, and it's goalless at half-time between Wrexham and Wealdstone. In the Scottish Premiership, Dundee United 0, Aberdeen 0. Both sides down to 10 men in that game. Motherwell lead Hearts by a 0-0, and it's goalless between St Mirren and Livingston. In the Championship, Dunfermline 2, Ayr 0. Leaders Kilmarnock being held at home by Arbroath. That's goalless, as is Partick Thistle Hamilton, and it's Wraith 1, Morton 1. In League 1, Airdrieonians 0, Cove Rangers 0, Alloa 0, Dumbarton 0, Clyde 0, East Fife 0, Falkirk 0, Montrose 1, and Queen's Park are a goal up at Peterhead. Annan 1, Albion Rovers 1 as we go into League 2. Forfar 0, Cowden Beath 0, Kelty Hearts 1, Stenhouse Muir 0, Stirling 1, Edinburgh City 1, and Stranraer 0, Elgin 0. In the Women's Super League earlier, it finished Manchester City 5, Aston Villa 0. Half-time at Twickenham. Chris.
England 17, South Africa 12 at the break. England started like a train. Shades of the Rugby World Cup semi-final against New Zealand. Pace, accuracy, Manu Tuolangi scoring. Tuolangi went off injured right away, but it didn't deter England. The outstanding Freddie Stewart with a second try after Henry Slade and Max Malin stretched the South African defence. The Springboks haven't done much, but they've won penalties and kicked them. They'll be happy to only be 5 points down. It's set up superbly for the second half, especially with that South Africa bench lying in wait. England 17, South Africa 12.
Turning into a remarkable afternoon in the Premier League. The second half's on the way after Joe Critcher.
Listen on BBC Sounds. This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
The World Health Organization is urging countries in Europe to drastically increase the use of face masks and vaccination to save lives. The WHO is warning if they don't, another 500,000 people could die by the beginning of March. 7 people have been injured in riots in Rotterdam over new COVID restrictions. Police there shot and wounded at least 2 people. The RAC is calling on petrol retailers to cut their prices after a drop in wholesale costs. The organisation says it would mean drivers could save around £3.50 every time they fill up. And hundreds of Tesla drivers say they've been locked out of their cars after the carmaker's app stopped working. Tesla says it's working to bring the app back online.
This is 5 Live Sport with Mark Chapman.
So in the Premier League, Chelsea won 3-0 at Leicester. Half-time in the 3 o'clocks. Villa 0, Brighton 0, Wolves 0, West Ham 0, Norwich 1, Southampton 1, Newcastle 2, Brentford 2, Burnley 2, Palace 3. Watford lead Manchester United by 2-0. At half-time, we suggested that Marcus Rashford may be the only Manchester United outfield player who didn't deserve to be substituted. Ian Dennis?
And he has been substituted. But Alan, you agree with me, don't you?
I genuinely thought it was the bright spot. Exactly. No, nothing.
Yeah, Alan quite rightly thinks that he's probably picked up a knock. But Martial is on, and Van der Beek has also come on. And Van der Beek, just as he did in the Manchester derby, got a great reception as he was warming up at half-time. Solskjaer sent the United players out earlier than Watford after an awful first-half display. So this is how United now line up. David De Gea in goal, a back four of Wan-Bissaka, Maguire, Lindelof and Shaw, Van der Beek, Matic and Bruno Fernandes, with Martial, Sancho and Ronaldo. I mean, in comparison, Sancho has been anonymous. If you compare his first half performance to that of Rashford. I mean, Rashford produced the only save from Ben Foster, I seem to recall, in that first half. Watford have been brilliant. Foster's in goal. Feminir and Kulu, Cathcart and Messina the defence. Cleverly Sissoko and Lusa in the midfield. Sarr, Dennis and King are the front three. Manchester United in their light blue shirts and white shorts in this second half are attacking the Rookery stand, for those of you who know Vicarage Road, so that's from right to left as we look against a Watford side in their yellow and black shirts and black shorts, therefore from left to right. The goals as they go in the second half for what has been an extremely busy afternoon, but Manchester United, let's just see if there is a response, because that is the very least that the under fire Manchester United manager will be expecting. A response. Sissoko cuts out a forward ball and runs forward, and he's got King out towards the left hand side. King still going, tries to prod it into the path of Emmanuel Dennis, who's not really tracking back. He's ambling his way back as Van der Beek gives it away, picked up by Lusa. King is ahead of him. Dennis and Sarr wait. King with a cross, blocked by Lindelof, and the game is continuing very much in a similar vein as to the majority of that first half, with Watford pressing.
It certainly is. And Manchester United are just very easy to play against at the moment in time, giving the ball away again. Donny van der Beek this time, and then King just drives at the defence and ends up with an effort. It's just everything has to improve, and rapidly, because they are going to run out of time.
Yeah, well, they're 2-0 down, and obviously the Champions League coming up in midweek. Chelsea and then Arsenal to follow. Ball played forward towards Dennis. Lindelof sees it back, chipped out then by De Gea towards that right hand side for Wan-Bissaka in front of the Graham Taylor stand, and Manchester United play the ball back, but they rarely threaten Watford, and they haven't been able to match Watford's intensity. Norwich Southampton at Carrow Road. Will Perry.
We played 5 minutes in the second half. Deno, Norwich 1, Southampton 1. Cantwell replaced by Josh Sargent at the break. A change cheered by the home fans. Did get a knock early on in that first half, but had a really poor 45. Sargent looking for his first Premier League goal for Norwich. It's Norwich 1, Southampton 1.
Manchester United used to look to their away form to try and carry them through. I mean, when we watched them recently at Leicester, that was their first away defeat in 30 games on their travels in the Premier League, wasn't it, last month?
Maybe it's us. Maybe we're the problem. That was another poor day at the office for them against Leicester, but they're continuing in the same vein here. It's not been good enough, and the least you expect is an appetite for the game.
Shaw forward. Ronaldo now midway through the Watford half, challenged by Feminir. Leyton Orient have come from behind. They're leading Sutton by 2-1 in League 2. BBC Radio 5 Live and the World Service. Bruno Fernandes now in a central area. Martial comes infield. Out then towards Sancho on the right hand side. It's his cross, and Van der Beek stoops from Ronaldo's header, and Van der Beek with an immediate impact. 4 minutes after coming as a substitute at half time, Van der Beek gives Manchester United hope. 2-1 to Watford.
It's amazing. As bad as Manchester United have been, they are now back in this game. It's as crazy as that. It's a well-worked goal. Sancho, he's out on that right-hand side. He swings a dangerous ball in, and I actually think Ronaldo is going for goal, but he hits it back across. Donny van der Beek making a good run into the box, and it's just a tap-in for him. Just with the head, just nods it in. Simple goal, but well-worked.
It was... Ronaldo's header went off at a right angle, and in the end it was the perfect assist for Van der Beek.
I think I'm actually doing Ronaldo a disservice there. I've actually seen it again, and I think he's actually tried to pick him out with his head there, and if that's true, it's a great assist. He's done unbelievably well.
Although the game is yet to restart, which can only mean that VAR are looking at something. Whilst they are, we'll nip to Gary Flintoff at Burnley.
Just seen the goal of the day so far, I think, Ian. It's Burnley 3, Crystal Palace 3. Maxwell Cornet, a left-footed thunderbolt, volleyed into the roof of the net. Home side level once again. Burnley 3, Crystal Palace 3.
The cheers from the Manchester United supporters will tell you that the goal stands, and we've got a game on BBC Radio 5 Live. Watford 2, Manchester United 1, and Van der Beek with only his second goal for Manchester United. He scored his first against Crystal Palace, in fact, on the opening day last season. Watford with a cross from the left-hand side, cleverly underneath it, and it goes out of play for a goal kick. Game on.
Game on. Let's see if this is the rocket that Manchester United need to waken up, because it's a really well-worked goal, and for being so poor, they're now back in this.
Here is Matic in the centre circle. We said Solskjaer would want a response. They've certainly got one. Sancho picks it up, tries to thread it through to Martial, stopped by Watford. The trouble is, as Manchester United go forward, they leave themselves susceptible to this, the counter-attack, and it's King surging in towards the penalty area. De Gea makes the save at his near post behind for a corner.
It's genuinely crazy, the defending. It's like one ball, one pass, and they're through and goal. I mean, King just runs from the halfway line all the way and ends up getting the shot. Wan-Bissaka tries to get back, can't, and it's a save from De Gea.
We'll be going to Newcastle after the corner kick, but Watford lead by 2-1. Cleverley's going to go across to take it. Manchester United have everybody back. Cleverley far side the left, in front of the Vicarage Road end. In it comes now, that corner kick. Lindelof heads it out, drops to Dennis, heads it back out towards that side, and then Bruno Fernandes goes all the way forward, and then Femenia will tidy up with a back pass to Foster. So come in John Bennett at St James's.
Yeah, Newcastle 2, Brentford 2. Controversial start to this second half as Joe Linton surges into the box. Wilson with a challenge on Janssen, scraping his studs down Janssen's leg. Only a yellow card. Janssen is back on his feet. Newcastle 2, Brentford 2.
Femenia cuts it out. Forward ball though is going to go loose. Manchester United are now at least competing. Couldn't say that on too many occasions in the first half. Shaw on the halfway line, switches it, crossfield ball, and Messina will head it all the way back to Foster. And when we said that Watford were comfortable earlier, leading 2-0, they're not comfortable anymore. That lead's been halved.
It's crazy just the change in Manchester United's attitude since the goals went in. Everything, they're quick to react now. They're trying to get the ball forward. It's amazing what a goal does.
Van der Beek is having his name sung by the Manchester United supporters. Martial loses the ball, but it breaks back to Matic. He hits it over the top. Ronaldo onside, heads the ball into the penalty area. Cristiano Ronaldo goes down under the challenge. And the referee says no penalty. He looked to his assistant on his far side, John Moss. Doesn't seem to be too much of a protest there from Cristiano Ronaldo. Goal kick awarded. Aaron Paul, the latest of Fulham Barnsley in the Championship.
Fulham very comfortable here. Fulham lead by 2-0 here, and they're close to a third. Alexander Mitrovic putting a foot, providing a fine opportunity, forcing an excellent save out of Brad Collins after Harry Wilson had clipped the crossbar. Fulham 2, Barnsley 0.
What did you thought? Was it offside anyway about Ronaldo? I noticed the free kick's now been awarded midway through the Watford half.
Yeah, he's given the offside there. It was awful tight, but I actually thought it could have been a penalty. There's a forearm in the back of Ronaldo's back. Whether it was enough to put him down, but there was still a question to be answered there.
I did say in the first half though about that Watford statistic that they can't keep clean sheets. That's 22 now in the Premier League without a clean sheet. That's their Achilles heel. Sancho is released, right hand side. Watford though do lead 2-1. Sancho looks up, comes to Bruno Fernandes, who hits it, and he's on the stretch. He's falling away just inside the penalty area on the half volley, right footed, and Martial moves out of the way, but actually had it hit Martial, it could easily have deflected into the goal, because it was going straight and therefore it was missing the target.
Yeah, I mean, I think the worry for Martial is he's possibly in an offside position, and he's tried to let it go through him in case it was on target. But where does it all come from? Donny van der Beek. Yeah. He's been the difference since coming on. He gets his head up, plays the ball down the line, Sancho cross ball, and then they have an effort at goal.
Seen a lot of Manchester United this season, and every time mystified as to how somebody as talented as Donny van der Beek has not had a look in terms of this. Even when he hasn't started in the Premier League, and I think that's criminal. He's such a talented player, and already he's starting to make his presence felt. It's no longer goalless at Molineux. There's been a goal. Sahel Sahi.
And a terrific goal. Raul Jimenez. Wolves 1, West Ham 0. Lovely work down the right-hand side. Podence pulled it back for Jimenez. Right-footed shot. It flew past Fabianski. Wolves 1, West Ham United 0.
Rotherham 2, Cambridge 1, Oldham 1, Port Vale 2. Accrington Stanley producing a bit of a fight back. Accrington 2, Sheffield Wednesday 3. And Crawley, who've lost their last 6, are leading at Barrow, who are without a win in 6 in Cumbria. Barrow 0, Crawley 1. Latest from Villa Park, Masfaruqi.
Still goalless, but Tyrone Mings almost scored a few seconds into the restart. His header from a John McGinn free kick was palmed away though by Steele. Stephen Gerrard, by the way, ran out from the tunnel to his technical area before the second 45. I'm sure of demanding the same levels of energy from his players as they showed in the opening minutes, but still 0-0 between Villa and Brighton.
Forward ball to Ronaldo. Ronaldo in the penalty area, right-footed. Deflected behind for a corner kick. What a chance that was for Manchester United. Foster with a touch.
What a through ball. Donny van de Beek, that man again. He's come on, he's been the difference. He gets his head up early, he plays the through ball. Ronaldo's on it in a flash. And great save by Foster. He does enough to get it up and over the bar to give the corner away, but Donny van de Beek yet again.
It was just like a swish of the arm, and it took a deflection off part of the body of Ben Foster, who tried to make himself big. Corner kick comes in on the right-hand side, punched out by Foster. Manchester United now being inspired by the influential Van der Beek, because everything that Manchester United are doing, he's at the heart of it. It's 2-1 though to Watford. So Wolves are leading West Ham 1-0. That game that Maz is watching at Villa Park is the only goalless game in the top flight. Burnley 3, Palace 3, Newcastle 2, Brentford 2, Norwich 1, Southampton 1, and Wolves leading West Ham United, who've won their last 4 by a goal to 0. Watford still lead here 2-1. Wan-Bissaka, free kick though in favour of Watford, 30 yards out, and Ben Foster will just say to everybody, take your time, move forward, those yellow and black shirts, push up the field. Foster then strikes it. Emmanuel Dennis will give chase. Lindelof's under pressure. He turns away from Dennis and passes the ball down the line. Wan-Bissaka infield to Maguire. Matic now across towards Luke Shaw. There's a different feel about this Manchester United side second half, Alan.
Yeah, everything's just been intensified that little bit, and it was my one worry about Watford coming out in the second half. Can they keep that level up?
Ball played forward to Sancho. I know a couple who are heading to the Yorkshire Dales tonight. Their car is divided. You've got one half which is sky blue for Manchester City. The other half is red. And the mood, I'm told, was a little bit despondent at half-time. Nothing to do with going into Yorkshire. That's enough to brighten anybody's mood when you go into God's own country. But I'm sure that maybe now that there might be a smile appearing, because all of a sudden there is something to cling on to. Encouragement for Manchester United supporters wherever they are, whether it be the Yorkshire Dales or in the beautiful world of Ghana, if you're listening on the World Service, tucked away in somewhere like Takoradi.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I just said it's amazing the difference one goal can make. Everybody's confidence goes up that little bit higher. Everybody wants on the ball. They want to make something happen. They get the fans behind them, and then you never know, you can turn a poor performance into a good one in one half.
Ole Gunnar Solskjaer, what was it that Ed Woodward said earlier on this week when he was talking about the financial results? Our top priority is success on the pitch. Well, on Tuesday they have got the option to clinch progress into the knockout stages of the Champions League when they're away to Villarreal. As here is Feminier, his cross on the run though has drifted wide, but they've got to try and get back to a bit of consistency in the Premier League. And when you think that they've lost 4 of their last 6 in the Premier League, 4 defeats is as many as in their previous 40, then it's something what they need to try and get back to, as the Watford fans are reporting around Vicarage Road as a picture of Kevin Norman comes up on our screens. R.I.P. Kevin Norman here at Vicarage Road. Ball played forward, Ronaldo, good little intervention by Feminier. Again, he was looking for a late flag that never materialised. He clears the ball away. 2-1 to Watford. Here is Emmanuel Dennis picking it up. King's gone on ahead of him. Sissoko's inside. Sissoko holds on to the ball. Here is Loser. Back inside now to Feminier. And that warm moment for a super fan, Kevin Norman. The respects being paid to him, who sadly has passed away. He's never missed a game since the 1990s. Has just reinvigorated that touching moment here with the Watford supporters as they watch their sides come forward. They find their voices. They get a free kick, right corner of the penalty area, and it's Watford 2, Manchester United 1. Hull City lead Birmingham 2-0. Mansfield now leads Scunthorpe by 3-1. Nigel Clough's side maybe on course for a 5th straight win. Free kick though for Watford, right corner of the box here. They're attacking that Vicarage Road end of the ground, so they're playing from left to right, and there's a number of takers here. Cleverley's there, Loser, Messina. Walking away now is Emmanuel Dennis.
Just shows you how much these boys are putting into it. There's Feminier coming over to the touchline for a drink, possibly some sort of other drink to keep them going. They're putting that much effort into this game. That was my worry. Can they hold this out for the whole 90 minutes?
Well, there is a long chat between Messina, Loser and Cleverley, putting their hands over their mouths, making their instructions known. Very, very hard to see who is eventually going to take it. Messina now walks away. Cleverley look towards Ranieri. They want to make a change as well, and so Watford are making a change, and Nkulu is unable to continue. So whilst this change is made, we'll go to St James's Park. There's been a goal. John Bennett.
Brentford have taken the lead. Newcastle 2, Brentford 3. Frank Onyeka just after coming on, right-footed shot in the box, deflecting past Carl Darlow. Newcastle 2, Brentford 3.
And Nkulu is hobbling. The former Cameroon international is replaced by Nigerian international William Troost-Ekong, who comes on, and straight away he goes into the heart of it, right into that congested penalty area for this free kick. So Cleverley looks like he's going to take it. His left arm is aloft. Loser though hits it in low, takes a deflection, cleared by Bruno Fernandes. Watford still lead by 2-1. 5 live. Exeter lead Carlisle by 1-0 in League 2. Sarr picks up the ball. Wan-Bissaka goes in for a challenge. He catches Sarr. And the Watford players have reacted angrily to that challenge from Van der Beek.
My initial first thoughts were that it was a meaty challenge, 2 guys going for the ball. I thought it was fair. I thought there was nothing wrong with it, but it seems like the Watford players are not happy.
Sissoko was trying to urge Donny van der Beek to go and apologise. There's a 50-50 challenge as Sarr turns. It was firm, forceful.
Yeah, it was forceful, but look, for me, he won the ball there. He did put everything into it, and his follow-through, it looks like he's possibly caught his ankle, and that's why he's in so much pain, but I thought it was a fair challenge.
Sarr is still down. It's an opportunity for get an update from Maz Faruqi at Villa Park.
Still 0-0, but Villa think they should have a penalty in. Matty Cash running at pace into the Brighton box, had a coming together with Solly March. Anthony Taylor, though, not interested, waving the appeal away. Villa 0, Brighton 0.
Sarr is still down. We'll go to Carrow Road. Will Perry.
Well, it's still Norwich 1, Southampton 1. So much better from Norwich, who were outplayed in the first half. Rashica smashed an effort straight at McCarthy from just outside the box. Sargent had a deflected effort from Saliso out for a corner. Broha and Walcott on for Enialusi and Adams. Norwich 1, Southampton 1.
To Turf Moor, where there's been a goal fest. Gary Flintoff.
There has. 3-3 is the scoreline, but the home fans not happy here, and they feel that Joachim Andersen should have been sent off for pulling down Chris Wood, who was through on goal. And after that, Wilfred Zaha has been denied by a fingertip save by Nick Pope. It's end-to-end. Burnley 3, Palace 3.
Bradford City 0, Northampton 1 is the latest score in League 2. Preston 1, Cardiff 2 is a latest score in the Championship from Deepdale. So Cardiff have come from behind. Sarr is still down. We'll go to Molineux. Sohail Sahi
22 minutes played in the second half, Ian. It's still Wolves 1, West Ham 0. Much better in the second half, especially from Wolves. Podence had two efforts saved from Fabianski, and then he assisted Raúl Jiménez with his third Premier League goal of the season. Wolves 1, West Ham 0.
Only now, and very gingerly, is Sarr back onto his feet. There's been a goal in our featured game in League One. It's at the Valley. Ben Mundy.
It's Johnny Jackson's world, Ian, and we're all living in it. His caretaker reign thriving. Ben Purrington scored the winner last week. He's just got the first here this afternoon for Charlton, slotting in after the ball pinged around from a corner. It's Charlton 1, Plymouth 0.
Taylor Moore's been sent off for Hearts, and at Fir Park, Motherwell have taken advantage. They lead Hearts by 2-0 in the Scottish Premiership. There will be updates of the Scottish League Cup semi-final. Celtic St Johnstone into Sports Report, which is coming up with Mark Chapman at 5. The reaction from a busy afternoon in the Premier League, and don't forget that Mark is hosting Match of the Day tonight, 10:30 on BBC One. You can also have your say as well. 606 after Sports Report, 08085909693, the usual number. So that was a lengthy stoppage for Sarr. We're approaching the midway point in this second half. They're still down to 10. I don't think Sarr's able to continue. Watford are going to have to make the change. They still lead by 2-1. Shaw goes back. Matic in between the two central defenders. The fullbacks are pushed on quite high for Manchester United. Pale blue shirts playing from right to left. Sancho now picks it up, feeds it to Van der Beek. Van der Beek on the right hand side. Sancho's come short. Instead, he passes the ball back to Wan-Bissaka. Matic now strides forward to join the attack. Threads it forward. Cut out, though, by a sliding Messina. Van der Beek wins it back towards Matic. Hits it low. And it just bristles the side, netting it out for a goal kick. 2-1 Watford.
Yeah, it's really unlucky there. But Van der Beek has obviously made a massive difference to this Manchester United team. Everything that's good that's happening is coming through him. So they need to get him on the ball.
Watford are there being forced into yet another change. Juan Cucho Hernandez is the player coming on to replace Sarr. Reading have equalised at Nottingham Forest. Scott Down, the former Crystal Palace defender. Cheltenham have come from behind against the 10 men of Shrewsbury. Still yet to win away from home this season. 2-1 now in League One, and also in League One, Portsmouth have equalised at Fratton Park. Portsmouth 1, Wimbledon 1. You're up to date. 5 Live in the World Service from the BBC. Tomorrow, 5 Live Premier League Sunday. John Murray and Rob Green, your commentary team. Manchester City, Everton, to be followed by Tottenham Hotspur against Leeds United. Mark Chapman is back on Monday with the Monday Night Club and the Champions League next week. 5:30 start on Tuesday ahead of Villarreal, Manchester United. That's the early game at 5:45, to be followed by Chelsea, Juventus. And on Wednesday, Manchester City against Paris Saint-Germain. And Maguire there. Maguire could be in trouble. And Maguire is shown red, and Manchester United's problems intensify because Harry Maguire has been shown a second yellow card, and the Manchester United captain has been dismissed. There's no cupping of the ears this time. He trudges down towards the tunnel, and Manchester United are behind, and with just over 20 minutes remaining, they're going to have to come from behind with 10 men.
Yeah, I mean, it's an absolute nightmare for Ole Gunnar Solskjaer and his team. Look, he tries to be too clever and take on cleverly. He's tried to knock the ball to the side. He was never going to get round him. It was a poor decision. Just play the ball. It's a dangerous area yet again, and then he has to foul him. He has to just bring him down. Of course, it's a yellow card and he has to walk for that. But really poor decision making from your captain.
Manchester United are down to 10. Maguire dismissed. Free kick now to follow. Watford leading by 2-1. Messina is eyeing it up. It's just under 30 yards out. He leaves it, and in the end it was Dennis who hits it right-footed. He tried to place it over the top and behind off target.
Yeah, that was a wasted opportunity. Dennis, he doesn't get enough dip on that to bring it down. He should really be doing better from that range, but it was unlucky.
Here is Matic now to come forward. Matic back to Bruno Fernandes. Varane, of course, is still missing as well, so for Chelsea away next Sunday, they're going to have problems at the heart of their defence. Manchester United with Maguire's suspension, and Varane still out with that thigh injury. Here is Shaw. Going to have to do it the hard way with 10 men here at Vicarage Road. Dennis just skips out of the challenge of Bruno Fernandes, slides the ball forward. Sissoko feeds it now towards King. King inside the penalty area. He turns rather than having a shot at goal. Waits for some support. It arrives with Cleverley. Passes the ball back. Dennis shoots low. Hits Matic. Matic nicks it away. And then Matic gets the ball back. And now with Van der Beek, he feeds it forward. Intelligent ball. Nicely weighted. Sancho running forward right hand side. Watford though have 5 yellow shirts back to Manchester United's 2. And now they're joined by those pale blue shirts for Manchester United. Van der Beek on the right hand side again. He's picked out another good ball. Here is Ronaldo, hits it right footed and it's off target. Goal kick. Watford still lead 2-1. 19 minutes remain.
Yeah, I mean, it's unlucky. I mean, that's what Manchester United are going to have to look to. One of their stars to come up with a moment of brilliance. Sancho breaks down obviously the right hand side, gets it into Ronaldo, and he has a great opportunity there. Tries to go for power but just over the bar.
Bradford City have equalised at home to Northampton. That's 1-1 at Valley Parade in League 2, and in League 1 MK Dons 1, Burton 0. But how many times have we seen Van der Beek pick up the ball, and where Manchester United lacked penetration in the first half, he is finding passes, Van der Beek.
But that's what he's doing. He's very quick thinking. His football intelligence is very high, so as soon as he sees the opening, he plays the pass. He doesn't have to beat a guy with a step over and a trick. He just plays the pass, and that's what the likes of Ronaldo want.
The Watford supporters, who haven't really seen too many victories against Manchester United in recent years. In fact, they've lost 12 of their 14 encounters in the Premier League. Only their 2 wins in 2016 and 2019 have been here, but they're sensing another 3 points, which would take them a little bit further away from the bottom 3. Be a huge result for Claudio Ranieri when you consider that it would be his first win at Vicarage Road as manager since taking charge, and only leading by 2-1. Free kick in favour of Manchester United. 17 minutes remain of normal time. Let's get an update. England, South Africa in the rugby. Chris Jones.
South Africa 15. It's getting tight here. Pollard's missed 2 kickable penalties for South Africa, but he's nailed 1 to cut the gap to 2. The Boks have their new front row on. They're starting to win penalties at the scrum. Can England find their first half form, because South Africa are on top? England 17, South Africa 15. Almost an hour gone.
Matic is filling in as the central defender for the dismissed Harry Maguire, as the ball is played forward by Bruno Fernandes, carried up now the field by Wan-Bissaka, out to Sancho. Still not seeing him go past anybody today. Goes back rather than going forward.
But you know what that is? That's a lack of confidence. I mean, we've seen him last season, how well he was, how he just first thoughts go by someone. He's just not done that today.
And Martial running forward. I mean, while Van der Beek has been a noticeable difference since he's come on at half-time, we've hardly mentioned Martial for Manchester United. Bruno Fernandes passes the ball out towards Ronaldo. Ronaldo right corner of the area, enters the box, out towards Wan-Bissaka, cleared away by Messina. Out for a throw over on that far side. 16 minutes of normal time remain. Watford 2, Manchester United 1, Aston Villa 0, Brighton 0, Burnley 3, Palace 3, Newcastle 2, Brentford 3, Norwich 1, Southampton 1, Wolves lead West Ham United by a 0-0. Team news of Liverpool Arsenal, 5:30 kickoff. Juliet Farrington.
No Andy Robertson for Liverpool. That's the main Liverpool team news. He picked up an injury during the international break with Scotland. Jordan Henderson is on the bench. Mane, Jota, Salah the front 3. Tsimikas replaces Robertson. One change for Arsenal. It's Thomas Partey. He replaces Maitland-Niles, who's on the bench.
Regular updates from Jules into Sports Report and 6:06. Wickham lead Bolton by a 0-0 in League 1. Shaw on the half volley, hits the ball downfield. Cathcart heads it to Feminier on this near side, waits for the ball to settle, strikes it downfield now, and it goes out of play, and it's out for a Manchester United throw. 15 minutes remain. Both of these two sides coming into this game after the international break with just 4 points out of a possible 18. You might expect that from Watford. Newly promoted, back in the top flight as Fulham. They look like they could be heading back towards the Premier League. It's like a 7th straight win. In comes the cross. Ronaldo with a header just over the crossbar. Fulham are now leading Barnsley 3-0. There's been a sixth goal now at St James's Park. Who to? John Bennett.
An equaliser for Newcastle. Newcastle 3, Brentford 3. It's Alain Saint-Maximin. Ryan Fraser just on as a sub with a cross. Saint-Maximin far post with a volley and a brilliant celebration as well in front of the Gallagher end. It's Newcastle 3, Brentford 3.
Let's get news of that Fulham goal, Aaron Paul.
Fulham 3, Barnsley 0. Fabulous flowing move from right to left by Fulham. Wilson with the ball, and he found Neeskens Cabano with the most gorgeous scissor kick at the back post. Fulham going top of the championship tonight. Fulham 3, Barnsley 0.
Loser's second Premier League start has certainly been better than his first. He's got a standing ovation as he's replaced by João Pedro for the closing stages here at Vicarage Road. 13 minutes remaining. Let's get an update from Carrow Road. Will Perry.
11 minutes to go. Norwich 1, Southampton 1. Pookie denied a second by an outstretched McCarthy save at a tight angle. Dean Smith's side so poor in the first half, but you wouldn't rule out a winner late in the second. 1-1.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live. Shaw volleys the ball downfield. Cathcart. A lovely little touch by Ronaldo, and then he prods it into the path of Martial, left-hand side. 2-1 United trail. Martial, left-hand side of the box now, looks up. Van der Beek manages to squeeze it towards Ronaldo, and Ronaldo steers the ball in, but the flag is raised. It will go to VAR, but it's been ruled out. And there doesn't appear to be too many protests from Manchester United. Still 2-1 Watford.
No, there doesn't. Obviously, if Ronaldo thought he was going to be onside, he'd probably have his hands up in his ear going crazy, but he does well to cut inside. I think the ball from Van der Beek just plays him offside here. As we see, yeah, he's well offside, but still, good finish from him.
Well offside. Goal at Carrow Road, Will Perry.
I said you wouldn't rule it out. It's Norwich 2, Southampton 1 from a corner. Rashica, and there was the captain, Grant Hanley, with a header, which Alex McCarthy again should have really kept out, just like the first goal. But Norwich have the lead with 10 to play. Norwich 2, Southampton 1.
And that could lift them off the bottom of the table, and Newcastle United drawing 3-3 with Brentford would drop to the bottom despite that equaliser from Saint-Maximin. 3 apiece on Tyneside, 3 apiece at Turf Moor. 0-0 Villa Brighton, 1-0 to Wolves at home to West Ham United. We've just heard from Will. Norwich still leading 2-1, as are Watford here against the 10 men of Manchester United for what has been a extremely busy and entertaining Saturday afternoon, with the goals flying in left, right and centre. Ronaldo, little tuck back there of Cathcart, gets there, Cathcart then dives in, Ronaldo moves on the outside of him, he waits, back goal side is Cathcart, Ronaldo manages to cross the ball, it comes to Bruno Fernandes, he's hit the ball over the top, inside the D, without a goal in his last 12, settled himself, couldn't find the target, goal kick, Watford 2-1.
That was an opportunity right there and then, and you probably wouldn't fancy it dropping to anybody else other than Fernandes. He just gets underneath it, puts over the bar, but Ronaldo done unbelievably well. He uses his body first against Cathcart, a lovely little touch, breaks into the box, takes him on and cuts it back for Fernandes coming onto it, but poor finish.
Manchester United are looking at 1 win in 7 Premier League games. 4 points out of a possible 21 it would be, as Tranmere have fought back. Bristol Rovers 2, Tranmere 2, and it's Newport 0, Swindon Town 1. 2 latest scores in League 2. There's been a dismissal at Huddersfield in the Championship. Katie Smith.
Yeah, more bad news for West Brom. Their captain Jake Livermore shown red for a high boot when he came together with Fraser Campbell of Huddersfield Town. They still lead by a goal to nil here despite all of West Brom's pressing. 10 minutes left to go. West Brom trying to keep pace with the top 2 of the Championship. They trailed by a goal to nil.
And that would be 4 straight defeats away from home for West Bromwich Albion, who are losing touch with the top 2. Time running out for Manchester United. Matic has given the ball away, almost doing a Maguire. That's how Maguire got himself in problems with Cleverley. Lost out there with the ball to Emmanuel Dennis. They've conceded possession now of Manchester United, and Watford have it. Very relaxed.
You can't take risks like that. They've been doing it all afternoon, let's be honest. And Matic is the last man. He's seen his captain get sent off not that long ago for the exact same thing. Just clear your lines.
Ball played long, over the way it goes from João Pedro, rolled out now by David De Gea. Manchester United having to build from the back. Shaw, Matic, Martial trying the little fancy flick. Not the time to give that midway through your own half. Cross comes in from the right for Watford, out towards that far side for Dennis on the Watford left. Little step over, enters the penalty area, pulls it back. Sissoko can't get the ball out underneath his feet. Femenir joins the attack, right-hand side, level with the penalty area. Watford still lead 2-1, 9 minutes remain. Cleverly with a cross and turned behind by Wan-Bissaka. Another goal at Fulham. Aaron Paul.
Barnsley have one back. It's courtesy of Victor Adebayojo, who's just tapped in at the back post. Fulham still leading here by 3-1.
Dundee United lead Aberdeen by 1-0. In the Scottish Premiership, Bristol City 1, Blackburn Rovers 1 is the latest score in the Championship. Watford lead by 2-1. We've got 9 minutes remaining of normal time here at Vicarage Road. And Watford have a corner on that far side, the left, which Hernandez is going to cross to take, and he's in no real hurry. In comes the corner kick. Martial moves out of the way and it lets it run all the way out for a goal kick. But that, after that injury to Sarr, and understandably the sending off of Maguire, Manchester United have now struggled, haven't they, to try and find that rhythm that they had built previously.
Yeah, it's definitely dropped off. You're right, they had a really good rhythm about them after the, obviously, half-time, but circumstances dictate what happens moving forward, and it's just not fell in their favour. They've still had good opportunities, but they've not been able to take them.
Long trek from Cumbria to Devon, and Carlisle, without a win in 10, are going to be winless in 11, as Exeter City will go unbeaten in 20. Exeter City 2, Carlisle United 0 is the latest score. Watford are forward. João Pedro with the cut back on the right-hand side, manages to reach Hernandez, finds Emmanuel Dennis, who holds onto the ball, plays it short. Sissoko passes the ball back. Now out towards Hernandez on the left-hand side. Watford keeping the ball here. 7 minutes remain. Messina with a cross left-hand side. João Pedro with a dummy. Runs through to Femenir right-hand side and strikes Shaw full on in the face. And he goes down. And after suffering concussion against Manchester City, he drops, and at the moment he's head down in the turf, and quite rightly the physio very, very quickly on to treat Luke Shaw.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking. It's not ideal when you've obviously had concussion the week before to get hit with the ball in the face, but hopefully he'll be fine.
Hartlepool have got a goal back. Hartlepool 1, Forest Green 3. Another goal at Craven Cottage, Aaron Paul.
10 to go, and Fulham have a fourth. Fulham 4, Barnsley 1. Harry Wilson this time just latching on to the ball and just dinking it past Brad Collins. Fulham 4, Barnsley 1.
Darlow's going to be coming on here. What's your thinking here, Alan, bearing in mind that it's a right back going to be coming on? I mean, how do you think that's going to work? We don't know yet who's going off, obviously.
Yeah, we obviously don't know how it's going to work at the moment. We'll soon find out, but they don't want to be left short at the back. They've obviously got 7-8 minutes left, but you wonder if they might just switch to a 3 and then try and go for it and push everybody forward and try and get that goal, because they need something.
It's no longer goalless at Villa Park. Maz Faruqi.
And Villa have their first goal under Steven Gerrard. It was Ollie Watkins. He picked up the ball on the halfway line. He didn't need anybody else around the length of the half and fired it low into the bottom left-hand corner. Villa 1, Brighton 0.
Well, Shaw, despite getting back to his feet, they clearly the message was with Darlow that they weren't going to take the chances with Luke Shaw. So Darlow has come on for Luke Shaw, and common sense prevails. Corner kick for Watford in towards the near post. João Pedro heads it over near side of the 6-yard box, couldn't keep it down. Watford lead 2-1. We're going to Newcastle now. John Bennett.
It's Newcastle 3, Brentford 3. Newcastle should be ahead. Brilliant run by St Maximin from one penalty area to the other. Found Joe Linton, who slipped just as he was about to shoot. Fantastic game. Newcastle 3, Brentford 3.
In fact, it was going to be Wan-Bissaka who was coming off, so Darlow was going to replace him. And that was an awkward fall for Cristiano Ronaldo. Landed very, very awkwardly, jarring the base of his back. But we've got a little app, and it was Wan-Bissaka who was due to come off until that injury for Luke Shaw. Fleetwood have equalised. Simon Grayson's side level. Fleetwood 1, Morecambe 1, Rotherham 3, Cambridge 1. Update from Molineux, Sahel Sahi.
3 minutes to play in. Wolves still leading West Ham by that goal to nil. The goal scored from Raúl Jiménez. West Ham are pouring forward, but they're not creating anything. A shot plays over the top from Wolves, 6 yards away. Still Wolves 1, West Ham United 0.
The 10 men of Manchester United are trailing by 2-1. We'll round through we'll give you an update of all the latest scores. We'll go through the divisions very, very soon. Rattle through them as Matic hits the ball long. Femenir heads it away. don't wish to tempt fate from a Watford point of view, but there doesn't appear to be much threat from Manchester United in these closing stages. Understandably so, you may think, with the dismissal of Harry Maguire. So in the Premier League, it's Villa 1, Brighton 0, Burnley 3, Palace 3, Newcastle 3, Brentford 3, Norwich 2, Southampton 1. Obviously Watford 2, Manchester United 1 here, and as we've just heard, Wolves are leading West Ham United by a goal to nil as Martial loses out. Ball played forward by Cathcart. Josh King, who's gone central, stabs it back, played forward by Pedro, looking for Hernandez. Out of play it goes for a throw, which they want to take quickly, Manchester United, because we've got under 4 minutes remaining. But I would think, Alan, we've got at least 5 minutes of stoppage time with the injuries that we've had in this second period and the substitutions. Maybe 5-6 minutes should be allowed by referee John Moss. Ball swept forward by Bruno Fernandes to Ronaldo, controls it, coming in now for the right touchline. Ronaldo in field, cleared though by Femenía. The right back in a central area, hammers it away and out of play for a throw. Update the Rugby Union, Chris Jones.
Astonishing stuff from England. They've been beaten up all second half, but have just scored a sublime try. Joe Marchant scything through, the young scrum half, Rafi Quirk on hand to finish. England had lost the lead, but now they lead by 6. 13 minutes to go at Twickenham. England 24, South Africa 18.
Given the latest scores in the Championship, the full-time result, the early kick-off, was Sheffield United 0, Coventry 0. Bristol City 1, Blackburn 1, Fulham 4, Barnsley 1. Huddersfield still lead the 10 men of West Brom by a goal to nil. Hull 2, Birmingham 0, Middlesbrough 1, Millwall 1, Preston 1, Cardiff City 2, Reading 1, Nottingham Forest 1, Stoke 1, Peterborough United 0, Swansea 1, Blackpool 1. Blackpool have just equalised at the Liberty Stadium. 5 live in the World Service. The Watford supporters are trying to play their bit. 2.5 minutes of normal time remain. Manchester United have the ball inside their own penalty area. They go back to De Gea from Lindelof, plays it forward over the head of Darlow. Out of play it goes for a throw. Latest scores in League One: Accrington 2, Sheffield Wednesday 3. Charlton lead Plymouth, the leaders, by a goal to nil. Cheltenham 2, Shrewsbury 1. Crewe 1, Gillingham 0. Doncaster 0, Lincoln City 0. Fleetwood 1, Morecambe 1. MK Dons 1, Burton 0. Portsmouth 1, Wimbledon 1. Rotherham 3, Cambridge 1. Sunderland and Ipswich is goalless at the Stadium of Light, and Wickham lead Bolton Wanderers by a goal to nil. Watford keep the ball in play, and due to the sheer persistence of Josh King, he wins a corner kick. Superb forward play.
Absolute brilliant from Josh King there, showing his strength. Nemanja Matic tries to hold him off. King's not having it. Shoulder barges him, plays the ball off the defender, and it goes out for a corner. Brilliant play from him.
Corner kick to Watford. 2-1 they lead, 90 seconds of normal time remain. Great noise inside Vicarage Road. Corners work short. Pedro goes down the line, right-hand side, cleverly. Keep the ball down towards the corner flag. Try to win a corner off the legs of Van der Beek. And now it's tidied up. Bruno Fernandes and Sancho. There's been a late goal at Villa Park. Masparuki.
And it's the home fans celebrating. You can hear them. Tyrone Mings has knocked in at the near post after Brighton failed to clear their area. The scoreline flatters them, but it's Aston Villa 2, Brighton 0.
Thank you, Maz. Still no goals elsewhere in the Premier League. We'll rattle through the League Two scores in a moment. Computers on a go slow in front. Just got that whirring motion at the moment. Know how it feels on a Saturday afternoon. Watford coming forward. Hernandez plays the ball all the way back to Femenía. The game management from Watford's been very, very good, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's been excellent. Obviously, it makes it that little bit easier with Man U going down to 10 mil, but they're just holding on to the ball, making Manchester United move about the pitch, and they're doing really well. Thoroughly deserved this result, if I'm being totally honest.
Pedro running forward now against the 10 men. He'll go it alone. He's dragged his shot from the edge of the area wide, right-footed goal kick. And we're about to find out how much added on time there will be. And Jesse Lingard is being called forward now to replace Sancho. Jesse Lingard scored a late goal at West Ham United. Can he rescue something? 5 minutes of added on time. So he's replaced Sancho as predicted. 5 minutes of added on time, which we're now into. Wan-Bissaka slides into the challenge no, it doesn't go out of play on that far side. Here are the latest scores in League Two. Barrow 0, Crawley 1. Bradford 1, Northampton 1, Bristol Rovers 2, Tranmere 2, Exeter City 2, Carlisle 1, Harrogate 0, Salford City 2, Hartlepool 1, Forest Green 3, Leyton Orient 3, Sutton 1, Mansfield 3, Scunthorpe 1, Newport County 1, Swindon 1, Oldham 2, Port Vale 2, Stevenage 1, Colchester 0, Walsall 0, Rochdale 0. To the Valley in League 1, Ben Mundy.
Charlton heading for 3 points. Ian Connor Washington slotting in past Michael Cooper after breaking clear. It adds to Ben Purrington's opener. Plymouth heading for their first defeat since the opening day of the season. Charlton 2, Plymouth 0.
Hernandez pulls it back. Good save by De Gea to keep out João Pedro. Hit it first time from around the penalty spot. Straight out the Manchester United goalkeeper all in green, but he made the save. Sunderland have got a late goal. They lead Ipswich by a goal to 0. Watford are attacking. João Pedro scores! Hammers the ball in off the knees of David De Gea, and Watford get that deserved victory. They lead Manchester United by 3 goals to 1, down to 10 men, and the problems mounting for United and certainly increasing for their manager Ole Gunnar Solskjaer. Watford 3, Manchester United 1.
And it's exactly what they deserve. They've been excellent to a man on this day. They've been absolutely brilliant. And João Pedro, he had an opportunity. It was a good save, obviously, from De Gea. It gets recycled, it comes back, he gets slipped through again, and he just blasts it. It goes through his legs. De Gea, no chance second time round. They thoroughly deserve this 3 point.
Oh, they certainly do. Claudio Ranieri can celebrate his first win at home as a Watford manager. Said before that never before during his time at Chelsea, Leicester and Fulham has he lost more than 2 consecutive games, and the points surely are secure, although we're yet to restart, but we're waiting for the celebrating Watford players to make their way back into their own half, and the Watford supporters all around us are certainly celebrating. The 3 points are now secure in stoppage time. Full time at Carrow Road, Will Perry.
Norwich 2, Southampton 1. What a turnaround from Norwich, who have back-to-back Premier League wins for the first time since 2016. 34 games since they came from behind to win a game in the Premier League, and they are off the bottom. 3 points from safety. Norwich 2, Southampton 1.
Crewe 2, Gillingham 0 is the latest score in League 1. The Watford supporters are in full voice. They're looking for a ball play forward. Here is Emmanuel Dennis. He turns and he can't get past Bruno Fernandes after initially going past Lindelof. But the Manchester United supporters are trudging away. The empty seats are appearing in that end away towards our right-hand side. And that hope from Van der Beek, that goal 5 minutes into the second half, was not able to be built on. And then with Maguire sending off, something that they never really recovered from.
No, they didn't. And they did. They built up a head of steam at the start of the second 45 minutes, and you thought maybe they could get something out of this, but just individual mistakes and errors again led to the downfall, and obviously Maguire going off.
A winning start for Dean Smith and a winning start for Steven Gerrard, Maz Faruqi.
Yeah, he started his management career in the Premier League with a 2-0 win for Aston Villa here over Brighton. For long periods of the game, Villa looked quite flat, but Ollie Watkins and then Tyrone Mings turned the match on its head. 2-0 to Villa, it's finished.
Manchester United trailing by 3 goals to 1. Newcastle 3, Brentford 3. Martial picks it up. Martial with the cross from the left-hand side, headed out by Messina. Bruno Fernandes plays it short and forward. Lingard with the cross. Ronaldo going in, diving forward there was Foster. And Watford, by my watch, are seconds away from clinching the 3 points. And Vicarage Road is ready to party. But I'm sure the Manchester United supporters, as an effort could come in here from it. Dennis! And Dennis adds a fourth. That really is rubbing it in now for Manchester United. It is a wretched result. It's been a wretched performance. But for Watford, they've been absolutely marvellous. And they can celebrate 4-1. Where now for Manchester United and Ole Gunnar Solskjaer?
That is the question. Where now? And Watford they've been brilliant. Every single one of them have been fantastic. I mean, you actually think Hernandez is going to take the shot but then it gets taken off his toe. It's a great finish. It really is, Dennis. Wonderful strike into that side netting. Great performance. Every single one of those players out there have been absolutely tremendous.
As a former defender, Alan Hutton, describe Manchester United's defence this afternoon.
Honestly, it's been abysmal. That's the only thing I can really say. First half, it was shocking as well. Individual errors, giving the ball away, making it difficult for themselves, and even there, I mean, just do the basics well, clear your lines. No one's doing that.
He's going to get a yellow card, is Dennis, for taking off his shirt for the goal celebration. John Moss is about to show it. There will be very little time to restart. 6:06, I'm sure, and there indeed is the final whistle. 6:06 will be full of Manchester United supporters because Ole Gunnar Solskjaer wanted a response after the defeat before the international break to Manchester City. He didn't get one today. Watford put in the level of performance that you'd expect, and Manchester United trudge off after getting hammered by Watford 4-1.
Absolutely hammered, you're right. I mean, wow. Manchester United, we thought, come here, show a reaction after obviously the Derby defeat, and there was just, they went out with a whimper. We maybe seen 10-15 minutes before the sending off where we thought they could maybe get something from it, but they just crumbled in the end. Not good enough.
Not good enough. They were terrible in the first half. Watford deservedly led by 2-0. King and Sarr. Van der Beek got a goal back early in the second half. Maguire sent off, and then 2 late goals from João Pedro and Emmanuel Dennis. Watford 4, Manchester United 1 is the full-time score at Vicarage Road.
Alan, last time we did one of these at 3 o'clock, United were walloped at Leicester, and I think in Sports Report I asked you if they're a shambles. So I'm probably going to ask you the same question. I'll give you a bit longer to think of the answer before we come back later. Is that all right?
Yeah, but I don't need very long. That was absolute shambolic. I don't need that length of time this time.
Right. All full credit to Watford, who were magnificent this afternoon at Vicarage Road. They beat Manchester United by 4-1. Steven Gerrard's up and running at Aston Villa. They've beaten Brighton 2-0. Dean Smith is up and running at Norwich. They've beaten Southampton 2-1. And Eddie Howe has seen some attacking play from his Newcastle side, but John Bennett not the 3 points.
No, it's Newcastle 3, Brentford 3 at full time. Two teams in awful form, producing one of the games of the season. It was 2-2 after a breathless first half, and the frantic pace continued in the second 45. Brentford sub Frank Onyeka silenced St James's Park with a deflected shot to make it 3-2 to the away side. But with 15 minutes to go in a stunning atmosphere, Alan St Maximin equalised with a volley from a Fraser cross. Joe Linton should have won it for Newcastle, but he slipped in a great position. So 1 point to start the Eddie Howe era. Brentford's losing run is over. Newcastle 3, Brentford 3.
Back to Twickenham. What a game. Chris Jones.
Oh, what a game and what a finish we're in for here. England 24, South Africa 26, 5 minutes to go. South Africa have scored a try through Makazola Mapimpi after their maul did some damage. Frans Steyn has kicked them into the lead. England being killed at the breakdown, but England have won a penalty. Seer Khaleesi's gone to the sin bin for a dangerous tackle. It's 14-on-14. England have a line out on the South African 22 with 4.5 minutes to go, going right down to the wire. A proper Twickenham classic this. England 24, South Africa 26, but England in dangerous field position.
Sunderland have got a late second against Ipswich. Aidan McGeady from the penalty spot. They lead by 2-0. West Ham's runs over. Sahel.
Yeah, Wolves with the win and the points, Mark. Podence, the chief creator, and Jimenez with a lovely finish, enough to end West Ham's 4-match winning run. Wolves came out in the second half on the front foot. Podence twice denied by super goalkeeping, and then he turned provider, setting up Jimenez for his third of the season. West Ham, they lose out on the chance to go second. Full time, Wolves 1, West Ham 0.
Tyrese Campbell scored for Stoke. They lead Peterborough by 2-0. That's in the 6th minute of stoppage time. Oh, what a disappointment the second half was, Gary.
Well, Burnley 3, Crystal Palace 3 was the full-time score, but it was a fabulous game that neither side deserved to lose. Palace deservedly in front. Christian Benteke with his first of the game. Ben Mee equalised, then Chris Wood made it 2-1 to Burnley. Benteke scored his second just minutes later, and Palace were in front before the break. Mark Gehi finishing from 6 yards. But just after half-time, Mark, was the goal of the game. A perfect left-foot volley from Maxwell Cornet. The Burnley fans felt that Joachim Andersen should have been sent off for fouling Chris Wood. Zaha denied by Pope. Vidra denied by the fingertips of Whiter. He was absolutely breathless. Burnley 3, Crystal Palace 3.
OK, let's go into the Championship. Another good win for Fulham. Aaron Paul.
Absolutely. Fulham 4, Barnsley 1. Goals from Mitrovic, Carvalho, Cabana and Wilson will tell the story, Mark. But Fulham dominated the 3 quarters of this game, hitting the woodwork twice and firing a number of opportunities over. It's 9 defeats in 10 now for Barnsley, with a big job incoming for Poya Asbaji. Fulham, though, topped the Championship tonight. Fulham 4, Barnsley 1.
Let's next go to Huddersfield, where West Brom's dismal away record continues. Katie Smith.
Yeah, it ends Huddersfield Town 1, 10-man West Brom 0. They took the lead 6 minutes in through Luxembourg's Dan Alstanani from close range. Then it was almost all West Brom, but they just couldn't find the target. It went from bad to worse when skipper Jake Livermore was shown red late on. So a 4th successive away loss for them. 8 points off the top 2 now, while Town end the night a point off a playoff spot. It ends Huddersfield Town 1, West Brom 0.
Let's go into League One, where the leaders have been beaten. Ben Mundy.
Full time, what a cracker at the Valley, Mark. Johnny Jackson giving quite some audition for the manager's job at Cholton. It's now 13 points from a possible 15 as caretaker. This by far the most impressive victory, derailing high-flying Plymouth, who suffer only their 2nd defeat of the season. Connor Washington and Ben Parrington with stylish second half strikes. It's finished Cholton 2, Plymouth 0.
Five Live Premier League Sunday has commentary in Manchester City against Everton, followed by Tottenham Leeds. They're on air from midday. The lines are open for 606 08085 909 693. What an afternoon. It follows Sports Report, which is next.
Our universe is a place of infinite variety.
On BBC iPlayer.
In our quest for answers, we're venturing ever further from home, far beyond the planets and out to the stars. We've seen galaxies collide, black holes devouring star systems, and we may have glimpsed the origin of the cosmos itself.
Universe with Brian Cox. Watch all episodes on BBC iPlayer.
Good afternoon, I'm Mark Chapman. You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Live at just after 5 o'clock, and this is Sports Report. The headlines this Saturday tea time. On a day of new managers, is time running out for Ole Gunnar Solskjaer?
And Dennis adds a 4th. That really is rubbing it in now for Manchester United. It is a wretched result. It's been a wretched performance, but for Watford, they've been absolutely marvellous.
Steven Gerrard gets off to a winning start at Aston Villa as they beat Brighton. There are goals galore for Eddie Howe's Newcastle as they draw 3-3 with Brentford. Dean Smith begins life as Norwich manager with a win over Southampton. Burnley and Palace share 6 at Turf Moor. Chelsea win 3-0 at Leicester to go 6 clear at the top. Raul Jimenez scores the winner as Wolves beat West Ham. It's Liverpool against Arsenal in the tea time game, and Juliet Ferrington is at Anfield.
And this fixture has certainly produced the goals. Liverpool have won their last 5 at home against Arsenal, but Arsenal come here on an impressive 10-game unbeaten run. One change with Partey for Maitland-Niles. No Andy Robertson for Liverpool. Jordan Henderson's on the bench. Thiago comes in for him.
Fulham thrash Barnsley to go top of the Championship. It's a bad day for West Brom, who lose at Huddersfield and finish with 10 men. Charlton inflicted defeat on the League One leaders Plymouth. Forest Green Rovers stay top of League Two after beating Hartlepool. In Scotland, Hearts lose at Motherwell. Celtic play St Johnstone shortly in the first of the League Cup semi-finals. In the WSL, Manchester City put 5 past Aston Villa. In the Autumn Internationals, it's England 24, South Africa 26 in the last minute at Twickenham. Stuart Hogg becomes Scotland's leading try scorer as they beat Japan. Wales kick off against Australia at 5:30. England have a penalty. If they kick it, they'll go 27-26 up. Lewis Hamilton beats Max Verstappen to pole for the Qatar Grand Prix. Rachel Blackmore rides A Plus Tard to victory in the Betfair Chase. And Rory McIlroy has a one-shot lead at the DP World Tour Championship. Marcus Smith has kicked the penalty. It's England 27, South Africa 26, with 15 seconds on the clock. An awful lot to pack in between now and 6 o'clock, all after the classified football results with Charlotte Green.
The Premier League. Aston Villa 2, Brighton and Hove Albion 0. Burnley 3, Crystal Palace 3. Leicester City 0, Chelsea 3. Liverpool against Arsenal, late kick-off. Newcastle United 3, Brentford 3. Norwich City 2, Southampton 1. Watford 4, Manchester United 1. Wolverhampton Wanderers 1, West Ham United 0. Sky Bet Championship. Bristol City 1, Blackburn Rovers 1. Fulham 4, Barnsley 1. Huddersfield Town 1, West Bromwich Albion 0. Hull City 2, Birmingham City 0. Middlesbrough 1, Millwall 1. Preston North End 1, Cardiff City 2. Reading 1, Nottingham Forest 1. Sheffield United 0, Coventry City 0. Stoke City 2, Peterborough United 0. Swansea City 1, Blackpool 1. League 1. Accrington Stanley 2, Sheffield Wednesday 3. Charlton Athletic 2, Plymouth Argyle 0. Cheltenham Town 2, Shrewsbury Town 1. Crewe Alexandra 2, Gillingham 0. Doncaster Rovers 0, Lincoln City 0. Fleetwood Town 1, Morecambe 2. Milton Keynes Dons 1, Burton Albion 0. Portsmouth 2, AFC Wimbledon 1. Rotherham United 3, Cambridge United 1. Sunderland 2, Ipswich Town 0. Wigan Athletic against Oxford United postponed. Wycombe Wanderers 1, Bolton Wanderers 0. League 2. Barrow 0, Crawley Town 1. Bradford City 1, Northampton Town 1. Bristol Rovers 2, Tranmere Rovers 2. Exeter City 2, Carlisle United 1. Harrogate Town 0, Salford City 2. Hartlepool United 1, Forest Green Rovers 3. Leyton Orient 4, Sutton United 1. Mansfield Town 3, Scunthorpe United 1. Newport County 1, Swindon Town 2. Oldham Athletic 3, Port Vale 2. Stevenage 1, Colchester United 0. Walsall 0, Rochdale 0. Vanarama National League. Barnet 2, Torquay United 1. Boreham Wood 4, Maidenhead United 0. Bromley 3, Kings Lynn Town 2. Dagenham and Redbridge 0, Yeovil Town 1. Dover Athletic 1, FC Halifax Town 3. Eastleigh 2, Notts County 0. Solihull Moors 0, Chesterfield 2. Weymouth 1, Altrincham 4. Woking 1, Stockport County 2. Wrexham 0, Wealdstone 0. Premier Sports Scottish League Cup semi-final. Celtic against St Johnstone, late kick-off. Cinch Scottish Premiership. Dundee United 1, Aberdeen 0. Motherwell 2, Heart of Midlothian 0. St Mirren 1, Livingston 1. Scottish Championship. Dunfermline Athletic 3, Ayr United 0. Kilmarnock 0, Arbroath 1. Partick Thistle 1, Hamilton Academical 0. Wraith Rovers 2, Greenock Morton 1. Scottish League 1. Airdrieonians 0, Cove Rangers 2. Alloa Athletic 1, Dumbarton 2. Clyde 3, East Fife 1. Falkirk 0, Montrose 1. Peterhead 2, Queen's Park 1. Scottish League 2. Annan Athletic 1, Albion Rovers 1. Forfar Athletic 3, Cowdenbeath 0. Kelty Hearts 2, Stenhousemuir 0. Stirling Albion 1, Edinburgh City 2. Stranraer 1, Elgin City 0. Cymru Welsh Premier League. Barrytown United 1, Kevin Druids 0. Conisky Nomads 0, Penabont 1. Haverfordwest County 1, Carnarvon Town 2. And finally, in the FA Women's Super League, Manchester City 5, Aston Villa 0.
Thank you very much, Charlotte. We'll round up all the football very shortly, but let's just go to Twickenham. Remarkable game of rugby union, and England have won it. Chris?
England 27, South Africa 26. England have won one of their great victories. A Marcus Smith penalty with a minute to go has somehow won it for England. They were beaten up in the second half. Hemorrhaging penalties, killed at the breakdown, unable to win a line out, but just when it looked like South Africa were romping home, England scored a sublime try through Sale's Rafi Quirk. The Springboks responded and led, but then Smith's penalty won it. Drama at the end as a challenge on Freddie Stewart was reviewed, but England got the penalty. The Springboks not happy. This one will mean a lot to England and their players, though. They've hung on against the odds and gone some way to avenging the final at the World Cup 2 years ago. One of the best tests at Twickenham in ages. England 27, South Africa 26.
Reaction from Twickenham later on during Sports Report. 6:06 later with Robbie and Chris. 08085 909 693. The lines are open now. I'm kind of guessing they'll want to hear from Watford and Manchester United fans. Definitely Watford fans as well. This isn't all about Manchester United, is it, Ian Dennis? Because the home side, from start to finish, were magnificent.
Yes, they certainly were, and they'll deserve all the plaudits after a 4-1 victory against Manchester United. But the headlines will focus on one man, Ole Gunnar Solskjaer. And it was interesting at the end of the game, Mark, because after the final whistle, Solskjaer walked out onto the pitch. He walked up to the Manchester United fans and he held his hands up. And then just to his left, Bruno Fernandes was wagging his finger at the fans and then gesturing in a circle motion with his hand to himself and the rest of the players, as if to say, don't blame the manager, blame us. Well, those players in the first half were awful. Error-strewn, they were slack, second best to a Watford side who played with a real intensity. McTominay's clumsy challenge on King conceded an early penalty. David De Gea saved it. Feminine scored on the rebound, but it encroached into the penalty area. It was retaken. De Gea again saved from Sarr, but that warning went unheeded. King scored. Sarr struck a fine second. 2-0 at half-time. Just after the break, Van der Beek headed in to give United hope. They were last playing with a bit of purpose, but Harry Maguire was sent off for 2 bookable offences. Careless. Watford added 2 late goals, thoroughly deserved. But Manchester United and Solskjaer will now be facing the same questions as they faced just before the international break.
Alan Hutton alongside Ian for this. Alan Shearer with one eye on it for Match of the Day because he was mainly watching Newcastle. We'll bring him in just a second. Watford dominated, really, didn't they? Bar a 15-minute spell after half-time when Van der Beek had some influence, Alan. That was Watford's afternoon.
Yeah, I mean, Watford were absolutely brilliant, to be quite honest with you. They thoroughly deserved it from start to finish. Out with, I'd give Manchester United a 15 minutes after half-time. Donny van de Beek came on. I thought he made a difference for them, but all the plaudits have to go to Watford and what they've done. Their intensity was so high for the full, probably 90 minutes I'd give them. To a man, they were excellent. They really went about their business in a good and professional manner. And you just wonder, I mean, Manchester United, wow, such a poor performance off the back of what was a poor derby game also when you're looking for a reaction. So Solskjaer, he must be scratching his head and wondering what he needs to do to get this team going.
Alan Shearer, but they could have had more, Watford. I mean, they missed a penalty twice De Gea made 2 or 3 other saves. They could have easily had 6.
Should have.
Yeah.
There's no doubt about it. They really dominated. They wanted it more than Manchester United. I mean, I said on Match of the Day a couple of weeks ago that when you look at the attitude of the Man United players, that tells you what they think of the manager. So I was expecting a bit of a reaction today. Well, they got a reaction. It was even worse than what we saw before the international break. I mean, it was pretty embarrassing. Watford were all over them, deserved the 3 points, and they were much the better team.
Bruno Fernandes was right, Alan Hutton, wasn't he? Because look, all the pressure's on Solskjaer. All the talk is when will Solskjaer be fired. But if you were in that Manchester United dressing room, would you be ashamed?
I would if I was playing in that on that pitch today. I don't think many of them got pass marks. I think the least that you can give is 110% for the shirt and give your all. And most of them weren't even there. I mean, Martial came on in the second half and done pretty much nothing. So they have to have a good look at themselves in the mirror.
Well, I think Firmino won a tackle against Martial in the build-up to the third goal with a back heel.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. They have to give more. I mean, these are top-quality international players, and it's not good enough. They have to look at themselves in the mirror. Of course, sometimes you have to go out. The manager takes some of the blame, whether it be tactics or whatever. Sometimes in the first half, it looked like they didn't really have a plan or an outline on what they were doing. Sancho was out on the wing, isolated by himself. Michael Carrick's out there screaming at Fernandes to come over and play with him. It just seemed a little bit all over the place. But of course, the players have to take a right good look at the mirror and say, am I doing enough? Am I working hard enough for this team?
And the answer to that will be, for a lot of them, no, they're not.
Exactly.
But that's it. I mean, that is absolutely disgusting, though, isn't it? Where's personal pride? Whatever you may think of the manager, where's personal pride?
Come on, chappers. I think, football as well as what we do, personal pride.
I choose my moment to ask the innocent questions, Alan. I could have asked, if you score for England against Albania and run off cupping your ears to the crowd, is it best not to then get yourself sent off in the game immediately after for your club?
Well, it's best to not get yourself sent off. I certainly understand his reaction when you score for England, because it's a magical moment. I've been there myself, but then you've got to back it up with a performance in the next game, in the league game. Also, you've got to expect your teammates to try and help out as well, and there's none of that. There's no cohesion, there was no togetherness, there was no game plan. They looked all over the place, and there's obviously huge problems within the football club, within in the dressing room. Yes, you can point the finger at the manager because of a certain amount of things, but as a footballer, you've also got to go out there and give your all. And judging by performances this season, there's not enough Man United players doing that.
We had a discussion earlier on today, Ian Dennis, about Claudio Ranieri getting to know what formation might work for his team, what personnel might work for his team. Look, as we've discussed, United were abject, but this kind of result, given their up and down start under Ranieri, could be a real platform for them.
Yes, it could. I mean, they were fearing the worst, I think, Watford today. I spoke to an official ahead of the game when I arrived here at Vicarage Road, and I think they were expecting a reaction from Manchester United after what had happened before the international break, and they knew that the run of fixtures they've got, Leicester away, Chelsea at home and Manchester City at home, that they might have to take a couple of blows on the chin and then sort of like look to around Christmas time, knuckle back down again come January. So this performance will be a real fillip for them, and a real boost as well. The manner of the performance from Ranieri's side to get the 3 points, they were terrific today, and all the headlines will be about Solskjaer, but Watford thoroughly deserved it. They had an intensity, they passed the ball quick, they caused problems, they pressed, and they had a real edge about them, and Ranieri will be absolutely delighted after the two previous poor performances against Liverpool and Southampton here.
What pleased you most about Newcastle, Alan?
Going forward, they were a lot better, but defensively, same old problems. They were hopeless. Goalkeeper had a terrible game defensively, all over the place again. I mean, even with protection in front of that back five, they're not good enough. So when you don't have that protection and you want to play on the front foot and play more attacking football, you're leaving yourself even more exposed. And Newcastle was certainly that today, and they conceded 3. But they got a point, but it wasn't really a good result for them, and they find themselves at the bottom of the league because of Norwich's result as well.
But given the atmosphere that's been around the place over the last year, 18 months, given this lack of belief from the Newcastle fans in many ways that Newcastle weren't playing front foot football and they just wanted to be entertained to get them going, then that's a start.
It's a start, yeah, absolutely. I mean, scoring 3 goals is a start, but they've got to try and somehow tighten up at the back and get through until January. I mean, the gap is now 5 points, I think it is. Haven't won in 12. So yeah, he's got a big job on his hands. As I said to you this morning on Radio 5, is that they've got to try and get to January with not such a big gap in terms of still being in with a chance, so they can attract players to try and come and get them out of trouble in the second half of the season.
So if Arsenal lose at Liverpool, the studio atmosphere will be utterly miserable later.
we did say that earlier, didn't we? I'm just sat here with Righty now. He's expecting big things from his team in 5 or 10 minutes.
Right then, see you later.
See you later, thanks.
Alan and Ian Wright on Match the Day later, 10:30 BBC One. Let's get some reaction from Newcastle. Here's their captain, Jamal Lascelles, with Alistair Mann.
Did it feel a lot different from the previous match?
Yeah, 100%. Just our positivity, just going forwards really. Our intensity. We're on the front foot. Like I said, going forwards, I thought it was excellent today, and I thought it was good with our first pass going forwards. So yeah, it definitely felt different, and I'm pretty sure that for the people watching it seemed different as well.
How different is it to what you were previously trying to do and the way that you were working the ball forward, for example?
Well, now we've got a real clear plan of how we want to play, clear instructions. I think it's more front foot football. We're on the front foot. We're maybe being a little bit more brave, maybe a higher line, and trying to get after teams more. And I think I think we did that today quite a few times. We won the ball high up, and we created chances from it. So I think the manager's come in, and in the short notice, the short time he's had, he's implemented his philosophy really quickly, and I think the boys have adapted to it. And I think now, like myself as a defender and the rest of the unit, I think we need to look at what we could have done better.
So a point for Eddie Howe in his first match in charge of Newcastle, although he was doing it remotely because he was isolating because of COVID. For the other 2 new managers at clubs today, it was 3 points. We'll come on to Dean Smith and Norwich shortly. First, Steven Gerrard saw his Aston Villa side win 2-0 in front of Mas Faruqi.
Yeah, they beat Brighton 2-0, Mark. But for long periods of this match, Aston Villa looked very low on confidence and out of ideas. Remember, it was 5 defeats on the bounce for them before today, bar the opening few minutes when they looked brilliant, and then the final 6, and that was sparked the final stages by a lovely piece of individual play by Ollie Watkins. He picked up the ball on the halfway line and ran the length of the Brighton half before firing in. Brighton then chasing an equaliser left gaps at the back, and after failing to clear their area, they let Tyrone Mings in for a simple tap in. But the 2-0 defeat probably isn't one in truth they deserved, though it's now 8 in all competitions without a win for Graham Potter's side. Steven Gerrard is now only the 3rd of Villa's last 13 managers to win his opening game. The other 2, John Gregory and a certain Gerard Houllier.
Nice. Let's go to Carrow Road next, where Dean Smith saw his Norwich side win as well. 2-1 they beat Southampton. Will Perry.
Yeah, Southampton completely outplayed Norwich Chappers in the first half. Krul and his centre-backs peppered with shots, relentless attacks from the visitors who were kept getting in behind the Norwich fullbacks throughout. And you could hear the moans and groans from the home fans thinking, what are we watching here? Adams gave them the lead after 4 minutes. Questionable Norwich defending, poked through by Armstrong, and Adams allowed to scramble past 3 Norwich defenders and essentially pass the ball into the bottom right-hand corner. But that lead against the run of play really lasted just around 3 minutes. Pookie heading in and Aaron's cross from the right-hand side at his near post. McCarthy really should have kept it out, and Norwich were drastically better after the break. Cantwell was taken off, organised, they were resilient, not afraid to get forward, and their captain Grant Hanley stepping up, heading in the winner from a corner 11 minutes from time. Another McCarthy mistaking goal for Southampton. I spoke to Dean Smith a few minutes ago, we'll hear some of that later, but he's playing the wind down. He said it was got a bit of a smack in the face because he was paraded on the pitch before the game, and then just 3.5 minutes into it, they're 1-0 down. 34 games for Norwich it took to come from behind and win a game in the Premier League. Back-to-back victories in the Premier League for the first time time since March into April 2016. They're off the bottom of the table, 3 points from safety. The great escape is on.
They are off the bottom of the table. Let's do the table. Chelsea beating Leicester 3-0 at lunchtime. Wolves beat West Ham this afternoon. Burnley and Palace ended 3-3, and we'll go to Turf Moor shortly. Everybody's played 12, unless I say otherwise. Chelsea have 29. Manchester City 23 from 11. West Ham 23. Liverpool 22 from 11. Arsenal 20 from 11. Those two are about to meet at Anfield. Wolves are 6th with 19. Manchester United 17. Brighton 17. Palace 16, Tottenham 16 from 11, Everton 15 from 11, Leicester have 15, Southampton 14, Brentford have 13, as do Aston Villa and Watford. Leeds have 11 from 11, and then Burnley 9, Norwich 8 and Newcastle 6, and it's bunching up towards the bottom of the table. Let's go to Turf Moor then. Burnley 3, Crystal Palace 3. Gary Flintoff.
Well, this was a game that won't be first on Match of the Day, but perhaps it should be. Chances, goals, incident and VAR. It made a cold Turf Moor come to life, and Crystal Palace deservedly took the lead through Christian Benteke before goals from Ben Mee and Chris Wood gave Burnley a 2-1 advantage. There was still time though in the first half for Palace to level through Benteke, then take the lead through Mark Gehi. Conor Gallagher outstanding in his bright yellow shirt. After the break, the goal of the game, Maxwell Cornet with a left-footed thunderbolt into the roof of the net on the volley. After that, the Burnley fans felt that Joachim Andersen could have seen red for pulling back Chris Wood, who was through on goal. Wilfried Zaha was denied by the fingertips of Nick Pope and the crossbar. Mate Vidra in the dying seconds denied by the fingertips of Vicente Whiter. The big surprise was it stayed 3-3 for more than 40 minutes in the second half. But in truth, neither side deserved to lose. Sentiments echoed by the Burnley manager, Sean Dyche.
Yeah, exciting game. Even for me as a manager, I would have preferred a lovely, ugly 1-0. That would have done us nicely. But on the day, look, two sides making it quite clear their intentions, both going for it, both trying to win a game. We do that often, but it's not easy in the Premier League. But I thought both teams were today, to credit to both. The changes both teams made were both putting centre forwards on, both trying to affect the game. And both probably disappointed in goals against. Some soft goals for us, a couple of minor mistakes. And we didn't really get to grips with the game, particularly the first 20 minutes. We were subservient and for no good reason. And then we activated the second part of that half and then took it on in the second half.
Your side always shows character. I just wonder, the longer it went on at 3-3, did you always think there would be a chance? And when the chance came for Mate Vidra, did you think he would take that chance?
I think, well, first of all, yes, I believe that we'll score, and I always believe in them games we can take it on and win it. And Vidra's done a brilliant first touch. He's tried to place it. It's one of them, you can question him, but it's a great credit to the keeper. I mean, he's down fast, he gets a fingertip on it. It's a great save. Didn't quite get there today, but a lot of good signs again.
And just finally, you obviously know around and about you in the table there has been a lot of managerial change over recent weeks. Does today's performance show exactly why you are the right man for this job here at Burnley?
I don't worry about that. I just worry about trying to win games. Trust me. People can talk all they want about football. That's the way they go, and that's the business we're in.
Sean Dyche with Gary Flintoff. Let's head to Anfield. This is the tea time game. Gets underway in 5 minutes. Liverpool-Arsenal, Jules.
Yep, it's got all the makings of being a pretty good one as well. In the past 20 between Liverpool and Arsenal, they produced a total of 92 goals in all competitions. And just flicking through Jurgen Klopp's programme notes, he says tonight inside Anfield for a Liverpool versus Arsenal fixture has always been one of the best he's experienced since he came to the club. There's always a buzz around this game. He expects nothing less, given both teams are filled with energy, positive talent, and who come into each game with intent. And when you consider Arsenal were 15 places below Liverpool in September, they can go above them if they win here at Anfield tonight. Liverpool looking to bounce back, of course, from that defeat at West Ham that ended their 25-game unbeaten run. Arsenal looking to win here for the first time in 9 years since 2012. Party for Maitland-Niles in terms of Arsenal team news, just the one change. Liverpool have made two. Simicast for Robertson, and Thiago comes in for Jordan Henderson.
Thank you, Juliet. Fulham are top of the Championship. They have 41 points after they thrashed Barnsley 4-1 this afternoon. Bournemouth play tomorrow, so they've played a game fewer. They are at Derby. They have 40. Then West Brom have 32, beaten at Huddersfield today. Stoke have 31. They beat Peterborough 2-0. Coventry also have 31 after a goalless draw at Sheffield United. QPR complete the playoff spots. They have 29. They beat Luton last night. Derby prop up everybody else on -3. Barnsley on 11 after that defeat at Fulham. Peterborough and Hull both on 15. As I said, Peterborough lost at Stoke. Hull got an important win over Birmingham. Scottish League Cup semi-final weekend. Celtic are playing St Johnstone. Roddy Forsyth.
Yeah, we're 10 minutes into it here. Noisy crowd, as you can hear at Hampden Park. Celtic should be ahead. David Turnbull missing a peach of a chance, 10 yards out. He put it over the crossbar when it seemed easier to keep it down. St Johnstone, remember, uniquely in their history, won both knockout trophies last season, and this perhaps ominously is their 13th tie on an extended cup run. The Hoops, by the way, are all wearing number 10 on their shorts. That's a tribute to Bertie Auld, the Lisbon Lion who died earlier this week, and there was a great card salute on the right in the Celtic end by the Celtic fans to him. At the moment, though, it's scoreless between Celtic and St Johnstone.
A defeat for the League One leaders Plymouth this afternoon. They lost at Charlton. They have 36 points. Rotherham have 34. Another win for them today. They beat Cambridge. Wigan's game with Oxford was postponed. They also have 34, as do Wickham, who beat Bolton. Then come MK Dons on 31. They got a home win over Burton, and Sunderland are also on 31. They have the final playoff spot this evening. They beat Ipswich 2-0. Crewe prop up everybody else. They have 12 points, but they did beat Gillingham this afternoon. Doncaster have 13 after a goalless draw with Lincoln. Fleetwood are on 14. They were beaten today at home by Morecambe and down to 10 men in the process. Shrewsbury also down to 10 men and beaten today at Cheltenham. Complete the bottom four. They have 15 points. Back to the Autumn Nations Rugby Union Internationals. It's Wales against Australia. Sarah Orchard.
Yeah, and we're just underway here at the Principality Stadium, and Dave Rennie's Australia, they're staring down the barrel of a first winless autumn tour of Europe in almost half a century. Of course, Wales, they did get that win over Fiji last week, but don't be fooled, both sides in desperate need of victory. 4 changes for the Wallabies, with captain and talisman Michael Hooper out, so it falls to Pete Samu to fill the 7 shirt and prop James Slipper to skipper, while Wayne Pivac makes 7 changes to his Wales side. Wing Josh Adams, prop Thomas Francis, and back row Aaron Wainwright, all past fit to start.
The League Two leaders, Forest Green Rovers, won again this afternoon. They beat Hartlepool 3-1. They have 34 points. Exeter have 32. They beat Carlisle. Port Vale dropped to third on 29 after they lost late on at Oldham. Swindon also have 29 after they won at Newport. Northampton got a point at Bradford. They have 28. Leyton Orient have 27. They got a comfortable home win over Sutton. Harrogate complete the playoff spots. They have 26 points despite a home defeat to Salford. Scunthorpe prop up everybody else on 12 points after they were beaten at Mansfield. Carlisle also in the bottom 2 after that defeat at Exeter. They have 13. You're up to date with all the tables then in England with the Premier League and the EFL. Joe Critcher has the news, 5:31.
Listen on BBC Sounds. This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
Demonstrations against new COVID restrictions have been taking place across Europe. There were riots in Rotterdam last night, and tens of thousands of people have gathered in Vienna to protest against a new lockdown and the introduction of fines for anyone who's unvaccinated. It comes as the World Health Organization is warning Europe could see another 500,000 COVID-related deaths by March unless urgent measures are taken. The WHO says increasing the rate of vaccination and using face masks would save lives. Single-use plastics such as plates, cutlery and polystyrene cups could be banned in England. The government's launching a public consultation. More than 5 billion items are thrown away every year, with only 10% recycled. And Scotland has been hit by a second earthquake in less than a week. It measured 2.2 and struck in the Highlands just outside Roybridge. It was felt as far away as Edinburgh and Ballycastle.
BBC 5 Live.
The voice of sport. On Thursday evening, join 5 Live Sports Extra for live Thanksgiving Day commentary from the NFL.
Fires over the middle now, complete in traffic. What a play!
At 9:30, the Las Vegas Raiders head to Dallas to take on the Cowboys.
Looking to throw near side, caught! Touchdown!
Thanksgiving Day NFL. Listen on 5 Live Sports Extra and BBC Sounds. Sports Report. This is BBC 5 Live.
They're underway at Anfield, still goalless between Liverpool and Arsenal. Let's get some reaction from Vicarage Road. Watford 4, Manchester United 1. One of the home side's goal scorers was Josh King, and he's with George Cummins.
Oh, it was an amazing victory. We needed that, especially after what happened last time we played Arsenal before the national break. Obviously, everyone's been away now with the national team and come back this week, and we've had good training sessions, and we knew that we had to start aggressively. We watched clips of how Liverpool pressed them before the game yesterday and today, and we knew we had to be aggressive because they got quality players, and especially with Ronaldo in the team, anything can happen. So even when it was 2-1 up, we was a bit wary of Ronaldo. But at the end there, I think we just finished the game perfectly with the counter-attack and when they had to score. So amazing performance from the team.
It was an amazing performance, and for 90 minutes you were the better team, you were the dominant team, weren't you?
I do think so. We didn't give them much time on the ball every time that they had the ball, so we pressed very well, especially the front three and the midfield followed. I think second half wasn't as good as first half, but it was a good team performance, and I think we deserved the 3 points today.
Did you sense, because of the problems they've had and the results they've had, that they was there for the taking, and was that the reason for the aggressive start when you mentioned the Liverpool match, that when you watched Man United?
No, we watched the Liverpool game on how to press and to be aggressive, because if you give players like Bruno and Ronaldo and Jesse and Marcus Rashford time on the ball, then they're going to cut through any team. But if you give them no time on the ball, it's going to make it difficult for any good player in the world, and I think that's what we did down to the T today.
And just a word on Ole Gunnar Solskjaer. You know him well. It's not very nice to see what he's going through at the moment, is it?
No, he's one of the nicest guys in football and always has been, and he's done amazing things and done amazing signings for this club, and I wish him all the best, and hopefully he can turn it around. I'm just glad he didn't do that today.
Josh King with George Cummins. You'll hear from Claudio Ranieri a little later on during Sports Report. Let's go to Carrow Road next. Norwich fighting back to clinch a first home win of the season against Southampton. Dean Smith's first game in charge, of course, and Will Perry has been talking to the new Norwich manager.
Dean, football cliches are only football cliches because they've stood the test of time, and today was the ultimate tale of two halves, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. I mean, Southampton were by far the superior team in the first half. We ended up just dropping into a low block for long spells of the first half and didn't engage them quick enough. We allowed the switch of play, which is what we'd spoke about. We'd spoke about our fullbacks getting out on the switch of play, and they didn't. And we kept getting overloaded on the outside. We managed to get a couple of messages on, and a couple of times we'd worked it out, but it just wasn't quite good enough. In the second half, I thought it was a lot better. We went engaged a lot higher up the pitch, and the lads got their rewards in the end.
Go on, be honest. What were you thinking? Because you got introduced to the crowd, the place was absolutely rocking, and then 4 minutes later you're 1-0 down.
Yeah, I was thinking 2 weeks ago Southampton scored after 3 minutes against my Aston Villa team at that time. But we got a goal back quite quickly, which was good for the players, good for ourselves, and good for the crowd, just to calm them down in a little bit. It was a good ball from Milo and a great header from Timu. The response is always going to be the big part, and I thought we got that. I thought we just played on the front foot in the second half and went and played in their half and created some good opportunities. I'm pleased it came from a set piece, because it will show all the lads how important they are. They can win and lose your games, but to come back from a goal down in this league's very rewarding. It gives us belief, but it's a building block. That's all it is. We'll just take one game at a time at the moment, and he talks about cliches right at the start, and that's what it'll be.
A satisfied Dean Smith, I would imagine a very satisfied Claudio Ranieri, live now on Sports Report with George Cummins.
Thanks, Mark. Yeah, we're very satisfied, Claudio Ranieri. Claudio, how brilliant were your team today?
Yes, it was a fantastic performance. In the first half, we were perfect. Second half, we considered some good chance to Manchester, but we know Manchester is a great team, and we were very, very satisfied at the end of the match because we didn't scared about it. We continued to attack, we continued to press. At the end, we won the match.
Very aggressive from the start. Josh King said that you watched Man United in recent weeks and you made that count, didn't you? Because the team was so aggressive straight from the off.
Yes, I told to my players we can win or lose or draw, but it's not important. It's important that I see my philosophy in my players. And they made a very good performance, but after also the result is important. 13 points are very, very important for us because 10 points were a little scared. No, about it, but that is the million stone to start to do something good.
Big wins at Goodison Park here against Manchester United. You must be very confident that you can keep Watford in the Premier League now.
Yes, no, I know it will be a battle until the end, but of course I want to achieve 40 points as soon as is possible.
And I just saw you checking your phone. Was that a message from Elton John, possibly congratulating you on the win?
He doesn't have my number.
You just had a chat with Ole Gunnar Solskjaer. Can I just ask what you say to him?
No. In this moment, it's much better stay calm. That is football. It's important to understand. Manchester is a very good team. It's a fantastic team, and very soon they change the way.
Thanks very much. Congratulations on the win.
Thank you.
Lovely. Claudio Ranieri with George Cummins. Chelsea are 6 clear at the top. They beat Leicester 3-0 in the early kickoff. Antonio Rudiger, N'Golo Conte and Christian Pulisic got the goals. There was an assist each for Ben Chilwell and Reece James, and Thomas Tuchel has spoken to Guy Mowbray.
Thomas, scale of 1 to 10, how pleased are you with that performance today?
7.5. I will never give a 10 for sure. No, it was a good performance and an excellent result. We started very strong. The whole first half was a very strong performance. We could have been more clinical, more precise, a bit less hectic in the last third to create even more chances or to convert the chances better, to have the third goal a bit earlier. I mean, okay, we're talking now about the third goal in an away game in Leicester, but it was possible and would have decided the game. So you're constantly a bit like worried because anything can happen. You can lose the momentum. The crowd can come back with one deflected shot or one set piece. But the third one decided the game. There were chances. We created more chances and we were like very, very focused. We defended very well. And with the overall performance attitude, I'm very happy.
2 of their last 9 is all that Leicester have managed to win in the Premier League now. Here's Brendan Rodgers.
Chelsea were outstanding in the game, I felt. Started the game, obviously we gave them a goal in the first goal, and then obviously that gains the confidence, give away a disappointing second goal. Yeah, I didn't think we started the game with the belief that we would want. You need to have that physicality against Chelsea as well as that technical ability, and we didn't show that in the first half. So, yeah, the best team won. They're an outstanding team, and they deserve to win.
It's a big week, Legia, then Watford. What needs to change? What needs to be better in those games?
No, listen, we're not playing at the top of our game, that's for sure. I think this season is where we've been for a couple of years. The team's been at a really high level, and naturally, because of where the team is and the confidence a little bit low, then it's my job to continue to try and build the players back again to the level at which we know we can play at.
Brendan Rodgers. Let's go to Anfield. Any sign of a breakthrough? Juliet Farrington.
At the moment, Liverpool are knocking the ball around, but Arsenal aren't giving them an inch in this match. We've played 11 minutes so far. It's Liverpool 0, Arsenal 0. We just had the one effort on goal through Mo Salah. 4 minutes. Thiago played the pass that gave Salah the opportunity, but he put his shot rather weakly and drifted the ball wide of the target. So Anfield here in the 12th minute, Liverpool 0, Arsenal 0.
Back to the Scottish League Cup semi-final between Celtic and St Johnstone. Roddy Forsyth.
Midway through the first half, it's still scoreless here at Hampden Park. St Johnstone took a battering for a quarter of an hour, but they've come out and now are looking more adventurous and very nearly scored when Joe Hart allowed a pass back from Welsh to run across his penalty area. He didn't spot Witherspoon coming in on top of him. When he did, he battered the ball against the St Johnstone player and it just went by the outside of the post. If it had been in the middle of the goal, it would have been a goal. As it is, it's Celtic 0, St Johnstone 0.
Let's get more reaction now, and we'll go to Aston Villa. They've beaten Brighton by 2-0. Steven Gerrard's first game in charge, of course, and he's been talking to John Akers.
Feels really good. It's the result we dreamt of, if you like. So it's a perfect start for us, but now we've got to go and prove we can back it up. I'm really pleased with the clean sheet. Everything we asked the players to do, they've done it. And I think we deserved it because how we finished the game. Brighton had a lot of possession, but in the areas we wanted them to have the ball. So yeah, really pleased with the players, really proud of them. But it's only a good start. We need to go and back it up now.
Is it a significant moment to get that win as well with those late goals in your first game?
Well, look, we've lost 5 on the spin, and you could tell at times the crowd were a little bit edgy today, which is understandable. The players at times were maybe a little bit edgy, but I think the way we finished the game, I thought the subs brought a lot. Ashley Young brought fantastic experience. Bailey, Ghazi, they brought quality, and we looked so dangerous in the last 10 minutes of the game because Brighton fancied it and they were pushing, and we went and hit them on the break a couple of times, and we could have went and scored another one with Leon. So we know we've got firepower, we know we've got talented players. We just need to get the balance right to defend our goal, be organised, get the structure right, and we'll hurt teams.
And the last time we spoke to you on Match of the Day, you'd have been a player. Can you compare those two feelings today as a manager leading that side in the Premier League and with Liverpool as a player?
Not in a every place being a footballer. That was the first dream. That was the only thing I ever wanted in life. But my career's gone. I need to move on. I have moved on. Now it's about me giving these players support and trying to help them and try and change them, change the mentality into becoming winners, and that's what I want to do.
Stephen Gerrard with John Akers, 6:06 on the way. So Robbie and Chris, I want to hear from Villa fans. 08085 909 693. Another win for Wolves this afternoon, and they put an end to West Ham's great run. Sahel Sai.
Yeah, disappointing day, Mark, then for a West Ham side who were on a 4-match winning run and with the possibility of climbing above Manchester City into second. They just never got started, or maybe it's fair to say that Wolves never allowed West Ham to get started. The only goal, that came after 58 minutes, and it was superbly crafted. Worked from back to front with Daniel Podence, the chief creator, and Raul Jimenez with a lovely strike, pushing it past Lucas Fabianski. Wolves 1 defeat in 7, and the good times seem to be coming back to Molineux.
Thank you, Sahel. Lewis Hamilton will be on pole for tomorrow's Qatar Grand Prix. Jack Nichols is there for us in Doha.
Hamilton absolutely blitzed Verstappen under the floodlights in Qatar, more than 0.4 of a second faster than his title rival, with his teammate Valtteri Bottas third. Crucially for Red Bull, Sergio Perez, Verstappen's teammate, could only start 11th on the grid, so it looks like a fight between Hamilton and Verstappen again for the win. In Brazil, Hamilton came from the back of the grid to take the victory, so starting from the front, he should be in a strong position.
I started off feeling pretty good the Q1, and then it wasn't as easy to get the laps together in end of Q1 and into Q2. I think was still okay, but I was only very, very close. But I think right at the end I managed to fix, it was sector 1 particularly was a little bit down, and I fixed that in the last lap, and the rest of the lap was beautiful.
Lewis Hamilton, and you'll be able to follow the Grand Prix tomorrow across BBC Sport. At Haydock this afternoon, A Plus Tard made a stunning return in the Betfair Chase. John Hunt was calling them home.
This is the Gold Cup runner-up from last year, don't forget. And A Plus Tard is handing them a thorough beating if they get over the last, which they do. And A Plus Tard now onto the run-in from Royal Pagaille. Impressive is not the half of it.
Well, such was A Plus Tard's total domination of today's feature race. He was immediately installed as the clear favourite for the Cheltenham Gold Cup in March, a race in which he finished second last season. With Bristol de Mai looking for a record-equalling 4th victory in the race, running below par and eventually pulling up, A Plus Tard sauntered to a devastating 22-length victory over Royal Pagaille and outside a Chatham Street lad. With Rachel Blackmore, last year's Grand National winner and leading jockey at the Cheltenham Festival, now dreaming of more big race success.
Yeah, it was a fantastic performance. Such a classy horse, and jumped fantastically. He felt superb. No, I was happy everywhere. It's not often they're that straightforward. You know, you only have to look back at what he's done, and you know, it wasn't his day in March, but you know, he's proven today that he's extremely good. Very special to me. He gave me my first ever Cheltenham winner. Couldn't have done any better.
A Plus Tard will now run in the prestigious Savills Chase at Leopardstown over Christmas. His trainer Henry de Bromhead, with an embarrassment of riches at his County Waterford stables, also stated that his Gold Cup winner Manila Endo is still a possible runner in the King George VI Chase at Kempton on Boxing Day. Colin Tizard's Lost in Translation could also be heading to Kempton after a significant return to form this afternoon, winning Ascot's 1965 chase in really good style, whilst potential star novice chasers Brave Man's Game and Bob Ollinger also enhanced their burgeoning reputations with comfortable victories at Haydock and Gorham Park.
Still goalless at Anfield between Liverpool and Arsenal. Plenty of updates for the rest of Sports Report and during 6:06 with Robbie and Chris. Let's return to Vicarage Road. A thumping for Manchester United this afternoon. Beaten 4-1 by Watford. David De Gea also saved a penalty as well as a couple of other Watford chances. It could easily have been 6 or 7. He's been talking to Chris Wise.
David, how do you begin to reflect on another very disappointing day for Manchester United?
Well, I think it's easy. I think it was embarrassing for me, to be honest. The way we played today, the first half, it was very, very poor. We could concede 4 goals just in 45 minutes. So that's not acceptable, I think, for this club, for the level of the players that we have. So yeah, it's another nightmare. It's been difficult through the years, but to be honest, I don't know what to say.
Is this one of the lowest moments you've felt in terms of your whole career?
Well, I've been through difficult moments in this club, to be honest, for a long time. But at the moment, we are in a very difficult situation. We don't know what to do with the ball. We don't know how to defend properly. We are conceding a lot of goals. So, yeah, it's a horrible moment. Yeah.
The killer question is why? Why is this happening? Why can't Manchester United get it right?
Don't know. Probably it's easy to say the manager, but it's tough. But the ones who are on the pitch is the players. So the ones who have to score goals are the players. The ones who have to fight on the pitch are the players. So we need to look at ourselves one by one and give more for the club, for the fans, for everyone. So it's difficult to say what. So why is our performance like this? So I don't know what to say.
Let me just repeat a couple of lines that David De Gea said in that interview then. We don't know what to do with the ball. We don't know how to defend properly. 08085 909 693 to talk to Chris and Robbie, who are on their way in around 15 minutes' time. Let's switch our attention to what happened in the EFL today. Fulham have gone top of the Championship. They beat Barnsley 4-1. Let's hear from their head coach, Marco Silva.
I think apart of the first 10 minutes of the game, after we start to play our game, playing our way, to create chances from the left, from the right, inside, between the lines, we start to create some problems to them. Of course, after the 1-0, when we start leading the score, that a little anxious that to some players they showed until that moment, everything went out, and after we start to express ourselves on the pitch in the way you like to do it, and some very good moments of football. Second half, some very, very good moments again, more second than the first. Some moments we scored, something that we planned, something that we practice on the daily basis, and when I can see that the players they can do it on the pitch again in the match day is fantastic for us.
Bournemouth play tomorrow against bottom club Derby, but Mark Clement, we were talking pre-match, weren't we, about how the top two are pulling ahead, even more so actually after West Brom's defeat today.
Yeah, strangely prophetic, Mark, wasn't it? We've got to be very careful here, haven't we, because they're in such invincible form. We could have nothing to talk about in this slot between now and the rest of the year. I mean, it's Fulham's best run of form, winning runs for over 21 years. Compared to 2 years ago, they're 9 points ahead of where they were, and Mitrovic has scored another 8 goals. And you're absolutely right. And part of this equation is obviously West Brom's away form. That's a 4th consecutive win. They're away at Blackpool during the week, and it's creating this enormous gap already. And the pack as well is getting interesting. I don't know if you've got the table in front of you there, but 3 points from 3rd to 6th. West Brom, Stoke, Coventry. So
we would still have stuff to talk
we're
about.
fine,
and,
okay.
And there's 6 points
I'll
between West Brom in 3rd to Blackpool, who are 10th. So there's that's all bunching
okay.
up.
I wasn't trying to spoil it for the kids. You know what I'm saying.
Stoke are 4th. Stoke are on a good little spell. 3 consecutive wins.
Yeah, I spoke to Michael O'Neill this week. It was his 2nd anniversary, I think, on the 8th of this month, and he's done a lot of the clean-up work and probably benefited from what had gone before and expectations slightly dropping, and inherited this huge flotsam and jetsam squad of all sorts of people's players. He's tidied them up, he's cleaned them up, he's got them in some cohesive order, and they're trying to stick to the profit and sustainability rules that, again, you and I were discussing earlier. They were one of the ones I was talking about, that's trying to stay within the rules, you know, and they're benefiting.
Big win for Hull, actually. That takes them out of the bottom three.
Well, you know, it does, doesn't it? What is it? Two wins in their first, I think, 16 games, and then 2 in a row. Honeyman on the score sheet, second consecutive weekend. You know, it's good, isn't it, that teams can turn their form around, that for whatever reason, owners are a little bit more patient. Obviously, the club owners have said they're in discussions with another party to get rid of the club. Maybe that's the reason why they gave Grant McCann a stay of execution. Suddenly, there's a little turnaround on the hand, although obviously quite concerning for Peterborough, whose away form is truly yucky, is it not?
Plymouth's unbeaten run comes to an end in League One. I find Rotherham fascinating in League One, because you could talk about Norwich being a yo-yo club in the Championship and Premier League, or do the same with Fulham or West Brom. Rotherham are the equivalent of League One, the League One Championship yo-yo club. Yeah,
and I mean, you must have encountered him many times. I love talking to Paul Warne.
Great interviewee.
And he's almost got I don't mean he doesn't care when I say laissez-faire, but he's got that distance you get with a bit of maturity that says, I do what I can with what I've got to the best of my ability. And if it isn't good enough, at least I tried really, really hard. And if you think about his track record, took over the club, couldn't prevent them from getting relegated, brought them back, they got relegated again, brought them back, they got relegated again. And now he's on another run, having lost 2 or 3 key players at the end of last season, off the back of a dreadful run. I mean, that really doesn't happen in the modern era, that kind of level of loyalty, let alone that you can lurch from absolute despair one season to such brimming positivity the next. So, very good.
Big win for Crewe today, although they still stay bottom. They beat Gillingham 2-0. And League Two, the top of League Two is a South West hotbed.
Yeah, indeed. Well, I think the South West per se, although obviously Plymouth lost today. Listen, Exeter on one heck of a run, aren't they? Jake Caprice with their winning goal today, his first ever goal. In this week, obviously, when they had this misdemeanour with this 6th substitute in the FA Cup. I still don't know whether they are unbeaten in 19 or 20.
So to put an asterisk there, don't you?
Yeah, well, exactly. But anyway, well done to them. It's a heck of a run they're on. And not such a great day for Carlisle, though, to have to make all that distance way back up the motorway, is it?
Yeah, having dropped into the bottom 2. Mark, thank you very much. React to all the EFL action with Robbie and Chris, who are on the way. Let's go back to the Rugby Union, Wales, Australia. Sarah.
It is Wales 6, Australia 10. We've got 21 minutes on the clock, but Australia are down to 14 for the rest of the match. A red card for Wallabies number 8, Rob Valentini. That was for head contact with Adam Beard, who's had to be replaced as a result of that collision by Ben Carter. It had been an early try for Australia wing Andrew Kellaway. He was named as the World Rugby on the list of nominees for Breakthrough Player of the Year this year. He got on the end of a really nice grubber from Pasami and the conversion then from James O'Connor. He's also slotted a penalty, followed by 2 penalties by Dan Biggar. They're actually reviewing a decision now that could even be another yellow for Australia, but as it stands on 22 minutes, it is Wales 6, Australia 10.
Now, earlier on, Stuart Hogg broke Scotland's all-time try-scoring record when he got his 25th in their 29-20 win over Japan. We can hear from head coach Gregor Townsend.
What a brilliant moment. He didn't have to wait long to break the record, having equalled it last week. And I read a nice article in the programme today from Tony Stanger, who shared that record. It's lasted 100 years, almost 100 years. So brilliant. Our captain was able to break that today.
I don't know if it will last too much longer, the way Doohan's going, but a great moment for Stuart. Just lastly from me, Gregor, it's the end of the campaign, 3 wins from 4. It's the last test match of 2021. You've had some big moments in this calendar year. Where do you assess where you are now, how far you've come in this year and how you're set up getting into that Six Nations?
We certainly introduced more players into our squad, 12 new caps, which would be unheard of. And we've seen players thrive in our environment, thrive when they've had their opportunities to play. We've developed further. We've tried to take a defensive game on, get a bit more extra out of defence, is something we're still working on. And also we've got lots to improve. Lots to improve when we play teams of a similar philosophy and strength as South Africa, which we'll get in the Six Nations, we'll get in our next game here against England. So every game, or every time you play, it's not going to be perfect, but we feel that the players are working so well together. So we can't wait to get them back together in a couple of months' time.
A few other stories around. Manchester City boss Gareth Taylor says they're still not out of the woods despite thrashing Aston Villa 5-0 in the Women's Super League. Rory McIlroy regained the lead at the DP World Tour Championship. A third round of 67 puts him one ahead of England's Sam Horsfield. Joe Salisbury has become the first British man in history to reach the doubles final of the ATP finals. Salisbury and Rajiv Ram beat the world number one pair of Nikola Mektic and Mate Pavic in the semi-final in Turin. In the Northern Ireland Premier League today, Ballymena United 0, Carrick Rangers 1, Crusaders 0, Glentoran 1, Dungannon Swifts 4, Portadown 2, Linfield 1, Cliftonville 0, Warren Point Town 0, Glenarvan 3. Back to Juliet Farrington at Anfield.
And when I said that this game was sure to produce some goals tonight, we haven't seen one yet. It's Liverpool 0, Arsenal 0. We're approaching the half-hour mark here at Anfield, and it's because Arsenal are doing such a good job off the ball. They are closing Liverpool down, which obviously means we're yet to see anything from the front three producing goals tonight. We've seen a couple of chances for Liverpool. Mo Salah with a weak effort, and Van Dijk has headed over. A really good chance on 17 though for Arsenal from Saka. Tomiyasu providing the cross. It was a brilliant ball, but Oxlade-Chamberlain got there first to beat Saka to it and steer the ball away. Liverpool seeing a lot of the ball, but as I say, Arsenal doing a lot of work off it, and that's why it's Liverpool 0, Arsenal 0.
Thank you, Juliet. Australia down to 13 in that game against Wales. Curtly Beale in the bin. They're already down to 14 after getting a permanent red card. I also think Wales may have just gone over for a try as well. I'll confirm that to you shortly. Whilst we wait for that, let's get some more reaction. We're going to go to Molineux next. Wolves beating West Ham thanks to a goal from Raul Jimenez, and Bruno Lage has been talking to Mark Scott.
Bruno, a narrow victory by 1-0, but do you think you fully deserved the win?
Yeah, I think it was all the players did everything we planned, so I'm very happy. I said a few minutes before the game, I said to the players, look, what I want today, it's very simple. Give the emotion for the fans, or the same feeling that you give me to me. The way you work, especially on Thursday, I went home very happy, so today I want you to go there inside of the pitch and pass that emotion for the fans, because football is about that, and they did what they did today. It was very good, and I think we deserve the 3 points.
Very nice winning goal as well. Well worked between Daniel and Raul, and a great finish.
Just not about these two players, because I was watching the game, and we start the goal with from the goalkeeper, from José Sarr. So that's the dynamic I want to create with this team. I think we need to play with the ball, because we can control more the game, and that's the point.
Bruno Lage, and you'll hear from Ole Gunnar Solskjaer shortly. Back to Roddy Forsyth.
And it's 2 minutes or 2.5 minutes from half-time. Still scoreless here, but at the few moments ago, Chris Kane coming closest for St Johnstone with a shot from 22 yards that beat Hart but just skipped past the far post. Closer than we might have expected. Goalless just before half-time.
And we'll end Sports Report this evening with Ole Gunnar Solskjaer after Manchester United's 4-1 defeat at Watford. He's been talking to George Cummins.
Ole, a horrible afternoon for you and your team. How do you explain that performance?
It's difficult to explain, but of course the first half was so below the standards that these players have set for themselves over the years. We're in a very bad moment. We have no momentum, probably lack of confidence, and we've been through a very bad period.
There's only so much you can do as a manager, but when the players cross the line, are they giving you enough? Are you happy with what they're giving you in terms of effort?
I can't fault the players' effort and attitude. You know, sometimes they go out there and it just doesn't go for us. It doesn't go for individuals or groups or units. We definitely let Watford into our box, into our half, way too easy. We never pressed them enough, and we allowed the game to be how they wanted to. Second half, I thought we played really well until last 15 minutes. But that's, at least they never gave in there, and they gave it a good go. Created 5 or 6 big chances. Should have scored more. Unfortunately, we didn't. And then we got what we deserved, to put it that way.
What's got to change? Because something's got to change with players. Are you going to ring the changes? What's going to change for Manchester United in the next week that's going to bring back results?
We definitely need something to happen, and that's we've spoken together and in the group, and of course this isn't what we want to see them, because I see them every single day, and they're so much better than what we're showing, especially first half, and that's for me the big question. How can we start games better? We've been too often 2-0 down in games, and we've had some fantastic comebacks, but you can't do that as many times as we do.
And you're confident you can turn it round?
Well, I believe in my staff and my players and myself, of course. That's a different discussion with the club and myself.
George Cummins with Ole Gunnar Solskjaer. Lots of things have to change, Ian Dennis, don't they?
Well, they do, and I've got to say that the words there from Ole Gunnar Solskjaer appear to be quite hollow when he's talking about there's no momentum and no confidence, because in the pre-match press conference he was saying that he feels they've had a good response. He talked about how well they've utilised the international break, and he was talking about the positive nature. And so then all of a sudden, in the shape of 90 minutes, you're then saying, well, we've got no confidence, we've got no momentum. You then think, well, what happened to everything that you've utilised in the international break? And also, the interview from David De Gea, extremely damning. You know, embarrassing, very, very poor performance, another nightmare. We don't know what to do with the ball. We keep conceding goals.
We don't know what to do with the ball. We don't know how to defend properly.
Which is borne out of the fact that they've kept only 2 clean sheets now in the last 25 matches in all competitions. Extremely alarming. Extremely alarming. That interview from David De Gea will generate the headlines, because despite all the actions and all the words, both the manager and the players have now got to start putting actions rather than words, because the words are meaningless.
But then the other thing, post-match, and you talked about it, Solskjaer went quite close to the United fans and got a mixed reaction. And then Bruno Fernandes is saying, no, don't blame him, blame the players. But the players are staying 10 yards behind Solskjaer, so they don't get too much abuse. I mean, that kind of sums them up at the moment. Yeah,
I mean, I thought fair play to Solskjaer, the way that he deliberately walked up to the Manchester United support. I don't think anybody's denying the stature of the person Ole Gunnar Solskjaer, but what's going to be telling now, and he just said to George in that interview, when he said that he's got the belief of his staff, he's got the belief of his players, and of course he's got the belief of himself, but do the others. This is now where if the club have a plan, and this is a manager who signed the new 3-year deal in July with an option to extend till 2025. This is where, if they still believe he's the right man, they've got to shut out that external noise, and internally they've got to stick with the plan. But if they're now starting to deviate, but let's not forget they could still qualify for the knockout stages on Tuesday against Villarreal. That Villarreal is going to be an absolutely huge game on Tuesday, because if they can get through that into the knockout stages, that might be part of the plan, who knows. But they are definitely in a bad moment. But if they wanted a reaction after the Manchester City defeat, they certainly didn't get that, because that first 45 minutes was wretched.
6:06 on the way, goalless at half-time in the Scottish League Cup semi-final between Celtic and St Johnstone. At Anfield, Jurgen Klopp and Mikel Arteta.
Yes.
Jules, they look like they'd just come out of a club at 2 a.m. and their respective mates were going, come on, Mikel, he's not worth it. He's not worth it. Come back. And Jurgen's backroom staff were doing we'll go and get a kebab. Don't have a fight.
Exactly. They had to be pulled apart, and it certainly lifted the crowd here at Anfield. It's still Liverpool 0, Arsenal 0. There's a little battle brewing between Sadio Mane and Tomiyasu, and that's what it was all about. And Klopp was berating Arteta for a challenge, and Arteta was giving it back. And the only yellow cards we've seen in this match so far from Michael Oliver have gone to both managers. It's Liverpool 0, Arsenal 0. We played 37 minutes so far. Arsenal have had the ball in the back of the net through Lacazette from the edge of the 6-yard box, but he knew it was offside, and the linesman flag obviously went up at that time. But it has certainly revved up the crowd here at Anfield. They go for goal again, and still this time it goes over. The final touch eluding Liverpool. all so far. Ramsdale making a fingertip save out for a corner. He knows he's revved up for this one. It's Liverpool 0, Arsenal 0. Liverpool with the chances. Ramsdale making the save. Somehow, though, Liverpool can't find a breakthrough here. 0-0.
Thank you. Great save from Aaron Ramsdale. He's loving this. He's playing with a big smile on his face at Anfield. Wales 13, Australia 13 at the Principality. We'll keep you up to date with that throughout the course of the evening. 6:06 though, on the way, the other side of the latest BBC News.
Listen on BBC Sounds. This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
Demonstrations have been taking place across Europe against new coronavirus restrictions and compulsory vaccinations. Tens of thousands of people have gathered in Vienna after the Austrian government announced a lockdown and a plan to make vaccination mandatory by February. One of the protesters, Martin Hanko, explained why he's taking part.
I'm afraid of a vaccine mandate for children who are not in the risk population of COVID-19. I do not deny COVID-19. I'm not a member of a right-wing party or else. I'm a free Austrian who wants to be free and live free in this country.
The World Health Organization is urging countries in Europe to drastically increase the use of face masks and vaccination in response to a rapid spread of coronavirus. A review into how to prevent migrants from crossing the English Channel to the UK is to be led by the Cabinet Officer Minister Stephen Barclay. Record numbers of people have made the journey this year, with more than 1,000 crossing in a single day earlier this month. Single-use plastic plates, cutlery and polystyrene cups could all be banned in England. The government's launched a 12-week consultation on the plan. Helen Bird from the waste reduction charity WRAP says some manufacturers are already committed to change.
Very much we're welcoming these proposals, but they do take time. And actually an important point is that while we need government to take action, and they will if they have to, we actually don't have to wait for government regulations. Business is able to make these changes, and we are seeing some of that happening under the UK Plastics Pact, but of course we need to go further.
The RAC is calling on petrol retailers to cut their prices after a drop in wholesale costs. The organisation says it would mean drivers could save around £3.50 every time they fill up. And hundreds of Tesla drivers say they've been locked out of their cars after their app stopped working. Owners reported seeing an error message. Tesla says it's trying to bring the app back online.
On BBC iPlayer.
Today is our first day on the job as leaders of the Vampiric Council.
Your favourite immortals are back.
Okay, don't make a big deal out of it. Okay, do.
With brand new episodes.
I need his help with an extremely crucial task. Updating the Vampiric Council's website.
What We Do in the Shadows, Series 3.
I don't even know what the website is. I thought it was something to do with spiders.
Watch every episode on BBC iPlayer.
Are you ready to have your say? In the UK's biggest football debate, your teams, your views. Get ready. This is 606 with Chris Sutton and Robbie Savage on 5 Live.
Hello, welcome to the show. Chris and I are both hot-footing it in from our second jobs. We're talking football for the next 2 hours, and we start at Vicarage Road.
Dennis adds a fourth. That really is rubbing it in now for Manchester United. It is a wretched result. It's been a wretched performance. But for Watford, they've been absolutely marvellous. And they can celebrate 4-1. Where now for Manchester United and Ole Gunnar Solskjaer?
Text 85058.
Is it all over for Ole, Christopher?
Well, how can Ole survive that, Rob? I mean, that was humiliating. We heard the David De Gea interview. Embarrassing. Didn't know what to do with the ball. Are there any Manchester United fans out there who think that Ole can survive this?
League leaders Chelsea travelled away to Leicester.
And we're just looking to the linesman on the far side. The flag stays down, and Christian Pulisic, the substitute, has surely now wrapped it up for Chelsea. 3 yards out on his right foot, just scrambled it over the line, and Chelsea lead Leicester City by 3-0.
Call
08085 909 693.
Leicester booed off today. Christopher, what's gone wrong for Brendan's boys?
Yeah, Leicester are just losing their way. I know you think Brendan's going to be the next Manchester United manager, but what do you think, Leicester City fans, about your team and Chelsea, Rob?
I mean, there are tips for the title this season. Outstanding once again, weren't they?
Oh, there's been a goal at Anfield, Julia.
They have 1-0 Liverpool against Arsenal. Trent Alexander with the free kick. Pinpoint precision, as always, from him. Mane with the goal. It was a brilliant header past Aaron Ramsdale, and it's been coming. Liverpool lead Arsenal by 1-0.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
Call free 08085 909 693. Text 85058. Text will be charged at your standard message rate. Plus, see our privacy notice. bbc.co.uk/5live.
And your old team are playing Chris, Celtic against St Johnstone in the Scottish League Cup semi-final. Roddy Forsyth is there.
St Johnstone were almost swept away in an explosive opening quarter of an hour. Caught a running riot for Celtic, and David Turnbull putting a sitter over the top, but they got their way back into the game. Joe Hart almost made a rick of a pass back and gifted them a goal, and then just before half-time, Kane, 22-yard shot just wide. The interval came about, Celtic 0, St Johnstone 0.
And who else, Christopher, do you hear from tonight? Don't tell me not his back-to-back wins.
Oh, is Dean Smith the saviour? Brilliant second-half performance from Norwich. Canary fans, do you think that the team can stay up now with Dean Smith at the helm? Steven Gerrard, the Gerrard impact at Aston Villa. Brilliant win for them. They were sensational. Newcastle United, Rob, I saw your article this morning. You think they're down? Eddie Howe not there today. Do Newcastle fans think they're down?
What about Plymouth, Chris? Good Plymouth, Forest Green.
They lost.
Well, I was just saying, leaders Plymouth.
Plymouth lost to Charlton, of all the teams to lose to. Blimey, Charlton. And Forest Green, they extended their lead at the top of League Two. Let's hear from Forest Green Rovers fans.
And Kraft, I tell you what, mate, on a serious note, I bet you're relieved Steven Gerrard took the Villa job because, Celtic got a chance now.
Well, the big Aussie, Ange Postecoglou, off his long run. Steven Gerrard didn't want to face him, so he ducked it and went down south to Villa.
I'm not being with you today. Which game did you watch?
I watched Norwich City. They got absolutely battered in the first half by Southampton. I think Southampton 66% possession, 16 shots on goal, and Norwich responded. Good substitution at half time. Josh Sargent came on. Norwich, big 3 points. Grant Hanley with a header the goalkeeper should have saved, but is that 3 points which is going to get them on a run and keep them up, Rob?
Did you miss me?
A little bit, yeah. There's so many goals though, weren't there today?
Yeah. So you
Great day. Okay. Missed you, yeah.
Thanks, mate.
Like a headache.
Right there, let's go straight to the calls, Chris. 08285 909 698. Right, Hassan.
Boys, United fan. I'm a regular on 606. I was on a couple of weeks ago. I spoke to you guys, and Chris laughed at me. And when I said that United were dying in front of our own eyes, I didn't watch the game today. I know you can call me a plastic fan or whatever. I can't watch them anymore. We are a global disgrace, right? You think the kids in the Middle East or Africa are now picking up United merchandise, and that's one of the reasons why we're dying. Ollie has got to go. Obviously, he's not going to step away because he doesn't want to lose out on the money, and he won't get this kind of job again, or this kind of opportunity again. But I don't want Brendan Rodgers. I want Zidane, or what's the bloke at Ajax?
Eric Ten Hag.
Yeah.
Yep.
We've got to look at the next 10 years now. We've messed around, fluffed around for 8 years, and we've played around, and we are a laughing stock. Even your guy who answered the phone, he was laughing at me, ranting.
What was he? Who answered the phone?
Hey?
What was he called? The guy who answered the phone?
Hey, he was laughing at me because it's great to see United fans crying, isn't it?
Wow, he was laughing at me. I'll find out who that was, Hassan.
No, they're just happy call operators. They're always laughing and joking.
No. Boys, the thing is, I should be devastated, but I spoke to many fans who are even older than me and who've seen the dark days. They're saying we want us to lose. That's a horrible place to be. And you know the saddest thing is that Ollie might lose his legend status. And so, therefore, we need to save him. He needs to step away.
Yeah, that's, you just said he needs to step away. I mean, that's an interesting one because, it's such a great history with Manchester United. But, is there an argument to say, Hassan, that if he loved the club that much now at this moment in time, the players aren't playing for him, that he should step away if Manchester United aren't going to put him out of his misery?
100%, but as Robbie will tell you, and rightly, you wouldn't step away from a £7 million contract.
Well, Chris, you didn't step away from Chelsea when you were having a shocker.
Or England.
Or England.
I didn't play long enough to step away, Hassan.
That was 14
But come
minutes,
on,
wasn't it?
but on a serious note, I mean, I think that you made that point, Hassan. I mean, if he loved the club that much, should he step away?
100%, Chris. And Robbie, I'd be interested
he's not
to get
going to
your
step.
on that.
Not going to listen. I've always been on here, Chris, and Chris will tell you that I never ever say managers should be sacked.
Are the players playing for him, Rob?
Well, they haven't that first half, and you listen to Ian Dennis, and David De Gea's, talk after the game, saying about it's embarrassing. They can't defend. Just got a few stats here. Man United have now lost 5 of their last 7 matches in the league. They've conceded 15 goals in 5 games. They've also have the fewest Premier League points won since September the 25th. And for Manchester, listen,
so that's not good enough, Rob, is it?
Correct, Chris. Correct. Listen, it's not good enough for Manchester
So
United.
why can't you say the manager should be sacked?
Well, I've listened to Rio Ferdinand, of all the Manchester United greats who are on the TV. Rio's come out and said, the baton should now be passed on. And Rio said that, and I tend to agree with him, Chris. Listen, my son's at Manchester United, but I've got to say it honestly, and for the size of the football club, the manager, results, how many points?
It's the manager who carries the can.
Correct.
And there are a lot of Manchester
Chris.
United fans out there, Hassan, who would say today the players really let the manager down. And I don't think we can sit there and argue with that.
No, I think Hassan's gone. Right then, it's half time, Chris. Anfield, Juliet.
Yep, Liverpool lead Arsenal by 1-0. Liverpool, though, having to be patient. Arsenal have been doing really well. Ramsdale beaten 5 minutes before the break. He's been enjoying the first half so far. Made some really good saves from Sadio Mane and Alexander-Arnold. But the two combined for the Liverpool lead. Alexander-Arnold, another of his trademark free kicks, headed in by Mane. Mane has since been booked. So too have the managers. It kicked off in the technical area before Liverpool scored. Tomiyasu and Mane even having a really good battle in the first half, and it was those two that lit the blue touch paper in the dugout between Jurgen Klopp and Mikel Arteta. Arsenal have had the ball in the back of the net as well. That was offside, but at half-time here at Anfield, Liverpool lead Arsenal by 1-0.
Thanks, Julia. Wales are playing Australia in the rugby. Sarr Orchard is there.
Yeah, and it's Wales 16, Australia 13, 38 minutes on the clock. It's a really ill-disciplined and quite ugly game at times. Australia were temporarily down to 13. That was after Rob Valentini was red-carded. Curtly Beale was also sent to the sin bin. He's now back on, but Australia are going to have to see this out with 14. Wales did score through hooker Ryan Elias, Australia through Andrew Kellaway, but the penalty's really killing this match as Australia go on the attack down the far side wing. It's Wales 16, Australia 13.
Thanks so much, Sarah. Right, let's go to the next caller. It's Andy. He's a Manchester United fan.
Hi, all right, guys. How's it going?
All right, thank you.
Not so bad. Go on, Andy. What did you make it today? Who's to blame? Is it the manager? Is it the players? Is it a collective?
I personally think it's the players today. You know what, Chris? Harry Maguire was cupping his ear midweek. Where is it? What is he cupping his ears now? As a player, just talking about stats here, they've not had a clean sheet for 21 games since April the 15th. The last clean sheet they had was against West Ham on the 14th of March. They need to look at themselves. Like you're not, like, Harry Maguire is not performing at all. And I know the manager can be blamed on coaching the players, etc. But end of the day, it's 11 players on the pitch, and they should be performing. They're playing for Man United here, and we're all aiming for Ollie's head here, right? I'm Ollie in. The reason here is that we can identify the problem. So but is Ollie getting enough help in the back room? Is he getting a sufficient defensive coach? Man United got Darren Fletcher in as the football director. Is he identifying what's going on? The tactic is not right, but it's not unfixable because we can see that he's been successful previously. And if we analyse the game, we know they're currently playing two expansive teams are going through them. Like cutting through butter. You can see in one of the chances in Watford, there was one pass and King was through and hitting a shot to De Gea. The United defence is basically dragging De Gea out of the goal, and that to me is baffling. And Harry Maguire is an absolute embarrassment. Playing for England so well and coming back to United, I'm just so baffled. I think the key. We need to. Surely they know where the key area is, and I personally don't think we should call for Ole's head. It's the reason we call for his head is because United is such a big club. If you don't call for someone's head if they're doing a bad job constantly in a normal job, and of course because United is such a global club, everyone's going to be like, oh, it's the manager's fault, it's the manager's fault. But how can everyone say that? Because that's just an easy way out for everyone to say with an opinion. Ole out, Ole out, Ole out. But if you identify the problem, the solutions are there. Get a defensive coach. Go back to perhaps how your tactics were previously. Problems can be fixed. And if we were to get a new coach, we are going against our philosophy or our ideas.
What was the expectation at the start of the season for you, Andy, as a Manchester United fan?
For myself, I want to challenge for the title, but obviously that chance has gone out. On average, a title-winning team loses 2 to 3 games a season.
Yeah, but did you think at the start of the season, with the arrivals of Varane, Ronaldo, and Sancho, that you could genuinely challenge for the title this season under this manager?
I think we need one more defensive midfielder. I personally think that you're obviously you have to press as a team to get you have to defend as a team. But I feel like Fred is not good enough, and we needed a hard-working player, like Decent Park, Roy Keane, the players who are willing to run. No business about how many likes to get on Instagram like Pogba. All he cares about is dye his hair. Fair enough, he got amazing assists at the start of the season. Where is he now? Where is he now? I don't know. He got that red card as an absolute disgrace. I'm actually fuming about the players, and that obviously the title challenge is gone. As I said, we lost more than 2 to 3 games already. And people will say the signing of Ronaldo was great. Yes, it's great, but that just masks over the cracks that we have. And defensively, we're just not good enough. And the signs were all on the wall before the season ended last season. So this has just not been identified by the organisation, in my opinion.
Yeah, Andy, thanks so much. I tell you what, Chris. Going back to what you said before, I just think with the form, 12 points behind in the title race, you've alluded to the 3 players they bought in the summer. I thought they could really challenge for the title this season. I think, the time is probably up now for Ole. Should he walk away? No, Chris, because, he's I think, would his legacy be tarnished? I don't think it will. That goal, the Champions League final.
But there is a danger if he hangs around too long.
But you're not going to walk away from the club you love, surely. But listen, if it's mutual consent, right, maybe.
Yeah. So then you look at Newcastle. You look at Aston Villa. You look at Norwich City, who are smaller clubs. Let's get it right than Manchester United. How can they show greater ambition than Manchester United by being decisive?
Fair question. 08085 909 693. How good were Watford though, Christopher? How good were they? Jack, tell us about it. You were there.
Hi, Robbie and Chris. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. I've listened to this show for years and never felt the need to dial in. But today's performance just warranted it. It's what you go to football matches for. You don't get much being a Watford fan, but today's it was just unrecognisable. I think probably the international break, not many of our players having been away. Ranieri's obviously had a couple of weeks to work with them, and it just looked like a totally unrecognisable team. It was balanced. Everyone was working their socks off. They were organised. There's this pressing intensity that I've just never seen in that team before. Like the units, like Cleverly, Firmino, Sarr on the right, Messina on the left, Sissoko, and then the best part about it was Imran Loser, who obviously they signed in the summer, not really seen much of. He'd come on as a sub a few times and not really made an impact. And he put him at the base of the 3 with Cleverly and Sissoko in front of him, and he just orchestrated the midfield. He just had a calmness, his decision making. He just didn't look out of place at all. And I think that's what Watford have been missing for a long time. Someone that can just calm things down. Like the defence are a little bit uncomfortable on the ball, and he's just come in there today, knocked the ball about under pressure, always made the right choice, and also he was running as well. He wasn't someone that looked out of place, sitting there like protecting that back forward. Absolutely brilliant, honestly outstanding. And not to take anything away from Watford, United were diabolical. That first half, I've never seen anything like it. Like, I was delighted to be able to see Ronaldo today, first time, back at Vicarage Road for a long, long time, and him, Fernandes, all of them. They just looked, body language was just terrible. Like, they didn't move, they weren't passing. It was just very surreal, that first 45 minutes. Like, Watford just totally dominated. Brilliant.
So where would this result rank for you, Jack, as a Watford fan?
Well, I guess the Liverpool match a couple of seasons ago that ended Liverpool's run, the last time Watford were in the Premier League, I guess the result, it rivals that one, but the performance today was just on another level. I think going into that Liverpool game, that was coming towards the end of the season, where we obviously got relegated. That was a brilliant result, and obviously Sarr did really, really well in that game. But it wasn't one way today. It was just like watching, not quite to that level, but a version of like a Klopp Liverpool. It was high intensity pressing, just total domination. So the result was brilliant. Obviously needed the 3 points. But I think just that performance has given me a bit of hope that we could actually stay up. I think before today's match, we weren't really sure where things were going. But, obviously he's got it in him. He can get this team. He can find wins, and that Everton win away. This one today, got Leicester next Sunday, and obviously they're not having a great run. So you actually feel like go there with him going back to the King Power. You think you could go there and get 3 points as well. If you keep playing like that, I think who knows what we could do this season.
Yeah, thank you so much for the call, Jack. I tell you what, Chris, looking at the league table as well, you're talking about defensively Manchester United. There's only Norwich City and Newcastle who've conceded more goals than Manchester United this season. Wow.
Yeah. I mean, it's a damning stat, isn't it, for Ole and the United team? I mean, they are just in free fall. I mean, they were so disjointed today. I had my eye on the game. I was watching the Norwich game, but I mean, they've been absolutely spanked by Watford, Rob. I'd be shocked if Ole survived this. I really would be.
Yeah, me too, Chris. I don't know if you got another caller lined up there, Chris. No more callers lined up before the news? Or should we just go straight to that? Tell you what, Christopher, let's do Gone in 60 Seconds after Gone in 60 Seconds, Gone in 60 Suttons after the news on 5 Live with Joe Critcher.
Listen on BBC Sounds. This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
Demonstrations against new COVID restrictions and compulsory vaccinations have been taking place across Europe. There were riots in Rotterdam last night. Hundreds of thousands of people have now gathered in Vienna to protest against a new lockdown. It comes as the World Health Organization is urging countries in Europe to drastically increase the use of face masks and vaccination to save lives. The WHO is warning if they don't, another 500,000 people could die by the beginning of March. A man's in hospital with a life-threatening injury after a suspected assault following a football match in West London. The 52-year-old was found with a head injury following QPR's win over Luton Town on Friday. And Tesla says its app should now be working after hundreds of drivers were locked out of their cars when it went offline. Owners reported seeing an error message. Now with all the sport, here's Fraser Dainton.
Thank you very much. The pressure is mounting on Ole Gunnar Solskjaer as Manchester United were beaten 4-1 at Watford. To compound the misery, Harry Maguire was sent off for 2 yellow cards. United have now dropped to 7th in the Premier League table, and David De Gea, who saved 2 first-half penalties, can't believe today's performance.
It was embarrassing for me, to be honest. The way we played today, the first half it was very, very poor. We could concede 4 goals just in 45 minutes. So that's not acceptable, I think, for this club, for the level of the players that we have. So, yeah, it's another nightmare.
To tonight's game, and Liverpool are home to Arsenal. Juliet Farrington is at Anfield.
And we're about to restart the game here at half-time. Liverpool 1, Arsenal 0. It was a really good first half. Arsenal frustrating Liverpool. Aaron Ramsdale denying Thiago, Mane and Trent Alexander-Arnold. And it took until around 5 minutes before the break for him to be beaten by Mane's header delivered in from Alexander-Arnold's free kick. Before that, it kicked off in the technical area between both Mikel Arteta and Jurgen Klopp, both being booked by Michael Oliver, both having to be pulled away from each other, and it certainly sparked the game into life and the crowd as well, because minutes later Liverpool were in in front. Arsenal were comfortable before that point. They had the ball in the back of the net as well, but it was offside. Lacazette knew that the moment he struck from the edge of the 6-yard box. But it's been a good contest so far. Liverpool 1, Arsenal 0.
Elsewhere, Steven Gerrard's career as Aston Villa manager is off to a good start. His side beat Brighton 2-0. Dean Smith also had a debut win as Norwich manager as they beat Southampton 2-1. Chelsea is 6 points clear at the top after winning 3-0 against Leicester. There were goals galore as Newcastle drew with Brentford and Burnley drew with Crystal Palace, both games ending 3-3, and Wolves beat West Ham 1-0. There's action tonight in the Scottish League Cup. Celtic taking on St Johnstone. Here's Roddy Forsyth.
We're just about to hit the hour mark in this semi-final. It's still scoreless. Celtic got off to a blistering start and could have swept St Johnstone aside in the first 15 minutes, masterminded by Jota. But Joe Hart almost gifted O'Halloran a goal shortly after that. St Johnstone came back into the game. Kane's 22-yarder went just wide before the break, but they've had to rearrange. Witherspoon off injured, Crawford in. It's still goalless and deadlocked at Hampden. Celtic 0, St Johnstone 0.
In the Scottish Premiership, there were wins for Dundee United and Motherwell, while St Mirren drew 1-1 with Livingston. And in the Women's Super League, Manchester City thrashed Aston Villa 5-0. In today's Rugby Union Internationals, England edged a thriller against South Africa by 27 points to 26 at Twickenham. Marcus Smith kicked the winning goal with just 15 seconds remaining. Tonight, Wales are taking on Australia in Cardiff. Here's Sarah Orchard.
It's half-time. Wales 16, Australia 13, but a familiar story as Wales are now playing in opposition with just 14 men after Rob Valentini was red-carded for contact to the head of Wales' Adam Baird, who had to leave the field. Ben Carter is now on. There were tries for Australia wing Andrew Kellaway, also for Wales hooker Ryan Elias, but still 40 minutes to travel. It's Wales 16, Australia 13.
Stuart Hogg became Scotland's leading try scorer as he helped them beat Japan 29-20 at Murrayfield to earn their third win in 4 tests. And in Formula One, Lewis Hamilton has taken a dominant pole position at the Qatar Grand Prix, beating title rival Max Verstappen of Red Bull by almost half a second. That's the latest from BBC Sports.
This is the big moment for Hamilton to take the lead of the Brazilian Grand Prix. Goes to the outside and he squeezes Verstappen, shots right across in front of him and takes the lead of the Grand Prix. The checker flag is going to fall. Lewis Hamilton takes a huge step towards winning his 8th by winning in Brazil. He's now just 14 points behind Max Verstappen with 3 Grand Prix to go.
Better, stronger, faster. F1. Live race commentary from the Qatar Grand Prix, Sunday afternoon from 1:45
on 5 Live Sports Extra.
Coming races, we'll bounce back.
Listen on BBC Sounds.
The UK's biggest football debate. This is 606 with Robbie Savage and Chris Sutton on 5 Live.
Welcome back to 606. Right, Christopher, it's time for Gone in 60 Suttons, and this week we're looking ahead to Antonio Conte's first home league game in charge of Spurs as they take on Marcelo Bielsa's Leeds United, representing Spurs. It's returning hero, friend of the show, Flav, and in the Leeds corner, making his debut on the show, it's Raggy from the Talking Shot. How are you both?
Yeah, returning hero. That's bold. That's
nice. It's nice. Yeah,
it's a lot.
We could have said something else. Hello, Raggy. How are you?
Yeah, good. I'm very good. I, for one, are having a good evening.
Oh, good, good.
Nice.
We'll see if you're very good after you finish this round, Raggy.
All right.
Yeah?
Yeah.
If you're bored of the answer, Chris is going to ring the bell this week. Chris will give us a test of the bell.
First time on the bell.
Give us a bell. Oh, good bell.
Thank you, Rob.
So, are you ready? Hit that klaxon. Raggy, Ellen Road or White Hart Lane?
Football's all about character, isn't it? And the old girl's definitely got a lot of character. It's all right having a craft brewery on your stadium, but when you can go on the concourse and get meal deal 1, which is a pint and crisp for £4.50, I mean that and the atmosphere as well. Come on. It pales into.
Come on, is it a better stadium than White Hart Lane, really?
Absolutely. Like I say, it's about character, isn't it? It's about what you do with it, and Leeds fans certainly make that place rock.
Flav?
I like Ellen Road. I think it's all right. And the fact that we have to pay about £5 a beer at White Hart Lane isn't ideal, but the history's with White Hart Lane. It's got to be. It's not even a discussion, really, isn't it?
There's the bell. Højbjerg or Calvin Phillips, Raggy?
Well, they don't call Højbjerg the Danish Pirlo, do they? So it has to be KP. He's definitely, he's the way that we play brilliantly when he plays brilliantly, and he's fast becoming an integral part of the England team as well. So yeah, it's KP for me.
Flav.
I massively rate Højbjerg, I really do, but Calvin Phillips is a different gravy. He really is. And if I had, if I could click my fingers and get Calvin Phillips in above Højbjerg at Spurs, I probably would take it. So
it's Calvin Phillips,
Marcelo Bielsa, or Antonio Conte. Flav.
Come on.
No, that's not even a bloody. This is like every time I come on there's always a stupid question. This is another one. Like Bielsa's like great. Everyone loves him. Like, last season it was all good, wasn't it? It was brilliant. The fact that the Leeds mentality was fantastic. Everyone loved it, and then there's just nothing this season. So Bielsa is a good manager, but he isn't. He isn't what.
It's not Conte, is he?
Well, I have no affection to Conte or Bielsa. I'm just like Conte's been in the job 4 weeks at Spurs, but if you're comparing the two, it's like Raggy, you would take Conte over Bielsa despite everything that Bielsa's done so far. You would.
Absolutely not. The man.
Come on, you would.
No,
you would,
no,
Raggy.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. The man's an absolute living legend in Leeds, and he'll go down as a god because. He took a team of, with a lot of Leeds fans had written those Championship players off, and he took that team and he coached them to be not just to be able to hold their own, but actually be outstanding in the Premier League. And some of those we didn't even think were good enough for the Championship.
We're asking who's the best manager. Rob, I'm going to decide this. Antonio Conte.
There's the bell. Will Leeds stay up, Raggy?
Well, this is a silly question because of course we will. We've had a few bad injuries.
Did you write that, Rob?
No.
We've had a few bad injuries. Performances are definitely better, and there's definitely 3 worse teams than us this year. So, yeah, we're going to stay up.
Will Spurs get European football this season, Flav?
Yes.
Oh, you weren't sure, Flav?
No. I mean, we'll get... the Europa Conference.
Oh, wow. Can we interrupt God in 60 seconds? Wow, what a goal. Juliet.
I can't hear you just because the roar of Anfield can tell you that Liverpool have scored again. 2-0 now. They lead Arsenal. Ben White fell and slipped as Jota went past him. He then found himself an open goal, and Jota made no mistake to fire Liverpool in front with their second and makes it Liverpool 2, Arsenal 0.
Wow, what a goal. What a goal. Jota,
unbelievable
Ben White thinks he's going to shoot. He slides in to try and block the shot. Jota
later,
comes inside. He's gone for a cup of tea.
Ramsdale pine chips.
And then Ramsdale's gone as well. He's gone round him, and then he's put it in the empty net. Wow, sorry for interrupting you for that brilliant goal. Who was on? It was.
Can I? Can I just? I don't care who's on. I just want to jump in there and say there's no better sound than Arsenal conceding than Tottenham scoring. There's
the bell. There's a bell. Is Harry Kane England's greatest ever striker? Flav.
I don't care. Arsenal are 2-0 down. I don't care.
Jeff Hurst is. Rob, come on.
Yeah. I mean, if he scores...
Jeff Hurst, England's greatest ever striker.
Well, yeah. He scored a hat-trick in the World Cup, Rob. Did you not know that? World Cup final?
You're saying Jeff Hurst is England's greatest ever striker?
Yes, I am. Yes. How many other players have scored a hat-trick in a World Cup final, Rob?
Nobody ever has.
Well, there you go. That's why.
Come on. Hey,
Chris, one game doesn't make a man, does it?
A World Cup final sort of does.
Wow, it's a big statement, Chris.
No, it's not.
Jimmy Greaves should have been playing that game, shouldn't he?
Yeah, but he didn't.
No, he didn't.
He's a great striker, but come on, Jeff Hurst.
The best ever England striker. Wow.
Jeff Hurst had 90 minutes of football, and it was brilliant. Like, well done. It was great. He made a nation. He made, what it was like to be a football fan following England. It was fantastic.
But fundamentally, I'm right.
There you go.
You're not right.
You're not right.
I'm right. I've got the bell.
Right. Last one for you two. Ready, Raggy? North London or north of England?
It's northern England, obviously. Best countryside, best food, and best people. We actually talk to each other.
Maybe not the best rail network.
Well, no, we'll be annexed off from you. It's fine. We'll just stay up here.
Oh, Flav.
My nose bleeds if I go above Watford.
Oh, there's the bell. Listen, just before we get Chris's, summary of that, who's the winner? Raggy, prediction for tomorrow in this mid-table clash.
We have a terrible record in London, so I'd take a draw.
Flav?
6-1 Spurs. Why is everyone laughing? I don't understand what's going on.
Chris, who won that? Raggy on his debut or Flav?
I'm going to say Flav again. Yes.
Really?
What a great season that Flav is having. Spurs aren't having a great season, but Flav is. Well done, Flav.
Where can we see your stuff, Flav?
Love the shirt on Twitter.
And Raggy?
Talking Shop podcasts live every Wednesday. And you can download it wherever you get your podcasts.
Thank you so much, guys. I'm sure you'll be back on again this season. Right then, let's go to John, the Man United fan, Chris. Hi, John.
Hi, guys.
You all right?
Yeah, no, not really. We're playing some of the most boring football. We don't look like we're going to beat teams. We can't keep a clean sheet for the start. Harry Maguire looked Bambi on ice. Then he's cupping his ear when he plays for England. The players have got to take some responsibility. They're throwing the manager down the river as well. And you've got Jesse Lingard posting on Instagram during the week in his West Ham shirt. That guy shouldn't even be playing for United. He's not good enough. Never has been. Never will be. So get rid of him for the start. Then Ollie's got to go. Then he's got to take Carrick with him. He's got to take Feeling with him. And he's got to take the rest of the coaches. Because if they can't coach these players who are not bad players, they're doing something wrong. And I've heard that there's an emergency meeting at 7 o'clock tonight. I've heard that been sent to me. So it looks like he's going to get the bullet tonight, which is it's a shame. We all wanted him to do well. But you've got to be realistic. We are awful. We are absolutely awful. Today we're giving the ball away. We couldn't keep possession. Yeah, we had a bit of a rally in the second half. But you can't have little bits. You've got to be consistent all the way through the game, and we're not. We're getting battered off Watford.
I mean,
battered off Liverpool. We're getting battered off City. We'll get battered off Chelsea next weekend.
What about Tuesday? I'm going to Spain.
On Tuesday.
I'm going to Spain Tuesday.
I just think there's nowhere for him to go. He can come out and say all the things in a press conference, and then he comes up with something completely different after the press conference, like today. It doesn't make sense.
Who would you like to see, John, if he does go? Who would you like to see come in?
Well, not you anyway, or Robert. But who's out there? There's a Zidane. Or you could go for
Eric Ten Hag.
Simeone. Can we get him? If you can get him, you try to go for the best manager possible.
Did you miss out on Conte?
Will we ever in for Conte? Because
I don't know. I'm asking you, John. Do you think you missed out on Conte, a serial winner?
We might have missed out. Well, we have missed out because he's gone at Tottenham. So we can't do nothing about that now. But you've got the owners. Like, the signings we've made in the summer. Ronaldo was to take the pressure off the Glazers because he was under pressure from the fans. And I wish the fans had just not stopped what they were doing and we drove the owners out of our club for a start. But then today you got Van der Beek come on in that second half, showed what he can do. Well, Ole has never played him, never given him a chance. He's basically ruined his career.
And has Ronaldo done enough for you, John? You know, he's a goal scorer, but does he work hard enough?
Ronaldo to carry that team. You can't set one man to carry the team. It's a team game. And the rest of the players are not doing their job. You've got Bruno today at the end of the game, when Ole's clocking the fans, saying it's all our fault. Well, why don't you do that during the game and get everyone together? Don't fight at the end of the game. Fight during the game. Watford made us look harder than ready today. They could have had 6, 7, 8, 9, maybe 10 goals. Because we are so bad at the back. And Andy Maguire is a disgrace as a captain.
John,
it should be took off him immediately.
John, thank you so much. Chris, I was just listening there, and when you were saying about managers, I heard our producer and in your ear just said Ranieri, and you went, and you just stopped yourself saying it.
That's not going to happen. He
Yeah,
tried to
I heard you say,
didn't he? But I think John mentioned it there, Rob, that there has been some talk about an emergency meeting.
Have you got any news?
Reported in the Telegraph, I think, that there's an emergency meeting tonight. How do Manchester United fans feel about that? Is it the right thing to do? If this does happen and Solskjaer goes, who do you want in?
Not me, Chris, but this is to Manchester United fans. If that is true and there's an emergency board meeting, there's only going to be one outcome, surely, of that meeting, Chris, isn't it? And then the next question would be, that... I think there's been a goal, Chris, in the semi-final. Ronnie Forsyth.
If you had to pick a man who would come on and do it, he hasn't been on the team regularly recently, partly because of injury, but James Forrest replaced the ineffectual Lil Abada a few minutes ago, and it was he that got in the end of a cross on the 6-yard box. It was a deflected cross, and he struck it away into the net, and Celtic deservedly lead by a goal to 0 73 minutes into this semi-final.
Thanks so much, Roddy. Juliet, Anfield.
It's still 2-0 here for Liverpool against Arsenal. We've played an hour now. We've just had a break in play, quite a little bit of a stoppage after a collision between Aaron Ramsdale and Diogo Jota inside the Arsenal box. It was a lovely weighted pass from Salah. Jota was going through, but collided with Ramsdale just on the 6-yard line. So we had a pause in play as both players received medical treatment. But pleased to tell you that both players are up and we're about to restart this game. Liverpool lead Arsenal 2-0.
Thanks, Juliet. Sarah's at Wales, Australia.
And we've just had a try confirmed for Wales. It's now Wales 21, Australia 13. It was scored by the centre Nick Tompkins. The whole of the Australian defence stopped because they thought that Tompkins had knocked on the ball. He hadn't, it had gone backwards. The try has been given. We're just waiting for the conversion now. It's Wales 21, Australia 13, 47 minutes on the clock.
Thanks so much, Sarah. So, Chris, if Ole was to leave Manchester United, who would you give it to if you were in charge? I know you don't like hypothetical questions.
Hypothetical question, Rob. I think someone like Erik ten Hag at Ajax has done a pretty good job there. I think that the brand of football they play, I mean, we know Ajax develop good players, but I think that would be an exciting appointment. I mean, Zidane is out of work at this moment in time. Simeone's one whose name keeps being thrown in, and I think we'd all love to see him in the Premier League at some time. Who would you think, Rob?
I've said Brendan Rodgers.
You said Brendan Rodgers.
Yeah, I've said Brendan. He makes players better.
Do you think, though, and I think is a great manager, do you think that Leicester City, the position they're in this season, do you think that's going to be a bit of a problem?
No, because I think you have to judge him what he's done the previous 2 seasons, Chris. I think Leicester have overachieved the previous 2 seasons. I think, winning the FA Cup, European football, okay, they were unlucky not to get in the Champions League, but you look at, the recruitment he's done at Leicester City with his team, you look at how he improves players, so for me, Chris, I would, if Ole does leave, I would go for Brendan Rodgers. Right then, Ben's a Watford fan.
Hey, how's it going?
All right, Ben.
You must be made up, Ben, with that today.
We're buzzing, absolutely buzzing. We had a beautiful steak at lunch, met up with some old friends who
What
are Man
sort of
United
steak?
fans.
Fillet steak? Sirloin?
Yeah, fillet steak, and the kids had a burger. They're here in the car. We've come up from Kent and we're on our way back home.
Medium, well done.
Sensational game.
Medium or well done?
Yeah, medium rare, mate.
Medium rare.
Nice, yeah. Yeah, rare win for Watford today, Ben, as well.
Oh, yeah, and all this talk about Man United. Last time they came to Vicarage Road, I think we beat them as well. And that time it was all about Ismaila Sarr. We've been a sort of one-team outlet for the last 2 seasons, a one-man outlet. But today it was all about the team.
And I mean, when Watford made the managerial change, Ranieri came in. What did you think, Ben? Did you think it's the right thing to do? I mean, Watford have a history of sacking managers, but were you excited by the appointment?
Yeah, well, we weren't surprised because we're Watford fans. We're all kind of used to it by now. But, so it was nice to have a manager that was going to smile even if we lost. But on the back of the last few performances, there's Everton. We played really well against Arsenal. He's definitely getting them going. He's so experienced, and it's paying off. But the kids are struggling to choose a man of the match today from the Watford players.
Yeah, and where do you think Ranieri can tinker you to this season? Are you certain to stay up?
I don't. Well, no, we're not there yet. But a few more performances like today, you could just tell this one team playing for the manager and the other not. I mean, the amount of energy from the front to the back, working back, the front three especially, Dennis, King, and of course Sarr, they were sensational today, but the whole team turned up.
Thank you so much, Ben. Right then, Christopher, are you ready?
The Wanderer.
Well, let's your go this week, Rob. My nose, Robbie, is still in front of yours. I don't know whether the production team are trying to be funny here. With nose
yours nose is always in front. It's always in front of mine.
Yeah, a bit naughty that. But I lead 7-5 after getting Neil Dansey, as you know him. Rob, your Macclesfield player last time out for a single point. But here are the clues. Here's clue 1, Rob. You know the game. This Wanderer began his career at the famous Glasgow Celtic. 20 years before I played at Parkhead, he moved south after 24 games, no goals, and settled in a major university city. I know you're more of a polytechnic man, but
kind
a major university
20 years
city.
before you.
2006.
What?
Yeah, go on, carry on, go on. I can't.
20 years before you.
Well, I can't. I'm not going to tell you, Rob. But I mean, you know, it's a quiz, isn't it? I mean, you've got to.
So he scored no goals. So no goals. Got to be a defender or a goalkeeper. Or you when you played for Chelsea.
Deduction, yeah. That's right. Yeah.
The Celtic. Say the clue. That clue's just ridiculous. Say the clue again one more time quickly.
This Wanderer began his career at the famous Glasgow Celtic. European Cup winners. That's why they've got a star on the jersey, Rob. 20 years before I played at Parkhead. He moved south after 24 games. No goals and settled in a major university city.
So Oxford or Cambridge?
Oh, are they major university cities?
What?
Well, I'm asking you, Robber. Have a guess. Go on.
Cambridge. I would say
go on.
A defender.
Great radio, this. Go on. just say I don't know then. Just so we can get with the next call. We've got.
So he's probably about 55, 60.
I don't know. Is he?
Is
he? Go on. Come on, Rob. Come on.
I would say I don't know.
I don't know. I'll lock that in. I don't know.
Hard.
Good effort, Rob. Shall we have Miss Anne or Martin?
Yeah, you as Miss Anne.
Miss Anne, Manchester United fan. What do you want to see happen tonight, Miss Anne? Ollie in or Ollie out?
Ollie in. Hello, Chris. Hello, Robbie.
Hello, Miss Anne.
Yeah. It's quite unfortunate anyway that results are the way they are with United at the moment. But we shouldn't forget the fact that Ole was given renewed his contract in the summer. And it's meant to be a long-term plan. So why truncate a long-term plan? I don't get it.
How long-term is the plan when you buy or when you bring Ronaldo to the club, when you bring Varane to the club, when you spend the money on Sancho, you finish second last season. So when do United need to start winning things then, Miss Anne?
Okay, Chris, look at this. Just while there's been this massive campaign to get Ole out, this has been from last season and now this season. It's just this manic obsession, Ole out, Ole out. Even when it's performing, okay, the season hasn't been brilliant. But what happens if Ole's sacked tomorrow? You bring a new manager, then 6 months down the line, we run into the same problem. You get rid of the manager, and we fans, I know fans keep saying, "Oh, we need to get rid of the manager," but the fans are not thinking about the financial cost of getting rid of these managers. Okay, the club has to dip their hands in the pocket to get rid of the managers and the backroom staff. You get rid of Ole, then the cycle starts all over again. And guess what? We might have the same problem. So are we going to...
So why don't you always keep Ole then as manager then from now on in?
Yes.
You never change a manager again then, if that's your attitude.
No.
So
Okay.
So you're saying through thick and thin, United aren't getting results. This all comes down to expectation though, Miss Anne, doesn't it?
It does come down to expectations, but given the fact, yes, okay, the season just started, okay? We've gone like 12 games into the season.
And you can't win the title.
Well, things can change.
No, they
Robbie.
can't. You're not going to win the title, Miss Anne.
No, come on, Robbie.
Miss Anne, you're not going to win the title. You're out of the title race.
Okay. You can't rule out...
Yeah, I can. You are. You're out of the title race.
Come on, Robbie.
Missan, you're out of the title race. You're out of the League Cup. You're not going to win the Champions League and very unlikely to win the FA Cup.
Oh, come on, Robbie. You know things change in football. You can't predict anything in football.
Do you think you will win the Premier League this season?
Yes, every possibility is going to happen.
There's not. Manchester United are not going to win the Premier League. You are out of the title race, Missan.
Okay, let's consider out of the title race. But United can still finish in a decent position in the top 4.
Oh, come on, but that
top 4 for Manchester United.
Yeah, I mean, last season it was second. So what did you expect at the start of the season, Missan? Ronaldo signing, the excitement, Sancho, Varane signing, the next step. And now, you're saying top 4's okay?
Oh, well, I expected a title challenge, okay?
You're on level points with Brighton, Missan.
Oh, come on, Chris.
Well, you are. I'm just telling you, that's a fact. You can't say, come on, that's the reality. Look at the league table. It's an average team, Manchester United.
Well, have a go at United, but these are problems teams face from time to time, Chris, and things can change. I believe, right, just a positive result, then United will improve. Today's game I knew it was going to be terrible for United.
You knew it was going to be
against
terrible.
Watford.
Yes, because Watford, right? If you watch Watford play, they've got very pacey forwards.
Yeah.
And I am really worried because someone like Maguire, it's flat-footed. Maguire can't run. And Watford used that as an advantage. You listen to King's interview, Joshua King. He said they watched United's game against Liverpool, and they knew what to do to press.
Missan. Yeah, listen, Missan, thank you so much for the... I'll tell you what, Chris, there might be a contender for the simulation game tomorrow, Juliet.
Oh, no.
Oh, Mo Salah. Oh, I better put my microphone on, hadn't I? I'm sorry, I was just being distracted and listening, engaging with your listeners. They've been fantastic tonight, your callers. Mo Salah wanting a penalty. Is that the one you were talking about? Yeah. Michael Oliver was not having any of it whatsoever. But just before that, a real good opportunity for a third for Liverpool. It was Diogo Jota again. Salah cut inside to find him. Jota fired in the shot. They're just replaying Salah as well, going down in the penalty area, which Michael Oliver was having nothing about. Anyway, it was saved by Ramsdale, Jota's shot, who did so good to put it over the bar. A brilliant save by Ramsdale. Liverpool piling on the pressure. They definitely won a third here, but they are leading Arsenal as it stands by 2-0.
Thanks, Juliet. Martin, Norwich fan.
Hi there. Glad to be able to speak to you again.
You too, Martin.
Yeah. You may remember me.
Yeah.
I told you that Norwich were going to finish 10th. I think I might be slightly optimistic, but let me just say this. I think Norwich are going to finish above Leicester this season.
Pardon?
And
Pardon?
I just wanted to ask you if you would. We can stand one another a decent meal out for whichever of our two sides, Leicester or Norwich.
Well, where would that be? Would that be in Norwich? Because it's about 700 miles from where I live.
But have nice restaurants in Norwich, Rob, or Macclesfield Football Club. Would you put a dinner at Macclesfield?
That'd be fine. I can pop up to Macclesfield and claim my meal there if you like. I don't mind.
Norwich will finish above Leicester.
Yes.
So that means Leicester will go down with Norwich as well then.
No. They'll stay up.
Pardon?
So Martin, just in all seriousness, what did you go to the game today?
No, sadly, no. I'm exiled down in Guildford, but
very posh. But I mean, it was.
Martin! There's been another goal, Juliet.
Whoa! I heard you this time, Mane. A brilliant run by him. Salah's been looking for a goal all evening. He's got it. Mane unselfishly puts the ball in for Salah, who made no mistake past Ramsdale into the cup. Salah gets his goal. Liverpool have got 3. They lead Arsenal by 3-0.
You okay, Juliet? I'm a bit excited there.
I got a bit excited because it was just the movement of Mane. How unselfish is that player? So the front 3 have now got a goal each, and Salah's been waiting all night for one. You could just tell that he wanted to score, and he's got it. 3-0 Liverpool.
Thanks, Juliet. Sorry about that, Martin.
That's all right. No, I understand,
So what about the Dean Smith impact, Martin?
Well, I mean, there'd come the points where, for all the good things he'd done getting us promotions, Daniel Farke had seemed to lose his way when it got to getting results in the Premier League. I mean, he never found his way, really. So I think it had to happen. And I mean, it was very lucky that Dean Smith became available.
Absolutely.
Because there's somebody who knows the situation very well and is very well aware. And I mean, even though he's obviously a Villa fan as well as their ex-manager, he was. I'm delighted he's been happy to take on the role. You know, I mean, we're very lucky.
Thank you so much for the call, Martin. Listen, Chris, lots more calls to come off. You know, there'll be Arsenal fans, Manchester United fans, Liverpool fans, all to come after the news on 5 Live with Joe Critcher.
Listen on BBC Sounds. This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
Demonstrations have been taking place across Europe against coronavirus restrictions and compulsory vaccinations. Tens of thousands of people have gathered in Vienna after the Austrian government announced a lockdown and a plan to make vaccination mandatory. Dr. Burkhard Gustaf, who works in an intensive care unit in Vienna, was asked whether he agreed with it.
This is a question for politicians. We discuss this regularly among all our colleagues and also among our friends and also the patients. The major thing is everything what helps that vaccination is increasing, because this is the major goal, vaccination and protection of all people. Whatever helps may be good.
It comes as the World Health Organization says there could be up to 500,000 more COVID deaths by the beginning of March in Europe, unless urgent action is taken to increase mask wearing and vaccination rates. The Home Office says a number of boats carrying migrants have been brought ashore near to Dover. A spokesperson said ambulances were sent to a beach as a precaution and denied reports that a boat had got into trouble. Boris Johnson has asked the Cabinet Office to look at action to tackle the increasing number of migrants crossing the Channel. Nearly 28,000 people have made the journey so far this year. Single-use plastic plates, cutlery and polystyrene cups could all be banned under new rules for England. The proposals, which are out for consultation, would force businesses and consumers to use more sustainable alternatives instead. But plastics campaigner for Friends of the Earth, Camilla Zer, says bolder action is needed.
We're calling for government to set an overarching target to reduce plastic pollution in law right now, and this has to be all types of plastic pollution. We can't be satisfied, I guess, with just getting rid of the most commonly littered plastic items. That's really a minimum baseline. In the rest of Europe, all those items have already been banned as of mid this year. So why are we waiting until April 2023, which is what government is proposing right now?
And Rolls-Royce believes its Spirit of Innovation plane could be the world's fastest all-electric aircraft. The firm says the plane reached a top speed of just over 387 miles per hour during test runs.
BBC Sounds.
The house that completely vanished. The Russian intern who lied her way to the top of New York society. The American mother who left the quiet suburbs to live with extremists in Syria. You couldn't make it up.
I was watching this whole thing happen thinking it can't be true.
It is very difficult to believe. Discover your next gripping true crime podcast. Listen on the BBC Sounds app.
Now, more 606 on 5 Live.
Ole has got to go. Obviously, he's not going to step away because he doesn't want to lose out on the money. I didn't watch the game today. I know you can call me a plastic fan or whatever. I can't watch them anymore. We are a global disgrace.
I'm all in. End of the day, 11 players on the pitch, and they should be performing. They're playing for Man United here.
You don't get much being a Watford fan, but today's it's just unrecognisable. And not to take anything away from Watford, United were diabolical that first half. I've never seen anything like it.
Football's all about character, innit? And the old girls definitely got a lot of character. It's all right having a craft brewery on your stadium, but when you can go on the concourse and get meal deal 1, which is a pint and £54.50, I mean, that Come on.
This is BBC 5 Live. Call free 08085 909 693. Text 85058. Text will be charged at your standard message rate. Plus, see our privacy notice. bbc.co.uk/5live.
Welcome back to 6 till 6, another hour of your calls and all of today's action. Let's find out how the game at Anfield is going. Juliet Ferrison's there.
Liverpool have increased their lead. They now lead Arsenal by 4-0. The fourth was absolutely superb. Mane to Salah to Trent Alexander-Arnold to the substitute Minamino, who was only on the pitch 48 seconds before he tapped it past Ramsdale to make it Arsenal 4. Arsenal 4 even, that would be funny. Liverpool 4, Arsenal 0.
Thanks so much, Julia. Roddy Forsyth, closing stages, the semi-final. Celtic taking on St Johnstone.
Yes, indeed, we're halfway through 6 minutes of injury time with Celtic leading by 1-0. That goal was scored by James Forrest, who'd replaced Leila Labada, who'd done virtually nothing in this game. Forrest making his 11th appearance of the season, fastened onto the rebound from a shot on the left-hand side by Jota that took a deflection, rifled the ball into the net, and that justified immediately his appearance on the park. We're now 90 seconds away from a first trophy possibility for Ange Postecoglou, the Celtic manager. Will he face Hibs? Will it be Rangers under Giovanni Van Bronckhorst? I'm sure we'll want to hear your guess on that one, but at the moment Celtic are 2 minutes away from a place in the Scottish League Cup final.
Thanks so much, Roddy. And Sarah Orchard has been watching Wales against Australia in the rugby.
Yeah, and I'm just watching Australia very close to the line. It looks like they are going to go over, so it's now Wales 23, and my very quick math says Australia 18. The try is given. We've got 60 minutes on the clock, and it's 14 against 14 after the Wales prop Gareth Thomas was sin-binned for a dangerous clear-out. A reminder that Wales are already playing against a 14-man Australia for the rest of the match after Rob Valentini was red-carded in the first half. I can't lie, it's not a great test match. Ill-disciplined stop-start. That try might do something to Australia, though, who've got a conversion to come. So it's Wales 23, Australia 18.
Thanks so much, Sarah. We'll be back with Roddy shortly. Chris, the final whistle is nearly there. Let's go to Rob first, Man United fan.
Hi, guys.
Hi, Rob.
How you doing?
All right.
Yeah, how are you, Rob? What's
well.
it like being a Manchester United fan at this moment in time?
It is very worrying, and I think you guys might remember I spoke to you on the first day of the season when Man Utd beat Leeds. And I was a pessimistic person saying, this is only papering over cracks. And I don't want to be proven wrong, but clearly that is the case. But I'm now more worried about what's going to happen next. Because it's all right saying, and Ole has to go, no doubt about it, he has to go, but what is there out there to fill the gap? And if we're going to have an interim manager, i.e. the coaches that we've got, well, they have to go with Ole because they're as inept as Ole. So whilst getting rid of Ole solves a problem, the bigger problem is all the good managers are contracted and United's indecision. Well, United are riddled by indecision because they coveted Pochettino for 2 years when he was in a job. As soon as he was out of the job, we should have got him because football's not a sentimental game. He was who we really wanted. We should have got him. We dithered. He went somewhere else. Conte became available. We let him go to Spurs. And so what are we're going to end up, and this is serious because we might be in the wilderness for many, many years now because all the good managers are not going to come straight away.
But United could still attract a big-name manager, couldn't they?
Yeah, but it's not all about, it's not just the big names because everyone keeps saying Zidane, Zidane. My worry with Zidane is he's not got any Premiership experience. The Premiership's different to La Liga, and he's managed.
Do you need Premier League experience when you see some of the managers who have come over and and learnt the trade in the Premier League? I mean, Pep Guardiola.
Okay.
Look what he's done in the Premier League.
Yeah, to the good managers, and this is where the elite managers you could take a gamble on. So I would have gambled on Conte over Zidane. Zidane's a great footballer, but he's managed at Real Madrid, and Real Madrid had a stellar team, and you'd think that most half-decent managers would have got a tune out of Real Madrid. he'd be coming into a changing room, which we've got no style of play, no real... We don't know what we're doing from week to week. Ollie's indecision has cost us massively because we've got two centre-halves that can't run. The modern game, every team has got a quick centre-half, and the other centre-half is the ball-playing centre-half. He's persevered with Lindelof and Maguire, and they've shown consistently they're not up to the job, and it's come back to bite him in the bum. Look at the midfield. We've played Fred and we've played McTominay. They're too similar. I'm a Fred supporter, right? And I think he gets pelters, but he's no worse than McTominay. So what does he do today? He puts Matic on who can't run. The premise of a midfield player is to be able to run and cover the holes. He can't run, so we were never going to be any better today against the team.
But that's the problem with United, out of possession, and they don't run, and it's a massive issue, isn't it?
Point. So putting Matic in doesn't solve the problem. Robbie talks about his son plays at Man United, and I watch the under-23s, and to be honest, I'd be more happy to play the likes of Hannibal, who at least has got some legs, but we've got players in the under-23s who will never get a game because we've got players who are sat on the bench on $100,000 a week, like Mata, who's been a good player, but his time's up. Matic has been a good player, but his time's up. Indecision. Pogba's been kept, and I'm a Pogba fan, but when it was clear Pogba was going to go last season, we should have got rid. We've got Jesse Lingard, who's nothing better than a squad player, and he's now holding us to ransom. So it's not just a question of getting rid of Ollie. The whole club is riddled by indecision. And, even the little clubs get rid of managers when they're not performing. Ollie's had 3.5 years and he's taken us exactly nowhere. Yes, he steadied the ship for a period of time. That's what a good interim does. But who decided he should get an extension to his contract a year before it was due?
Rob, thank you so much for the call. Tell you what, Chris, just before we go to Alan, who sounds very frustrated, have Celtic made it to a final, Roddy?
They have, thanks to James Forrest, 11th appearance of the season, disrupted by injury, only his third goal of the season, his first domestic goal, and it's one that really counts for Ange Postecoglou. Forrest came on for Abeda, who hadn't done much in the game, and very shortly after that, Jota took advantage of that rarity. A mistake by Zander Clark, the St Johnstone goalkeeper. He got a shot in, it was turned away by McCart. It looked as though for a moment it was cleared, but there was Forrest doing what he does best, fastening onto it, rifling the ball home into the net. And now Celtic have beaten St Johnstone 1-0, and they will play either Hibs or Rangers, who meet tomorrow afternoon back here at Hampden Park.
Thanks so much, Roddy. I remember you, Chris, hammering Rangers when they won I think it was a European game, like celebrating like they'd won a final. Look at these Celtic players now.
I've not got the pictures.
Like they've won the league.
I tell you what, let's hear from.
You're gonna have a go at them. You're gonna have a go at them.
I can't see the pictures, Robert, and you're prone to exaggeration. You exaggerate.
I'm telling you. Look, they're all doing. Look now. I got
they always do. They always do that after the game with the fans. It's about having a connection with the fans. Maybe tried at Macclesfield. It might actually help. You might get a few more bums on seats. But let's hear from Celtic fans. Are you happy with the job that Ange Postecoglou is doing, his first cup final? And Rangers fans,
are you happy celebrating a victory in a semi-final? Wow.
Yeah, but Rangers fans as well, Rob. New manager in place, Giovanni Van Bronckhorst. What a great player.
Are they celebrating because Steven Gerrard's left Rangers? That's the big question there, Chris.
Rangers fans just think that Van Bronckhorst will improve the team. It's been a stuttering Rangers this season, albeit 4 points clear at the top of the league. Is he a good appointment? I think he's a pretty decent appointment.
Talking about Max, you actually had a nice text off you, didn't I? Last week, phone call saying you liked the documentary.
Yeah, I'd had a couple of glasses of wine, so I was under the influence.
What, that time in the morning?
Wow. 4:45 in the morning. No, it was really good.
Thank you, Christopher. Right then, Alan, Manchester United fan.
Right. I'm just looking for my beer. I just left me beer in the kitchen. But listen, this is a joke, this. I mean, where do we start? Where do we all start, right? This is getting beyond laughable. The rest of the teams, they're laughing, right? I can't figure that out, Robert. We've got some of the best players in the world. The midfield's a bit weak, but we got Rafael Varane and
We've got top. The problem is the board don't know what they're doing. All right, Mourinho and Van Gaal didn't work out, but that doesn't mean that we can't. You know, the rest of them are going to fail. I heard supporters saying, "Oh, they don't work." Well, how do you know until give him the job, change something? Something's got to change. He's clearly not up to the job, and I'm so I love this club. You know what I mean? And I'm so frustrated with the board. And how long can this go? This has got to be the nail in the coffin now. I'm sorry. 4-1 against Watford.
Listen, Alan, I think you make an excellent point. Just because it hasn't worked in the past for Van Gaal and Mourinho, you have to try. Where are United heading under Ole?
Chris, you've got to try. You have to try. You've got something has to change. It doesn't mean that the rest of the managers are going to fail. Look at his CV. How many Champions Leagues? Has he won 3 Champions Leagues with Madrid?
Zidane,
and a league title. And you got fans coming saying they don't want him. What are they smoking? You know, what are these people smoking?
It's just not happening under Ole. And I made the point earlier, Alan, that clubs like Norwich City, Aston Villa, Newcastle United, their owners have been decisive, and they're saying, we need to change now. You're a Manchester United fan. My expectations at the start of the season for United, when they signed the big 3 players, absolutely, and that's not going to happen.
Yeah, and it's not going to happen, Chris. You're absolutely right, and Robbie's right as well. They're not going to challenge, and it's a shame because they've got top class players. You look at their team, man for man. Their team is probably the best. You know, think about it. Think of Luke Shaw. Wan-Bissaka's not really great going forward, but he can defend. They've got Raphael Varane, Harry Maguire. Top class into the midfield and let us down. Fred and McTominay are clearly not good enough, right? But we've got threat going forward. Mason Greenwood, Marcus Rashford, Jadon Sancho, Cristiano, Edison Cavani. And we're struggling to beat Watford. It is absolutely baffling.
Well, you didn't beat Watford.
I know we didn't beat. We're struggling to beat teams. Do you know what I mean? And teams are not afraid of us anymore.
The worry is as well. The worry is as well, Alan. Only Newcastle and Norwich have conceded more goals than you.
I know. Yeah, I heard that. I didn't know that stat, Robert. But I've been listening since 6 o'clock. Do you know what I mean? And I heard that stat. We've conceded ridiculous amount of goals now, and it's a joke. But I just thought I'd ring because I needed to get it off my chest.
I think you make some very valid points. I mean, David De Gea saying Manchester United don't know what to do with the ball. I mean, that's damning. 3.5 years.
Well, I'm sorry, Chris, but I'm not having a David De Gea thing because he takes too much stick, right? He has been you know what? He's been our best player for years, and people always talk about De Gea, right? He is, without doubt, he is one of the best goalkeepers still in the world. If you want a goalkeeper, you want him. And he takes so much stick, and I'm sick of it, man. You know what I mean? Don't look at De Gea. Look at the defending. And there's only so much David De Gea can do. He can do his job, and he can try his best. He makes some spectacular saves in his career, and people are still slating him.
So if you could go in the change room, Alan, after the game tonight, you had the manager, you had his coaching staff and all the players, what would you say?
I would say you all need to look at yourselves in the mirror because you've got that badge on, and you represent this club with pride. You are playing ridiculous. And you know what? I'll give it the hairdryer treatment. Fergie won't know what's hitting. He'll get the hairdryer treatment off me. He won't even know what to say. But yeah, I would tell him that they've got to sort this out because it's ridiculous now. And we'll be looking to finish it. Look where we are. We'll be looking to finish in the top 4, Robbie. Play, we're not getting Champions League football next year playing like this. Something's got to be done now. We have to change it now because we'll struggle.
So if Ole is to go,
the problem is as well, Chris. Next season, when you want to, strengthen your squad, who's going to want to go to Man United if they're not in the Champions League? You've got to think about these things.
That's right.
Alan, thank you so much for that call right there. The 4 whistles gone, Juliet, at Anfield.
It has 4 goals for Liverpool, 4-0. They've beaten Arsenal here. The front 3 have won each tonight. Mane in the first half, that was a header from Trent Alexander-Arnold's free kick. Then in the second half, it was smooth as you like from the start from Diogo Jota. He struck into an empty net, gliding past the Arsenal defence. Mo Salah got his and Liverpool's third. Brilliant work from Sadio Mane. He gave him the assist contested, and then came the fourth from Minamino, who had just come onto the pitch. I think it was around about 48 seconds he'd been on. He finished off the work from Mane, who went to Salah, who went to Trent Alexander-Arnold before Minamino landed and scored to put Liverpool's fourth. A step too far for Arsenal in the second half, but it was a really good contest in the first. But a step too far, as I say. All the Ole's in front of the Kop. They wanted a fifth in the closing stages. Arsenal knew it would be tough, and Jurgen Klopp got the reaction he was looking for after that West Ham defeat. It's finished here at Anfield as the players come off the pitch. Liverpool 4, Arsenal 0.
Thanks so much, Juliet. Sarah Orchard is at Wales, Australia.
Yeah, welcome to one of the greatest scraps you'll ever see in rugby union. It's Wales 26, Australia 25, 72 minutes on the clock, and 14-man Australia have just scored a try in the corner through wing Filippo Daugan, who actually did a forward roll in the act of scoring to make sure that he scored it. There was no conversion. That would have put them in the lead. James O'Connor missed. So with 8 minutes on the clock, it's Wales 26, Australia 25.
The Wanderer.
Not even an answer, Rob, with the first clue in the Wanderer.
What kind of a clue was that?
That
24 appearances for Celtic, and he went to what was it?
University City.
Well,
you obviously wouldn't know what one of those is. But anyway, here's the second clue. I think you should get it from this, Rob. I think this one's easy. Listen carefully. He took his coaching badges at the age of 22. He was a Robin and a Shrew. Before playing over 100 games at the club he then managed. Not a City or a Rovers or a United, but a team with a unique last name. His next move took him to the club where he made his name. Did you get all that?
Go on one more time.
Did you get all that? He took his coaching badges at the age of 22, was a Robin and a Shrew. Before playing over 100 games at the club he then managed. Not a City or a Rovers or a United, but a team with a unique last name. That's a big clue. His next move took him to the club where he made his name. Shall I put you down for not an answer again, Rob?
Wednesday, Villa, Alexandra. Villa, Wednesday, Alexandra.
I'm a wanderer.
I would.
And I'm a wanderer. In your own time. Round and round and round and round and round.
So he did his coaching.
Go to the next caller?
So he's done his coaching badges 22. Really want to be a manager.
It's interesting the production how they let this run, isn't it? The bed's gone.
22.
I'm a wanderer. I'll sing because there's no bed. I'm a wanderer. Round and round.
I've got to say, my production team here, Chris, in Salford, are all shaking their heads. They haven't got no idea.
They're not the sharpest up there, are they, Salford? That's why I'm down in London with the big hitters. Go on, have a guess.
22, done his coaching badges, played
I'm
for
a
Celtic.
wanderer. I'm a wanderer. Dear me. Shall we go to John, the Aston Villa fan? Yeah. John, the Aston Villa fan.
Doubly delighted today because not just for Steve, but also for Dean. I wanted to quote a little bit of Shakespeare. I'm not on about Craig Shakespeare, by the way, William Shakespeare. And it said, parting is such sweet sorrow. And that's how I felt when Dean left the club. As you probably remember, I said to you, I think he's the best English manager some months ago. And I still think he is. And unfortunately, things went against him. The sale of Jack Grealish really was the day when his time was up, I think, because that absolutely destroyed his plan for the club. And as regards what's happened today, I'm obviously delighted for both managers because Dean is such an iconic figure at Villa Park. He's one of us. He's just a terrific man. And Norwich have got a great manager.
I mean, it's. I've got to say, John, I thought it was a harsh decision for Villa to get rid of Dean Smith because just the whole story, getting Villa out of the Championship, making Villa a stable Premier League team, and then it comes down to expectation. But they've made the decision now, and Steven Gerrard has come in. Are you happy with that appointment?
I am happy because I didn't really see that as one of the people whose names were in the hat initially, and Steven Gerrard wasn't one of them to start with. I mean, you know, they were talking about Lampard and people like that, but I didn't see that was an improvement on what Dean was actually giving us at the time. But as I say, things conspired against Dean. And one of those things was really relevant in the match today because we bought Danny Ings to play with Watkins up front, and it's still not working. The turning point in the match today was when Ings came off and Watkins moved into a more central attacking position and scored a fantastic goal. You've seen the goal, haven't you? It's absolute. The approach play and the finish is absolutely outstanding. And this is where you can't have two centre forwards, really. And Watkins is wasted wide. And that's one of the things what, conspired against Dean, really. This didn't come off. And we bought 3 players. We spent nearly £100 million to replace Jack. And really, it hasn't worked. Today it came off because we've got a group of talented players. But unfortunately, for Dean, I think it was harsh. But obviously, I'm really hoping that Stephen can really develop as a manager. And in 3.5 years' time, everybody's talking about it's a stepping stone to manage in Liverpool. I think he'll be England manager if it comes off for him in the Premier League because
John, let me ask,
he's got all the attributes to be an England manager.
Let me ask Chris, John, because a few people, Chris, was saying, Rangers to Aston Villa is not really a step up. Some people will question it, but
they're both big clubs.
I totally agree.
Can we just say that?
I totally agree. Do you listen? Time will tell if it was the right move, but do you think it was the right step for Steven Gerrard in his process of being going forward as a manager?
Yeah, look, I think he'd run his time at Rangers. I think that if you look the season before he went to Rangers, they were getting absolutely humiliated by Celtic. Came in, stopped Celtic winning the 10. I mean, I think there has been a narrative down south that Stephen did an incredible job. I mean, if you ask Rangers fans and you sort of know the Scottish scene, there are a lot of Rangers fans who are bitterly disappointed about Rangers' performances in the cup competitions. 1 trophy out of 9, probably not good enough, but he raised the profile in Europe. He brought respect back to Rangers, and I understand why he made the decision to go to Villa. Villa's a massive football club. But, not the worry I have for him, but why I thought it was unfair to sack Dean Smith was, they're a pretty stable Premier League club now, and it's the expectation. Can we see, and I say we, and I include you in this, Rob, obviously, but could we see at the start of the season Villa pushing for a top 6-7 place? I think that still would have been difficult, especially after losing Jack Grealish. And I think that's the challenge at Villa. Now, if Stephen does that, I think that would be some job. But, I think they've got a lot to do.
Yeah, that was John, the Villa fan. Let's go to Charlton fan, Fred.
Good evening, gents. How you doing?
All right, Fred.
Yeah.
How are you, Fred? So tell us about Charlton. What's going on there? Do you give the job to Johnny Jackson?
Oh, well, you've got to think about it, haven't you? It was absolutely brilliant today. I'm absolutely buzzing. The last game I went to was when we lost at home to Accrington Stanley, the last game that Nigel Adkins was in charge for, and then I got COVID, so I've missed the last 3 home games when on the discharge. So I was sure that if I went today, they'd lose, but they were absolutely brilliant. We played Argyle off the park. Argyle were a reasonably good team from that performance, but we could have got 5 or 6, to be honest with you. We were that dominant. The change has been absolutely incredible. As I say, I've got a real contrast from the last game I went to. Getting Johnny Jackson, there was a little bit of trepidation. At Charlton, we look after people. They come to Charlton, the players, the managers. We've got that kind of club, and people were really, felt for Nigel Adkins. Seemed like a really nice guy. You guys have probably met him and probably know through the circles you move in. But he seemed like a good lad, and he was really positive and everything, Mr. Positive. But and people were thinking, well, should we get Jackson and Yule, their club legends? How's that going to sit if they don't do well? If things aren't going for them, is it going to tarnish their legacy? A bit like going back to what you were saying about Ole Man United. But he's proving that he's got something. He's giving the players what Ole should be giving the players. He's giving them the legacy of the club, the provenance. You know, he's making them believe and feel for the club and feel the way that the fans do about the club.
I mean, yeah, I get that. And do you think that Charlton? Do you think that they can push for a playoff spot this season under Johnny Jackson? Were you 9 points off the playoffs now, moving in the right direction?
Even when we were losing games, and losing games by more than a couple of goals a lot of the time, you kind of looked at the players and thought, this is a top 8 side, really, with the quality of the players. But they just weren't doing it. They weren't doing it on the pitch. Now that he's got them playing for him, then I think, for sure, we can get in the playoffs. I mean, he's the man to take us there.
Fred, thank you.
He seems to have just lit a fire under him,
Thanks so much for the call, Fred. Right then, closing stage. How's it finished, Sarah Orchard?
It has finished Wales 29, Australia 28. Reece Priestland kicked a penalty right on the final whistle to give Wales the victory. It means that Australia will leave this European tour absolutely whitewashed. They're going home with absolutely nothing. It means Wales will have wins over Australia and Fiji to their names. It has finished Wales 29, Australia 28.
Thanks so much, Sarah. Great win for Wales there, Christopher. Like it was England, last kick of the game.
Slightly fortunate.
It's like England.
Fortunate. No,
like
good win for Wales, Well done,
right.
Well done, Wales.
08285 909 693. Loads more of your calls will come after the news on 5 Live with Joe Critcher.
Listen on BBC Sounds. This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
Demonstrations against new COVID restrictions have been taking place across Europe. Following the riots in Rotterdam last night, tens of thousands of people have now gathered in Vienna to protest against a new lockdown and fines for anyone who's unvaccinated. The World Health Organization, meanwhile, is warning Europe could see another 500,000 COVID-related deaths by March, unless urgent measures are taken. A man's been critically injured in an attack after a championship football match in West London. He was found with a serious head injury following QPR's win over Luton Town on Friday. Single-use plastics such as plates, cutlery and polystyrene cups could be banned in England. The government's launching a public consultation. More than 5 billion items are thrown away every year, with only 10% of them recycled. And Scotland has been hit by a second earthquake in less than a week. It measured 2.2 and struck in the Highlands just outside Roybridge. Now all the sports, here's Fraser.
Thank you. Tonight's Premier League match has just come to a close with Liverpool thrashing Arsenal. Juliet Farrington is at Anfield.
And Liverpool comfortable for their 4-goal win. A good contest in the first half in which Sadio Mane headed them in front 5 minutes before the break. Then came the class in the second, starting with Diogo Jota sweeping past the Arsenal defence and scoring into an empty net. Mane then fired in a cross for Mo Salah to make sure he got on the score sheet before their fourth was tapped in by substitute Minamino, who had been on the pitch less than a minute after replacing Jota. Arsenal knew it was going to be tough. Their unbeaten run coming to an end at Anfield as Liverpool react to their defeat at West Ham before the international break. Liverpool 4, Arsenal 0.
Thank you, Juliet. Meanwhile, embarrassing, a nightmare and not acceptable. The words of Manchester United goalkeeper David De Gea as his side were beaten 4-1 by Watford, despite him saving 2 first-half penalties. To make matters worse, captain Harry Maguire saw red, sent off for 2 bookable offences in the second half. United have now slumped to 7th in the table, piling the pressure on manager Ole Gunnar Solskjaer.
Oh, it's difficult to explain, but of course the first half was so below the standards that these players have set for themselves over the years. We're in a very bad moment. We have no momentum, probably a lack of confidence, and we've been through a very bad period.
Chelsea are now 6 points clear at the top of the Premier League table after their 3-0 win at Leicester. New managers Steven Gerrard and Dean Smith both got off to good starts as Aston Villa beat Brighton 2-0 and Norwich beat Southampton 2-1. Wolves beat West Ham 1-0, and there were 2 high-score draws as Burnley versus Crystal Palace and Newcastle against Brentford both finished 3-3. In Scotland, Celtic are through to the Scottish League Cup final with a 1-0 win over St Johnstone. In the Premiership, Dundee United and Motherwell were winners, while St Mirren drew 1-1 with Livingston. And in the Women's Super League, Manchester City's recent run of poor form came to an end as they thrashed Aston Villa 5-0. It was a thriller at Twickenham as England's men beat world champions South Africa by 27 points to 26. Chris Jones was watching.
Well, this was a special occasion at Twickenham with the muted indifference of the Australia match last weekend replaced by a crackling atmosphere as England thrilled the crowd with 3 fine tries on the way to pulling off a famous win. England stormed out of the blocks in the first half, establishing a healthy lead. But in the second, South Africa started to take control and England looked broken. They were leaking penalties, bossed at the breakdown and in the scrum and couldn't win a line-out. But Rafi Quirk popped up to score a memorable try. And with a minute to go, the box lost their nerve and Marcus Smith held his to seal one of the best wins of Eddie Jones's time in charge of England.
Wales versus Australia has just finished in Cardiff and it's been another thriller with the home side winning that one 29 points to 28. Scotland won their third match in 4 games as they beat Japan 29-20, with Stuart Hogg becoming the country's leading try scorer. And Lewis Hamilton has taken a commanding pole position ahead of tomorrow's Qatar Grand Prix. He was almost half a second faster than title rival Max Verstappen, who will start in second place on the grid. Hamilton says it was a huge effort.
Hard work does pay off, and I think that's a great sign from the work that we did yesterday and the work that I did last night. Just studied hard and that paid dividends today. So it felt great to wake up feeling better this morning, but then also to be able to deliver on track.
And that's the latest from BBC Sport.
Europe's elite club competition. The Champions League on 5 Live and 5 Live Sports Extra.
Ronaldo equalises for Manchester United.
On Tuesday, it's another double bill of back-to-back commentaries from the Champions League. Villarreal against Manchester United. Kickoff 5:45, followed by Chelsea against Juventus from 8. And on Wednesday, Manchester City versus PSG.
Europe's elite club competition.
The Champions League.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live. Listen on BBC Sounds.
The UK's biggest football debate. This is 606 with Robbie Savage and Chris Sutton on 5 Live.
Welcome back to 606. It's been a busy night, Christopher, but we've got 20 minutes to go. Who do you hear from?
Yeah, Arsenal fans, what did you make of your weak performance at Anfield? Liverpool fans, I mean, can you win the Premier League this season? Strong performance, of course you can. But let us know what you think about that performance. Embarrassing, a nightmare, and not acceptable, Rob. That's not your performance in the Wanderer tonight. That's David De Gea on Manchester United. And these rumours doing the rounds this evening that Ole may go this evening. United fans, is that the correct decision or not? And you owe an apology, Rob, to Norwich City fans. You've written them off. Just say sorry.
No, Norwich are going down. Simple as that.
Dean Smith doesn't think so. Wouldn't have taken the job, Rob, if he didn't think that they could stay in the division.
Okay, well, do you think Norwich will stay up?
Well, I've got hope now, Rob.
Yes or no?
Yes. I stick to my predictions at the start of the season. And what about some of the other games today, Rob? Burnley!
Wow.
An exciting game at Burnley.
3-3.
Wow, what's the world coming to? 3-3 and Newcastle United fans.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, you've got Newcastle to go down, even though they can spend big in January. Rob, Newcastle can't defend. Scored 3 today. Are you happy with the appointment? Of course, Eddie Howe wasn't allowed in today. But let's hear from Newcastle.
What they've got
United
to be, Chris, is in contention to stay up when January comes, but they're 5 points already adrift, bottom of the table. Listen to Alan Shearer, speaking to Chappers earlier. It's a massive month or so for Newcastle, because if you're bottom of the league, who are they going to attract?
No, I think you make a very good point, Rob.
Thanks,
you have
Chris.
mercenaries.
Thank you, Christopher. Right then, do you want Ryan, David, or Jonathan?
Shall we go Ryan?
Let's go Ryan. How are you, Ryan?
Robbie, Chris. Chris, when it comes to Norwich, don't listen to Robbie. He's a lemon. He said that Man United were going to win the league, and look how that turned out.
I haven't mentioned that. He's embarrassed. He knows.
Anyway,
he's gone quiet.
So Liverpool, a couple of points. I was a little bit worried going into today's game. I thought with Henderson not starting, I did think a lack of pace in midfield would cause us problems, but as the game unfolded, there was absolutely nothing about that Arsenal team that made me think they were going to do anything to us. They were really poor. I don't think we really got out of second gear. I think the last 10 minutes of the first 10 minutes of the second half was where it was won and lost. But my point and my question I want to ask you, I think most of us think that the leagues come down to 3 teams: City, Chelsea, Liverpool.
Although Robbie did say United, the Lemon did say United, didn't he?
He did say Man United, didn't he? What was the saying? Did he say whoever finishes above United will win the league?
That was last year. Keep up
this season as well.
Well, you say so much nonsense. It's hard to keep up.
Keep up,
Ryan. Those three teams, City, Chelsea, Liverpool, they've all got the strengths, but I think they've all got the weaknesses. Whose weakness in those 3 teams is bigger? City go into games sometimes and have that many chances but don't take them and fail to score. Liverpool defensively look suspect in games against West Ham, games against Brentford. And Chelsea, the games against Burnley, I know Southampton ended up winning, but if they've got to chase a game, Chelsea, they come unstuck if they're not winning the game and closing it up.
When's that?
Sorry?
When are those games? When they need to chase games, when they come unstuck? Which are those games?
Well, they've not dropped many points this season, but the Burnley game is what I'm pointing towards.
So where do they come unstuck then? So go on, where do they come unstuck, Chelsea?
Rob.
Well, hang on.
Burnley, I've just said it, Robbie.
30 goals scored, 4 against this season. Champions of Europe, where do they come unstuck?
Yeah.
I haven't seen many.
But the Champions of Europe was last season, Robbie. This is a fresh season.
And I said,
when the season ends, Rob, I don't know whether you understand this concept.
And I said last year, if you finish above Manchester United, they'll win the league, and that's what happened last season. Keep up.
Robbie, did you still think you were in the Premier League when you got relegated with Derby? Because what happened is the season starts again. So I'll ask the question again. When Chelsea, and it was only 1 game, but I'm trying to say, when Chelsea concede the goal and they've got to go chasing, they come unstuck. So are you going to put your money down and say Chelsea are going to win the league and there's no hope for City and Liverpool?
Chelsea win the league, yeah. I think myself and Chris said that before the ball was kicked.
Okay, I'll talk to Chris then. Chris, will you indulge me a little bit?
Sorry.
Chris, who's going to win the league?
It's not about who's going to win the league. I'm saying Liverpool and City have got their problems and they've also got their strengths. But you wouldn't agree that you think Chelsea are the complete package and won't drop any points all season, Robbie?
I think Chelsea are the complete package. Yeah, I think they are fantastic. Yeah,
I mean, you think that they're performing at this moment in time without Lukaku? I think that they have a brilliant squad. I think you make some really good points about all teams. Those 3 teams which you've mentioned do have strengths. They do have weaknesses. Liverpool have had issues this season. What we do know is it's going to be one hell of a title race, Ryan.
Yeah, no, I agree. And I personally think the African Cup of Nations will cost us because our goals come from those 2 players. We all know that. It's no secret. I think Liverpool will hold out for the European Cup this season. There's more of a chance of winning silverware. But I still expect it to be thereabouts. I don't think it's as cut and dry as Robbie seems to think, and Chelsea will run away with it. Yeah. But, we'll live and learn.
Keep up, Ryan. It's the Champions League, not the European Cup. Thanks for presenting the last 5 minutes of the show, Ryan. Right then, let's go. Let's go to David, Man United fan.
How you doing, Robbie?
How are you
doing, Chris Mutton? How's it going?
We've just had Robbie the Lemon on, and now Chris Mutton. Go on, David.
Well, you do talk a lot of mutton, to be quite honest. Anyway, you need to get rid of Liverpool fans. They haven't got a clue what you're talking. Robbie, you're right. Chelsea will walk away from this. But
you're a Manchester United fan. Do you think you'll finish in a European spot, David?
European spot? Which one it is, I don't know. Anyway,
which one's acceptable?
The biggest problem with Man Utd today, or the last 2 or 3 seasons, is Alex Ferguson. Not Ole Gunnar Solskjaer. Unfortunately, when you go up the stairs to the board of directors, you're still there. And anybody knows that a great manager over 26 years, 27 years, when he's still there on the board, he's still there. Everyone's sort of like, that is the grade, and that's what you've got against him. If you look at the managers that have came and been and are there just now, they're all compared to him.
They're all what? Sorry, say that again.
They're all compared to Alex Ferguson.
But that comes with the territory. But I mean, the question at this moment in time is Ole Gunnar Solskjaer getting enough out of the players at Manchester United? And clearly he's not.
But hang on, Ferguson is over there, and his shadow cast a firm shadow. Do you think Solskjaer really wanted Ronaldo?
Well, this is an interesting debate. We've had this, Rob. I'm not so sure he did, David. Honestly,
I don't think he did at all. And I'm not saying we should sign him, but when you hear in the papers that Ferguson got Ronaldo to sign for Man U instead of Man City, you then have to wonder who's running the team.
Where are you on Ronaldo, Rob?
Yeah, don't believe everything you read in the papers.
But David's asked a good question to you there.
This season.
You're going to go numbers on you.
Well, numbers are very important in football, Chris.
Numbers are very important. Where are Manchester United in the league this season?
Yeah, that's not Ronaldo's fault.
Where did they finish last season? Well, we're talking, right, it's a collective. Two important parts of football,
You've just asked
Rob.
me a question.
With the ball, without the ball.
Can I answer it? Yep. Right. So, United's players this season who've made the biggest impact in games, David De Gea and Ronaldo. Fact.
Well,
Robbie, I'm not really sort of saying that's wrong. What I'm saying is that Ferguson has too much control over Solskjaer, if I'm being honest, and Solskjaer can't do it. If you look at the coaching staff, it's all pretty much Alex Ferguson people. Mike Phelan, Michael Carrick. Do you know what I mean? It's all these kind of guys. He needs new staff and all the rest of it. It's not so. I don't think Solskjaer's the problem. I think it's the setup that's the problem.
But Solskjaer's the manager. Ultimately he sets the team up. Sir Alex Ferguson may be having a big say. We don't know behind the scenes. But ultimately, if Solskjaer isn't getting a tune out of the players, then that's the real problem, right?
Well, I would totally agree with you. But if we went back to the first week of the season, okay, we were all saying, "Oh yeah, Man U are going to be a credible threat to the Man Cities and Liverpools of the world."
Well, I didn't say that, David.
That's not materialised, has it?
I didn't say that. I think Robbie thought that there'd be.
Now, this is where you are going a bit Chris Mutton. You definitely did say that.
Well, I'll tell you what I'll do, David. If you want to follow me on Twitter, I'll reproduce the article.
Oh, you're begging for followers on Twitter now because you haven't got many.
Well, you can then unfollow me, David, and I'll have a look at an article which I wrote to suggest that it may all go wrong with Ronaldo, and he may not be able to handle Ronaldo. And that's how it's materialised, David.
It may, but you said on Monday Night Club, because I do follow that you thought that they were a credible threat for the Premiership.
When did I say that?
Did you, Chris? Did he, David?
I don't think
I'm not going to follow you on Twitter. I'd rather follow toilet roll.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
David, thank you so much for the call.
Thank you, David. Thank you.
I think the last two callers, Chris, Ryan didn't like me and David liked you.
No, disrespectful from David.
I wouldn't follow you on Twitter either, to be fair. Chris. Right, Jonathan.
I wouldn't follow you lemon.
Jonathan, Manchester United fan.
Hello, Rob. Hello, Chris.
Hello, Jonathan.
I've been on you quite a few times, and I've said over and over about he's got to go. It's not all his fault. The players are obviously at fault too. There's no obvious replacement. I mean, I'm looking at Leicester now, 12th in the table, mid-table. So I'm not convinced about Rodgers. Plus his bubble has burst. I'm not convinced about Zidane. So I would bring in a temporary manager, and I'd bring in, to kick ass, if I can use that phrase, I'd bring in Roy Keane.
Right. So you'd bring in Roy Keane right now, at this moment in time, to take over from Ole Gunnar Solskjaer. And you think that I mean, do you think that players would respond to Roy Keane?
Alex Ferguson used to rule with a rod of iron, and I think Roy Keane would do the same thing. He wouldn't respect people's reputations, etc. If you're not doing the job, he would tell them straight.
Look, I'm not going to be disrespectful about Roy Keane. You know, I was with him briefly at Celtic. I thought he was a fantastic player. But, you know, if Manchester United fans, they were critical of Ole Gunnar Solskjaer when he got the job. If you look at Roy Keane's managerial record, does it stand up at this moment in time to be a Manchester United manager?
I'm not worried about previous records.
Are you not?
I think we need somebody in there, like I said, to stand up to these players. They're too soft. Ollie's too soft with them. He's too nice.
What do you think, Rob? Is he too soft? Is Jonathan right, Rob?
Listen, you've got to judge Manchester United on the results and where they're on the league table, Chris. And
is he too soft, though? That was Jonathan's...
Well, I don't know what happens behind the scenes, Chris. You know, running a football club, as I do, you know, you know, you don't. I know what goes on behind the scenes at Macclesfield, but I don't know what goes on behind the scenes at Manchester United. I don't know.
But just on the face of it, can he handle a big personality like Ronaldo?
Listen, I don't know. I really don't know, Chris. I don't know. You got to judge him on results, Chris, and that's what managers are judged on. And at the minute, you know, I think if the rumours of the emergency board meeting are true, and the outcome for me, if it is, will be that Ole will no longer be Manchester United manager, judged on the results and where they are in the league table and the massive week ahead against Villarreal to qualify for the Champions League, Chris. The next stages. So
I've just written down that insight. I don't know. Okay. Should we do the Wanderer? Should we do the Wanderer? I don't know. You don't just carry on with the I don't know theme.
Yeah, go on then.
Can we do
the Wanderer?
Clue 3.
I've got it. I know I was locked in. I have got it. So.
Do you want to lock it in before, Rob?
No, I've got it. Yeah.
Yeah, but do you want to lock it in now? Because Aaron Paul has genuinely got it. Aaron Paul, what a smart guy he is.
I've got it.
Sharp as attack, Aaron Paul.
I've got it.
Presented 6:06 last week. What a man. And John from Bedford. John from Bedford has got it as well. And Michael from Preston.
Yeah, Preston. I've got it. Yeah, Preston North End.
Bedford near.
Well, you threw me with a
University City. Do you want to lock it in now?
Yeah, David Moyes.
I'm going to give you the third clue.
No, you've locked in 2 points.
No, you don't get 2 points,
Yeah, you
Rob.
said
You're on the
lock it
third
in.
clue. You're on the third clue.
Am I
It's not
wrong?
the way it works. Let's do the clue. Okay. We rejoin our Wanderer after his playing days in 2002, announcing this is the People's Club on Merseyside. He was chosen to replace a legend. Had a real raw deal in Spain, and this cat came back in black and is currently in his second spell in the East End, which
West
is
Ham.
going far better.
So you threw me, David
Well, I didn't
Moyes.
throw you. I didn't write the clue.
So the Robins, Bristol City.
Correct.
Yeah, I can't remember the Bristol City. Shrewsbury. I got it. Shrewsbury in 20. Celtic. I remember him at Celtic, but
you remember him at Celtic.
But you said what was the clue? Which you said
your answer is David Moyes. Just to be clear,
yeah, it is definitely David Moyes.
David.
But you threw me when you said the first, the second clue. He's come back to the club which made him famous or something.
But was it his next move took him to the club where he made his name, Everton? He made his name at Everton, Rob.
Yeah.
The unique last name, a team with a unique last name.
Those 2 first clues are hard.
Yeah.
Man.
Difficult clue, but you know we've got a complicated production team.
Yeah, 7-6, Christopher.
7-6.
Right then, Jeff or
Still got
George?
my nose in front, my considerable nose in front.
Yeah, to be fair, you could be a few yards in front. George, how are you?
Hi.
How are you, George?
Oh, not too bad. Robbie, right. I don't know if you remember, but me and my son, we shared the same birthday on the same day, March the 29th. And I took him to Old Trafford nearly 3 years ago. And we won that day, 2-1, but I called you to say that the performance was diabolical.
I remember, George, yes.
You do remember?
Yes, I do, George.
Fantastic, because it's often that I go up there with my son and we have the same birthday, etc. And I told you then, and all you told me, you kept telling me, the result. I'm a great believer in the table never lies. And look where we are today. I told you then that the performance was diabolical. We were lucky to get away with it. And look where we are today. Now you tell me, was I wrong? I've been supporting this team for over 55 years. And this is what we have to put up with? The board are just throwing money down the drain? Appointment after appointment after appointment, dishing out 500, half of contracts, £100,000 a week, etc., and look where we are today now. Conte is gone. The other one went, what's his name? The Pochettino went. Now who's left? Who are we going to get now? Nicky Butt? Tell me. You tell me.
I think now, Chris, the size of the football club, if they are, to get rid of the manager, which we don't know yet, he's still in a job currently, but if they are to get rid of him, surely they will have a succession plan. Because obviously when Ole...
You really think so?
Well, they've got it. George, but they have to, because the last time they've done it, the interim manager, I know they've done well, the 16 or 17 games, then they appointed him. But surely... They must, if they are calling that an emergency board meeting, which rumours say they are, then surely they've got to be in talks, if they're thinking of getting rid of the manager, of another manager. Surely, the size of the football club.
Yeah, but you keep on saying, you see, surely. No, this board is clueless. This board is damn... Woodward has ruined this club. Woodward. Those Americans, I don't blame them. They're businessmen. Good luck to them. They invested in United when United needed the money. They're pulling money out, millions of pounds every week. No problem. They're businessmen. But they've appointed who? Woodward. It's Woodward who is at the helm. And now I hear, and he was supposed to retire or leave or whatever, and now he's going to stay on the board as well. For what? To create more havoc? What is this guy?
That is odd, George.
What?
Yeah, I mean that seems very odd on the face of it, doesn't it?
Exactly. It's Woodward. Woodward has a fault. You had an international break just now. You had a 2-week break. You could have planned it. You could have planned for somebody else to come in as well. And what they do, he goes off on holiday. All the players are on international duty, and yet they say that Solskjaer says that we have we've got planned. We've talked about this, and we're going to be more penetrating, adventurous, pressing, this, that. Rubbish. Absolutely. If the players are not there, what are you practicing with?
Ooh, George.
It's a really good human trait, Rob, just to say you were wrong.
About
It'd be
what?
nice if you could have said to George, he told you 3 years ago, if you'd have just said, I was wrong. It's a nice thing to say.
Jeff, the Wolves fan.
Yeah.
How are you, Jeff?
Yeah, I'm okay, Robbie. How are you?
All right, thanks, Jeff.
Is Chris all right?
I think
I'm
he is
all right.
He's missed me today, Jeff.
Robbie
Good.
he can't say he's wrong at times. Sometimes when we all get things wrong, but
of course
Rob doesn't like to say I was wrong.
Yeah,
what about Wolves, Jeff?
Oh,
what about your
win
Wolves?
Today. Wonderful win today. I think beware the wolf. Beware the wolf. We've got Norwich away next.
Oh,
tough game, Jeff.
Easy.
Tough game now. Got a good manager with Dean Smith, but Burnley at home, so they're winnable. So
up to six, Jeff.
Up to 6, yeah. And Chris told me, well, we crossed swords now. He said, "You're, split hairs. I said we were a top 6 team. He said, "Well, you finished 7th the last 2 seasons,
yeah,
but
he's like
we
that,
are
Jeff.
6th tonight." So,
I'm sorry. I'm sorry about that, Jeff.
No, nothing to apologise for, Chris. I love the show, and Mark Chapman's great as well, and I like Karen Carney as well. She's great. Everybody on there. It's a great show.
Robbie's all right as well.
Oh, Robbie's great. Robbie's great. And you, Chris, great. Great show.
So what do you think about Bruno Lage?
I think he's took the reins well, because really he hadn't got much time to take the reins up, and I think he's done really well since he's took over, Like I say, he hadn't got much time, but he seems to have just kept us on the right track, especially now Raul's.
Yeah, that's a big deal, isn't it?
It's a massive deal. It's a massive deal. He seems to have got his confidence back now as well, and his sharpness. So, and that's the win of the season today for me, Beware the wolf, beware the wolf.
Jeff, I think it's been a first on 606 ever in my 12 years of doing it tonight.
Say again?
It's been a first on 606 in my 12th year of doing it. It's a first. Do you know what it is?
What is it?
That somebody actually likes me.
Oh, no, yeah. I remember you, Rob. You're a good player. I remember you.
Hey,
plenty of energy.
Hey, what about that, Jeff?
Plenty of energy and enthusiasm.
Good player, plenty of energy.
What about that this week, Jeff?
Good team, man.
Jeff, what about that this week? Paul Scholes. What about Paul Scholes, the greatest midfielder ever, according to I think it was Xavi? Hardest players he ever played against, Jeff. Guess who it was?
You, Rob.
Well, I was just saying, Jeff.
Well, there you go. There you go.
I've had that.
There you go.
There you go. Thank you so much, Jeff.
According to Xavi.
What a way to end the show. We'll be back tomorrow.
Compliment. I mean, you got the lemon shout before that, but Jeff was lovely, wasn't it?
It was. I tell you what, it could be a massive 606 tomorrow night. Christopher, I look forward to seeing you. You've missed me today. We'll be on at 6:30 for Spurs against Leeds. This has been a Shoot and Chat production for BBC Radio 5 Live. Thanks so much for joining us. We'll be back tomorrow. Coming up after the news, it's Kermode and Mayo.